It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, May 8th, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome back to the program. Lovely day here in New York City. Lovely stretch of weather here in New York City. And what a date this is. Every time I say May 8th, I always think about May 8th, 1970, the greatest night in New York Knicks history. And a date that I have said in the past, in other interviews, places, whatever, if I could go back in time, in a time machine of sorts, and attend one sporting event, which happened when I wasn't alive or alive that I just wasn't at, it would be the one that happened on May 8th, 1970 at the Mecca, Madison Square Garden, Game 7 of the NBA Finals between your New York Knicks and the Los Angeles Lakers. That's the famous one where Willis Reed walked out with the bum leg, hit 2 shots, sat down, and then Walt Clyde Frazier took over 36 points, 19 assists, I think something like 8 steals, something crazy like that. What a date. What a team. What a franchise. Up 1-0 on your Indiana Pacers as well. Yeah. Great to be here once again for another edition of the program. A great edition, a fun edition, an exciting lineup. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Check them out and more on them later in the program. Also, much love to our good friends over at BetterHelp for the support and love as well. Now, what are we doing on today's program? Back into the show, we'll get the picks for this weekend. The two main ones are UFC in St. Louis, the return of the Black Beast, hashtag Justice for Buckley. Also, gigantic boxing match down under, Vasyl Lomachenko against one George Kambosos. Next weekend, we've got some big fights as well. May 17th, we have the Bellator Paris card, and then the gigantic, undisputed heavyweight title fight between one Tyson Fury, the Gypsy King, and the great Alexander Usyk. You know what's crazy about that? There's a chance if Usyk wins on May 18th, I was thinking about this, there's a chance that Terrence Crawford, Naoya Inoue, and Alexander Usyk could be undisputed champions in 2 different weight classes, and they would probably be 1, 2, 3 in the top 3 of pound-for-pound rankings. Most people's rankings, I think, would have Inoue, Crawford 1 and 2, and then Usyk probably 3, at least in my opinion. Just a crazy time in the sweet science. So, exciting stuff, exciting times. On today's program, we will be talking to Cory Sandhagen. Cory Sandhagen, who it was announced on Monday, will be fighting Umar Nurmagomedov on the August 3rd card in Abu Dhabi, this 363 days after they were scheduled to fight last year in Nashville. Cory Sandhagen, one of the best bantamweights, one of the best fighters on the planet. Always love talking to him. He'll join us at 4. Of course, always love talking to Chael P., the bad guy. He'll join us at 3:15 to talk about a whole host of things, including the work that he's doing at Bellator Paris next Friday, May 17th, but also tons of stuff, as always, to get into with Chael P. from the world of combat sports. Anthony Smith, who was victorious this past weekend in Rio de Janeiro, big win for him. Bounced back from the loss to Khalil Roundtree, defeated Vitor Petrino via guillotine, a crazy 2-minute stretch that was. Love talking to Anthony. He'll join us at about 2:30, and at about 2 o'clock, the king of violence himself, the face of BKFC, the face of bare knuckle fighting, Mike Perry, the platinum one, will join us to talk about his big win over Thiago Alves. What is going on with him and Dylan Dennis? Is he fighting in MMA next? Is he fighting in boxing next? Is he fighting in bare knuckle next? What is going on? And speaking of bare knuckle, a lot of feedback regarding our discussion on Monday's show. You remember we talked about with GC and Rick, like, hey, if you could invest in one of 2 companies, not, of course, Rick, classic Rick says, I'd invest in TKO. No, that wasn't an option. The options were BKFC or PFL. Which are you picking? We all agreed we're picking BKFC because of the trajectory, because of the future, because of all that stuff. Got a lot of feedback internally, And you know what I was surprised about? I was surprised that it was all very sensible. It was all very mature. No one took it personally. I thought we said some nice things about both sides. And in particular, PFL, who we ultimately didn't pick, they are certainly making more money when it comes to their TV deals, their sponsorship, etc. It was nice to see that people don't just look at, a 2-second clip or a headline or whatever, and they actually listen to what we're saying. So thank you to everyone. Appreciate you all. On Wednesdays, as you know, we like to shoot. We like to answer questions. And it's been a while since we answered your questions. So without further ado, time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself.
How we doing without the
Ariel
glasses?
You know what? That's a great question. Did you
From the
notice
Box
that I was
Studios in
squinting
beautiful
there?
New York City.
Just a little.
It's
Yeah, now
on the
I have the
nose.
glasses right
And
here.
now,
I've
to answer
enjoyed
your
not wearing
questions,
them
get out of your
because
seats and
of the
on
lack
your
of
feet
headaches,
because
but
here he is,
and I'm probably going to get some, eye doctor reaching out to me now. But and that's fair game. But now I have to read said questions, and
Right.
I need them. So I'm going to put them on like this.
Like at the bridge of your nose?
Yes. Okay, what do we have here? I did want to offer a couple of news updates since we last spoke. And what do you think? Now that I'm putting them on, does it just feel more complete? What do you?
I feel like we're finally back.
Yeah. All right. In any event, last night reported that the highly anticipated boxing match between Nathan Diaz and Jorge Masvidal, which was originally scheduled for June 1st in Inglewood, up to no good, California, at the Kia Forum, is now being moved to July 6th in Anaheim at the Honda Center. Multiple reasons for the move, for the switch. Main one being June 1st was going head-to-head with UFC 302, Dustin Poirier, Islam Makhachev, Brick City, Sean Strickland, Paulo Costa. I mean, it just wasn't very smart business to go head-to-head. So they've moved dates. They've moved venues as well. Still unclear as to why the venues were changed, but it all is in fact true. It's going from June 1st to July 6th. This was first reported by Lance Pugmire of BoxingScene.com. Item number 2. On Monday's show, Dustin Poirier came on and talked to us about his good friend and teammate Sabah Homasi and his situation where he was a Bellator fighter and he got injured. He needed a surgery. He paid for the surgery, but with the thinking that he would be reimbursed. That's how it works. Well, Bellator, as you know, was owned by Viacom. It was then sold off to PFL, and some of these things have fallen through the cracks. Well, I told Dustin I would look into it. I did, in fact, look into it. And I spoke to Mike Kogan, who was a senior official at Bellator, now a senior official at PFL, and obviously also works on the new Bellator brand. And he told me that he was well aware of the situation, completely understands the frustration of Sabah Homasi and others. He told me there's around 10 or so fighters that have fallen through the cracks like this. And he told me that what happened was essentially PFL legal team has had to put a lot of pressure on Viacom to reinstate their insurance policy through December of 2023. They ended it early. Massive company, corporate company, they ended it early. And as a result, these claims that fell in that time period between when it was ended and between when PFL, took over Bellator, fell through the cracks and no one was picking them up. And so PFL Legal has put a lot of pressure on them to reinstate the policy. That has happened. And there's actually a call next week to move this along, but they're in touch with all the fighters that are in this situation, and they're confident that it's all going to get resolved and that everyone will be reimbursed. But these things happen when companies are bought and are taken over, and I could tell that he felt really bad. I mean, that was his former company, and no one wants to have this kind of bad press. It does make it a little bit awkward that Sabah wasn't brought over to PFL, so even more reason as to why he may have fallen through the cracks, but they were aware, they are working on it, and they are confident that everyone will be reimbursed. So there's an update regarding that situation. And obviously, if you are a fighter, employed or not, those surgeries aren't cheap. You want to get reimbursed. I completely understand that. One other update for you before we get to the questions. I said on Monday's show that Gable Steveson, the Olympic gold medalist from the 2020 games and the heavyweight national champion from the University of Minnesota, would be in studio. A conflict came up, and obviously he is not in studio today. He will be on the program in the near future. I look forward to that conversation because, as you may have heard over the weekend, he was released somewhat shockingly by WWE. They had very, very high hopes for him. They had made a big deal of his signing. They had signed him to an NIL deal. They put him in NXT. This was shocking, at least to me, and I had heard no reports or rumors that he was not in great standing with them. He has not said anything. He has not commented on the release, but I did get this comment from his agent, Dave Martin. And this is the comment. Gable Steveson is very grateful for the opportunities he had with WWE and would like to thank everybody in the organization who helped him get there. He would also like to thank all the fans who have supported him on his professional wrestling journey. Now, Gable is ready to resume competing against elite level competition and looks forward to sharing big news with you all very soon. So what is interesting about that is that he does have 1 year left as far as his collegiate wrestling eligibility is concerned. This is a guy who can command a lot of money from powerhouses outside of Minnesota as well. I'm very curious to see if he goes back and tries to get, one more national championship. Unfortunately, the timing of the release came at a horrible time for him because the Olympic trials were just a few weeks ago, and they came and went, and he didn't try out, and he probably could have sleepwalked his way onto the Team USA squad that would be representing the country in Paris this summer. He missed out on that, and that's probably a bummer for him. In addition to this information, I can tell you via Dave that multiple NFL teams have reached out to Gable Steveson. Once again, multiple NFL, National Football League teams have reached out to Gable Steveson. He does have that extra year of eligibility, and he's also been training at Killcliff FC with Henry Hooft and Robbie Lawler. As Dave put it, there's no shortage of opportunities to compete. You'll recall his friend and fellow Golden Gopher Brock Lesnar had a mini camp tryout with the Minnesota Vikings back in the day. So this is very interesting. I'm aware of 2 teams that are interested in inviting him to mini camp. We'll see how that story unfolds, and we'll see how the story of his eligibility unfolds, and we'll see how the story of his interest in mixed martial arts unfolds. I always thought that he would be best suited for MMA once done with the collegiate wrestling. And I always thought that he would be a badass and a generational talent in MMA and then could consider wrestling. And I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. He transitions to MMA, there's great success there, and wrestling comes calling again. I don't view this as him falling on his face or him being a failure. It's not like he went from wrestling to MMA and fizzled out. For whatever reason, and I don't know the reasons just yet, what happened between him and WWE, but it was an opportunity he couldn't pass up for a lot of money while still in college, is a part of the ecosystem, part ways, and now he's got collegiate eligibility, NFL teams apparently, and a potential MMA future that he's staring at. So interesting times for Gable Steveson. We'll see how the story unfolds. All right, so those are the 3 items that I wanted to address off the jump. Now let us get to some of our questions. What do you say? What do you say? All right, here we go. JD Miami, I hope you're wearing your glasses while reading, Ariel. Thank you very much. I am. As a fan of the sport, I like to support the fighters and feel guilty. By the way, I didn't have a chance to read the question, so I'm just going in blind. So I hope that they are
No
good.
pun intended.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Well done. I feel guilty when I have to use alternative methods to watch pay-per-view events. While I buy some, it's a big ask to spend over $100 a month to be a fan. I get it. Do you think with Netflix / live streaming model and MMA gaining viewers, there exists a future where there will be more free-to-watch events, specifically the UFC, as I realize boxing is different? If not, I'd like to hear from you. What makes it so different from the NFL or Premier League, etc.? I was talking about this with someone about whether WWE would ever go back to this model. And WWE, in my opinion, falls under the Premier League, NFL, NBA examples that JD is giving for this reason. I don't think the WWE PLEs, pay-per-views, will ever go back to the pay-per-view model because it's the same men and women each and every month. And so I don't think that there is a place to ask for, $50, $60, $70, even a little bit less from the audience, because you're seeing those people every month on pay-per-view, plus Mondays, plus Fridays, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What makes the UFC model so special, and what makes them, along with the major boxing events, the only ones who are able to use the pay-per-view model anymore, and it's the same reason why the NBA can't do it, NFL, et cetera, is because you're only getting these guys once, twice, 3 times max a year. You're getting Conor McGregor every 3 years. You're getting Sean O'Malley twice a year. You're getting Islam Makhachev twice a year. You're getting Israel Adesanya twice a year. So you could pay and offer a premium for those appearances. They're not fighting every week. They're not fighting every month. And that's special. And people are going to buy that clearly because the numbers are great. The buys are great. And it's a very, very, very premium product. People will pay for that. You can't give that away for free. Fight nights are one thing. Those are lesser events with up-and-coming talent. But the fact that they are only, it's kind of a supply and demand thing. There's only a finite amount of appearances from these guys, so you can charge for that. Can't charge for that when it's the same wrestlers appearing Monday, Friday, and Saturdays. So I think that model is a little bit archaic when it comes to wrestling, but it is not when it comes to MMA, and it's still holding strong when it comes to boxing. There are still people who are going to buy Haney Garcia, Canelo, Usyk Fury, Tank Garcia, Joshua Fury if it happens, etc., 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 etc. So I hope that makes sense. It's just because they're not as active, you don't get as many of them.
Could I add something to that?
Oh, hey, what's
Hello,
going on?
by the way.
Yes.
Different streaming platforms, different broadcasters, different platforms, let's just call it, to use an umbrella term, have different goals. So it's not out of the question in a future world that a platform whose ambition might be on subscriber growth eats the cost of what was previously pay-per-view, pays for those events and hosts them and adds them as part of your subscription. It is not out of the question that could happen. It just will depend on what the platform's goals are. If the platform's goals is the highest monetization, then the pay-per-view model seems to still function that way properly for MMA. It seems like less and less sports and events are doing it, but it still seems to function in MMA and for high-level boxing as well. So if their goals are that, then it might remain, but it will depend on where UFC is and what the platform that it lands on's goals will continue to be, because that's going to determine ultimately how much we end up paying as fans and subscribers.
It is a fascinating time. You're 100% right, because the ESPN deal is up at the end of next year. The WWE Peacock deal is also up in about a year and a half, and so TKO kind of holds all the cards when it comes to this. You saw a few years ago, DAZN announced that pay-per-view was dead, and now they do pay-per-view. So it will never truly. By the way, where are you right now? You're not in your same spot.
We have Holly's father and stepmother here today, staying in my office. We have a guest room / office, so I'm downstairs.
Displaced.
You got the boot.
But
by the way, I don't hate this. I don't hate this just kind of clean white background.
I kind of like the other one. The other one feels like you're somewhere. Maybe there's a little sunlight. There's a fan moving in the background. I know it's blurred. This feels like you're.
I dig it. It's clean.
my kitchen is right there. My dining room is right there.
so
It's
you're
not
kind of-
ideal.
okay,
There's a
yeah,
little
yeah.
too much foot traffic. I'm in the middle of everything.
Now, what time do your kids come home?
Avery will be home 3:35, something like
nice.
that. Cece's out with the grandparents right now, having a grand old time. Logan's upstairs in bed with Holly. Like we're cruising right now.
All right.
It's very quiet in here without the kids around. DAZN is a great example of what I was kind of saying. I think they might have been a little bit too early to the game, but they decided we're going to eat the cost. We're going to upend the pay-per-view model and offer it as a subscription, hopefully be able to acquire enough subscribers. Ultimately, that didn't work, and now they're back to pay-per-view. But I don't think that it's impossible for something like that to be tried again, depending on who the partner is, if they have the capital to be able to do it.
Yeah, maybe someone comes in and says for X amount you could get this whole lot like as a subscription. Yeah, everything's going to change.
Yep.
It's changed a lot in the last 3 years. It will change a lot in the next 3 years. We move along. Trevor, I love your question, but it's just so damn long. It's a 5-paragraph question about the UFC not coming to your neck of the woods. I will read it anyway because you were one of the first. Lord Ariel and crew, I was born and raised in southeastern Kentucky. The UFC has not come close to where I live in many years. I attempted to attend UFC Columbus a couple of years ago, but unfortunately my car broke down in Cincinnati on the way there and I was unable to attend. So when UFC Louisville, he says it's pronounced Louisville. Is it pronounced Louisville? Come on, Is it Who, me? What do you say? What do you say, Frank? Louisville or Louisville?
I've always said Louisville, but
Yeah.
I've said Louisville too. This feels like someone calling Missouri.
Yeah. I mean, the length of the question and now this forced upon us pronunciation is kind of annoying me. Anyway, it was announced for June 8th. I was ecstatic because it's only a 2.5-hour drive from my house. Perfect. The issue is I'll be on vacation out of the state that week with my family and girlfriend. This is my first vacation with my girlfriend. I want her to have a great time, but I also refuse to miss my first UFC live event. I've never been to an event, and I've been a fan since 2009. By the way, the UFC has actually been to Louisville. I was there in 2011. Why weren't you there at the KFC Yum Center? Anyway, when my youth pastor, of all people, invited me over to his house to watch Shogun Machida. How do I ask her / break the news to my family that she and I will be coming home a day early from our beach vacation so I can attend UFC Louisville live and in person? Thanks at Viva Hilwani. You guys want to tackle that one?
All right, first off, that was not that long. I need you to go through the youth pastor thing again. What did that have to do with anything? I'm being serious. Who was he? He has to tell his girlfriend that they're leaving their beach vacation early?
Yes.
Is he going to UFC Louisville with the youth pastor?
Stop.
I'm being serious, man. You laughed through that. Shogun and Machida?
I'm sweating.
I'm also.
Right now.
I have to admit, I'm a little bit lost. You started laughing too quickly. That I don't know what the story is here.
Do you have a link to these things?
Just
one more time. Re-rack that paragraph.
Bro, just ask your girlfriend if you could leave a day early and
Please, I need clearance on youth pastor Lyoto Machida. And
we're going to
the
get a
beach
5-paragraph response.
That didn't feel like 5 paragraphs, by
He's
the
a
way.
fast
That felt much
reader.
shorter.
I read it.
He's
very
got the
fast.
glasses on.
You cut out like
Let's
3
move along.
paragraphs.
Let's move
I
along.
feel like you just jumped from
No.
my car broke down in Cincinnati. My youth pastor's Lyoto Machida. How do I tell my girlfriend we're not going to the beach anymore? I feel like you really cut out a lot there. I feel like you said it was 5 paragraphs. You read 2 of them, and now we're missing a lot of information.
Prince Nassim Ham. Prince Nassim ham sandwich. Not bad. Hola, Ariel and crew. Shout out to you guys and welcome back from a restful spring break. You guys work so hard to make it by far the most impactful and relevant combat sports related show, period. Hey, combat sports, progress. I've also always noticed your amazing attention to detail from each and every member of the team. This is apparent. Whenever any on-air talent misspeaks even slightly, they correct themselves. Alternatively, politely corrected by another member of the show. This is awesome accountability, and it is rare on a live show consistently over 3 hours long. I can't imagine how stressful it must be for you guys to put your ego aside in order to make the best show possible. I say bravo. One small addendum to 300 narrative. Aljamain Sterling wasn't the only fighter who was denied a post-fight interview. Jessica Andrade went straight out of the cage after the decision. Tiny detail, but want to show Aljo some love. He deserves it. Okay, that is fair. Keep on doing what you guys do. You're A1 since day one. P.S. The Las Vegas no sleep / no hotel / fly home strat is undefeated. Let's go. Do you guys know what A1 since day one is a reference to?
Billy Madison.
No.
I don't.
Jesus.
Steak sauce?
It's not that. I'm not that like single-minded.
I mean, it's a nice fallback though.
It
just
is.
in
It is.
case.
It is fair. It is fair. That's from Anthony Edwards, like one of his first interviews with the Timberwolves.
Oh, shut up.
They asked him like, "Could you play hockey? Could you do this?" And he said, anything I try, I'm A1 since day one." Kevin from Ottawa. Hey Ariel, could you pull back the curtain a bit on why the outro music is sometimes removed in the VODs of recent episodes? For example, in the April 1st and April 8th episodes, the music has been removed, but the April 3rd, 11th, and 12th episodes, it's still there. As someone who always watches the VODs, this has never happened until recently. Why is it only removed in some of them and not others? What? What is he talking about? Is this a real thing?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Not that I know of.
Have I watched those episodes, the end of them, to see if there's music in them?
In the VOD?
No.
Like,
Right, video on demand. So, like, is he talking about like the interview breakouts? Is he talking about the full-length episodes?
Sounds like it. Or maybe
Yeah, to be honest,
I
this
think
sounds
he
like an
means the
audio
live-
question.
is
This sounds
yeah.
like this
No,
is
I
above
think he
my
means
pay
the
grade.
live show replay on YouTube.
Is it possible that he's
Okay.
confusing the live show replay with the breakouts?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Anything's possible.
I don't know. This feels
Doesn't
like
sound like it's
Somebody
a
go
question,
back to those
Yeah.
episodes at the very end and see if the music is there.
Yeah. Okay. If someone could do that, that'd be great. Santiago, hello, crew. So happy to have you guys back. What's your opinion on Tyson versus Paul being sanctioned as a pro fight? I mean, I told you this would happen. Now, it's not typical, right? It's 14-ounce gloves. It's 2-minute rounds. But yes, it's a pro fight. The 2 minutes and the 14-ounce gloves is more notable than quote-unquote pro fight, in my opinion. And I feel better about 14-ounce gloves and 2-minute rounds than 10-ounce gloves and 3-minute rounds. I mean, if there's a fight, I would rather it not be like, hey, no knockdowns, no winner, no none of that. But you would like to see, the rules be as kind of fair and healthy as possible for the combatants. So I saw a lot of people get hung up on the pro part, but to me, the 14-ounce and the 2-minute round modification was more notable than the pro announcement. And let's just be honest, the fact that they went to Texas made me think that this was going to happen. Do you guys feel otherwise? Are you shocked by this?
No, not at all.
No, I mean, I assumed that when they were having these discussions on where to host this, they had a good feeling that Texas would be favorable to what conditions they wanted. I don't know if they maybe were angling for, 10-ounce gloves or 12-ounce gloves and 3 rounds. I don't know if they got all they want, but I have to feel that they probably wanted the pro aspect of it and knew that Texas would be agreeable to that.
Yeah. Does it bother you?
That it's pro or that it's 14
That it's
ounce
14
gloves?
and 2 minutes? Like, does it make
No.
you think less because it's not your typical pro fight, right? Like the typical pro fight would be
Thi-
3-minute rounds,
Yeah,
10 ounce.
this is going to shock you. I don't care about Jake Paul's real boxing career. He's not a real boxer.
What?
And so him fighting Mike Tyson in 20-ounce gloves wouldn't have made much of a difference to me. I'm here for the spectacle of it and don't care.
Just for
about
kicks,
the
just for
14-ounce
kicks. May
gloves.
8th, so we're a little less than 2 months away. Who wins the fight?
Jake Paul.
Knockout?
Yeah.
Love to hear it.
GC?
I'm going to go Jake Paul decision.
Okay.
Decision victory for old Jake Paul.
And now that it's officially a pro fight, have they released the odds?
Let's see. Let's see if we can find something here. I want to say Jake Paul is going to be a pretty sizable favorite.
I wonder.
58 years old. Let's see, just scrolling here, filling the time.
There's going to be a lot of flyers taken on Mike Tyson by knockout, I feel like. There's going to be a lot of the
Hell
betting
yeah.
public that
See,
really
I don't
is trying to will
actually
it
think
into
the odds will
existence.
be that big because of that
Yeah,
reason.
Jake Paul minus 215.
There you
Mike
go.
Tyson plus 175.
That's pretty damn close.
crazy. That's crazy.
That's pretty damn close, right?
He's like minus like 700 against Tommy Fury, and he's minus 250 against Mike Tyson.
Wasn't he
It's
like
crazy.
a huge favorite against Anderson Silva too, or am I crazy? No. There was Nate.
He was like, what was it, like
He
300 or
became
400
a
against
large
Silva?
favorite against Anderson Silva. I took Anderson Silva at like minus 140, and he closed at like plus 250. A ton of money came in on Jake Paul.
Crazy.
That was the one. That was the one that was going to get me and Rick out.
Yeah.
Didn't work out.
Guys, what about this one from
Freaking
Ryzen
wish.
fan? Can you tell PFL to sell posters at their events? Bellator did, but PFL didn't have any. And nice little comment from Ant Evans, our good pal Ant Evans, the most notorious troll in combat sports. Sell to who? No one attends PFL shows. Golly.
Oh, come on, Ant.
Well,
Wait,
he's
but
in
we
the
went to-
on the nose question
Yes.
comment section. Man,
He's been a mainstay
just
in the
doesn't quit.
chat.
Yes,
for
yes.
weeks.
I actually want to throw this out there on DraftKings right now. I had a different book up. Minus 180 Jake Paul, Mike Tyson plus 135. So even closer.
Wow.
Than
Oh, this is a good one for you. You guys in particular.
Wait.
Yes.
But before we move on from that, we went to Atlantic City and the UFC didn't even have posters.
They had posters. You could only buy signed ones, which
But you
were
could only buy the
$250.
autographed one.
Yeah, they
They've
were like,
had posters
yeah.
at PFL.
they were like, you sure you don't want one? Nursant and Ruzabayev signed this. I'm like, I'm all right, thank you.
How much was that?
No, but
250.
250. Golly.
The normal one is
I
like
think
30, 40. It's like, come on.
Yeah. For a pay-per-view with
I'm not
legit stars on it, I think 250 is cool.
They didn't even give me a bag. I bought T-shirts and they were like, nope, no bags.
What?
Yeah.
Not even a paper bag?
It's Atlantic City, man.
Okay, guys, what about this one? King Zalo, Ariel and crew. Hope all is well. Thoughts on the Drizzy Kendrick beef? Golly, what is going on? I can see GC and New York Rick chanting Kendrick, but I know he'll want. He got to be standing up for the boy. Rap is alive and well. Tough to see the news today regarding Drake's security guard, though. Things might get messy. Cheers. Is it confirmed that the security guard incident had something to do with this, or is it just people assuming?
I think it's just
people
assumptions.
assuming.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Either
it's just
way,
assumptions.
Yeah.
it's that's awful. My quick thoughts on it are that I wasn't really paying attention to it in the early stages of it because I took a bit of a social media break during the hiatus, which was great for the soul, and I'm not really sure why I came back, if I'm being honest. But that being said, I did kind of catch up, especially on Friday, because I was sitting there having dinner by myself on Friday in Vegas, and all of a sudden Drake drops one and then he dropped another, Kendrick, in the span of like 18 minutes. And then I couldn't help but notice that Kendrick's video had like 540,000 views in the span of 12 minutes. It was absurd. I don't even know what it ended up at. And I see everyone weighing in. And there's some consistent people on social media, on Twitter, that have these like big grandiose takes on this feud that I just couldn't care less about. And they're just like, they make this into this whole statement on culture and race and the game and socioeconomic standing and all this stuff. I was like, geez Louise. The one thing I'll just say about it is I will always be a Drake fan. I love him. I'm a big fan of his music. I think that he and Kendrick are completely different artists. Kendrick to me is more of a lyricist, a poet. Talib Kweli, Common. Drake is more popish, rap, collab, blah, blah, blah. Two completely different guys, two incredibly talented guys. The one thing, it makes me uncomfortable when kids are involved, when there's mentions of sons and daughters and all. Like, I just wish they would keep it about themselves and their, whatever, but it gets personal. Here's my question to you guys, which I still haven't figured out the answer and I haven't cared enough to really get into it. Why did this happen? How did this happen? Like, what's the impetus? Like, how did it pop off? Like, all of a sudden, why are they doing songs about each other? What's the incident?
I don't think there was like a actual incident. I think Kendrick went on a Metro Boomin and Future song, and like it got pretty hype, and like a lot of people were listening to it, and there was a Drake diss within that from Kendrick Lamar, and then Drake responded, and then there was some back and forth, but like where it really hit ahead was on Friday night when Drake put out a response. Kendrick put one out in the morning, I believe, and then Drake put one out that evening. Family Matters. And it was like, oh man, he responded the exact same day. This is crazy. I can't believe this. It was like a 7-minute rap song. And by the time I finished listening to that, I go on Twitter and they're like, oh, Kendrick just dropped his. And it was
Crazy.
Meet the Grams. And like, yeah, it just like blew up. That's when like I saw like all of these crazy takes coming about it. I'm with you. I don't really have like a take on who won. Though like Kendrick having that one ready to go like 20 minutes later, and it was called Meet the Grams after he dropped Family Matters, yada, yada, yada. I just love how like much Twitter was on fire on Friday night. Like it was just like every time I refreshed, there was just just insane meme. Everyone's talking about it.
Has there been another song by either since that Friday back and forth?
Yes.
Oh, geez. Really?
I believe one from each of them.
Golly.
Because Kendrick dropped one, and like the album artwork was the house where the attack happened, I believe, like zoomed in on Google Maps.
Come on.
I mean,
Really?
I could be.
I hate that.
I could be wrong on that, but like, there's definitely been multiple songs dropped since. It's a lot to keep up with. It's a lot to keep up with.
And what's the restaurant reference?
The restaurant reference?
You know, isn't there like a restaurant? I could be completely exposed.
Yeah, Drake was eating at the restaurant that Kendrick referenced in the video.
Oh, well, and then there's like the like supposed like fake daughter was like the
my
mole.
son, my 10-year-old son told me, "Have you heard about this beef? And did you know he was hiding his daughter, that Drake has a daughter?" I was like,
Yeah,
what?
but maybe that's
How did this
planted.
get to you? How did this get to
Maybe
you?
that's
though?
Oh,
planted
what
with
if
the
you?
mole.
He
Oh,
has to be
TikTok.
on some sort of social media. He saw it. His friends at school talking about it. I mean, it's everywhere. Every time I go on social, it's someone's talking about it.
Rick,
I
your
consume
thoughts?
this much in the way that I consume pro wrestling, which is like the content isn't really the thing for me. I'm kind of like enjoying the conversation about it,
Yeah.
and
Yes, the
listening
reaction
to
has
everything
been
I
the best
can
part.
and reading everything I can to the reaction to it. Like the songs themselves, like I don't really listen to a lot of music, so I'm not like playing these songs, but it sounds like some of Kendrick's are going to be like Billboard hits that people are going to be playing for quite a bit. But yeah, I'm enjoying like the drama of it. I like it. I like that it got personal because it always feels like rap beefs are kind of like stupid
I
and
just feel
not
bad
real.
for the kids. Look at the children.
Yeah, it's rap beef. This is what this is.
Okay,
So
so
children. Well, then there's
Biggie
also
and Pac
Kendrick.
era.
Kendrick's fiance is getting dragged into it. There's a lot going on.
and she's an adult. I don't like that either. But like this is like we're talking like a 6-year-old kid here is getting referenced. Mean Tangerine asks, who's winning or who won? I guess who won would imply that it's over.
Feels
The
like
streets are definitely saying
it feels like
Kendrick.
most people
Kendrick.
are saying Kendrick, but then like you also have a lot of the Drake fan boys like
Like me?
backing him until the end.
What are you talking about? Me? Is it,
No,
I went up. Okay. I really don't care. I mean, that's my guy. You got to back your guy. My fellow Canadian / Jew. I got to
right,
back him.
I'm not saying that you are doing this. There are Drake fans that are making like the 10-minute breakdown videos of why he won.
Leave me
did the
alone.
bait.
Leave
He
me
did all
alone
that.
with this. Yeah. He did reference Montreal in one of the videos. But
Shout
then,
out.
But then I wasn't sure if like, and then people are saying he's like, are they saying he's a pedo? Is that what's happening?
Yeah. That's
Golly.
definitely some of the
This is
accusations. Yeah,
intense.
the Kendrick being like ending that verse with he sings in or like whatever chord he chooses to sing is probably A minor. That was a pretty good one,
Listen,
yeah.
if that comes out, I'm out. I mean,
It could. I mean, I
want
don't
nothing
know.
to do
I don't know
with
who's
It's
telling
kind
the
of
truth.
already
I mean,
out.
It's
Drake's
rap
been
beef.
been
like,
linked to
really?
Yeah, but there's a
to a
difference
lot-
between like
a lot of
there's
younger women.
speculation and like, oh man, some of the things he's doing is kind of creepy, and like actually real validation that like there could be like court cases and whatnot.
I need to ask Action. Who's
You need to
backing.
ask someone more tapped
Action.
in,
Action
like,
could
yeah.
tell me, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of like on the peripheral, just been watching everything. I listened to each of the songs, but like I'm not sitting there analyzing and breaking down everything.
All right. Here's Patrick. Favorite segment of the week. Yeah, Ariel, how was it being on Morning Combat last week in Vegas? I got to say, a reboot of the MMA beat with you, Luke, BC, Chuck, and maybe sprinkle in some GC and New York Rick would be pretty fucking epic. Yeah, I was on with the guys. They had a setup at the press conference. It was very quick, impromptu. I enjoyed it. I always enjoy talking to them. Except I will say, BC was trying so hard to just like shoehorn in these internet references. I was like, can you be normal for 3 seconds and just have a conversation? But very happy for them. Very happy that they're back. Very happy that they're up and running again. They do great work. So yeah, it was nice. Will we ever see an MMA beat again? Again, as I say, I do feel like the show I do with Pete C and Chuck is a version of that. But I guess you're talking video. Maybe. Never say never. You know? You never know.
What were the internet references?
Oh my God. He's like a walking Reddit. Yeah.
Nothing about the Kendrick beef?
No. Like, Fighter and the Kid stuff.
Oh,
all that type of stuff.
Look at Rick's shit.
Yeah.
Shitting grin.
Yeah. I mean, we were so far past that. I was like, come on, BC. What is this, 2021? Anyway, it's a great time. I really do enjoy hanging with them, talking to them. Everything is long in the past. And yeah, the more fortified the media core is, the better. I did say something on the thing, which a couple of people reached out to me about. I said that I thought that as like on the whole, the MMA media core is a deeper, more talented one than the boxing media core, and not saying that the boxing media core is bad at all, but like there's just some amazing writers in MMA. I think the three best are Chuck, Shaheen, and Ben folks, and I don't know if they have quality like feature writers like that in boxing. I know the talent isn't being used the same these days. And then people were reaching out and be like, well, what about this guy? What about this guy? Yeah, all those dudes were writing in the 50s and 60s. I'm not talking about all time. I just mean right now. And by the way, if I may, since we got on this subject, what the fuck is up with the boxing people on Twitter coming after me for saying, did you guys see this? It's still continuing. This thread isn't dying. On Monday morning, I'm walking my dog while watching Naoya Inoue put on a master class. He gets dropped in the first round. He comes back. He wins in, I believe it was the 6th. And he's unbelievable. And I tweet out two things that has offended everyone. Like I slapped them in the face. I spit in their mom's face. Number one, I said, you know what? I almost feel like I need to have the actual tweets up because this is so absurd that it has bothered people this much. Okay, here it is. Wait for it. Sorry, there's a lot of Nick's retweets here and stuff. It's a great win on Dante DiVincenzo, 3-pointer. Wait for it. All the tweets on Monday. This was Monday morning, so a lot has happened. Dan Hardy, Pantoja. Wait, we're getting there. Oh, MMA are back. Okay, here it is. First one was Freakish Power. How high can he go? Meaning Inoue, who's fighting at 122. 135, 140 seems too big. But man, imagine the fights up there. Oh my God. Tell me you don't watch boxing without telling me you don't watch boxing. Get the fuck out of boxing. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, next tweet. Doubt it ever happens. Again, doubt it ever happens. But Inoue Tank at Dodger Stadium would be one of the coolest scenes in American boxing history. Now, again, the reason why I wrote Dodger Stadium was because on the broadcast, they talked about Bob Arum wanting to bring Inoue to Dodger Stadium because of the Japanese fan base there. I'm sure Otani being there now has something to do with it, but there is a huge population there. It's proximity to Japan. And they're fucking idiot. Why would he go to Dodger Stadium? I'm referencing something that was said on the damn broadcast. Don't pretend for a second that Inoue Tank has not been bandied about. I know they've both shot it down. I know they both don't fight in the same weight class. Tank 135, Inoue 122. That's weird. That's a 13-pound difference. I'm not talking about Inoue fighting fucking Canelo or Tyson Fury, but this is type in Google Inoue and Tank Davis. There's a gazillion takes on this. There's a gazillion videos on this. There's a gazillion articles on this. And even Dan Canobio, who I think one is the best in boxing media, who hosts Inside Boxing Live, even he and Chris Algieri talked about it on their podcast after the fight, talking about a catch weight at 130, Tank versus Inoue. Get the fuck out of here with this. Like these gatekeepers of boxing, which I've only been respectful. I've watched boxing long before I even knew what MMA stood for, what the UFC was. All of a sudden be like, get the fuck out of here with your unknowledgeable takes. One dude DM'd me and said, you don't know shit about boxing. If you need me to help you out along the way, I'd be happy to help you because I respect you. I was like, what? Inoue Tank is me being exposed to not know anything about boxing, a fight that has been talked about where there's a 13-pound difference. Now they start talking to me about his bone density. And then I, of course, come back with Manny Pacquiao, who started off at 106 and went all the way up to, I think it was 147, fought at a 154-pound fight. They tell you, oh, he was a malnourished Filipino who didn't have the proper nutrition and stuff like that. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, so now you're talking to me about their bone density and making all kinds of excuses, pretending that, you know, De La Hoya and Pacquiao and Canelo and all these guys didn't make massive jumps throughout their career. Get the fuck out of here. These same people are the same people who said Francis Ngannou didn't stand a chance against Tyson Fury. So they can look at me as the MMA guy all they want. Inoue Tank has been talked about. I said I doubt it happens. I said I doubt it would happen in Dodger Stadium or anywhere else. I said 35 is too big for him, but don't pretend for a second that none of this has ever been talked about, and don't pretend for a second that it wouldn't be gigantic, and don't pretend for a second that it can't happen because there isn't that large of a gap between them. So I can't believe I got these dudes like Enzo Maccarinelli writing to me like, you don't know shit about boxing. Fuck out of here. I don't know shit about boxing. Why? Just because I'm on DAZN now, you guys are all offended? You're offended that the MMA guy is talking about boxing? It bothers you? What credentials do I have? It really bothers you that I brought up Inoue and Tank? And I said I doubt it happens? Not even that I think it will happen or should happen, but I'm just daydreaming, fantasy booking. Yeah, guess what? Rocky Marciano against fucking Lennox Lewis is never going to happen either. And people do fantasy booking and fantasy like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Oh, that pissed me off. It just kept coming. Look at this fucking idiot. Look at this MMA idiot. Look at this guy. Doesn't know shit about shit. Doesn't know anything about the sweet science. Doesn't know anything about pugilism. Oh, he can't tell you who's the 5th ranked guy in the WBA rankings. Fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck. This shit pissed me off so much because I've listened to people talk about Inoue versus Tank all day. Who let this guy into boxing? Oh yeah, like it's never happened. Like it's never fucking happened. Canelo fighting fucking. I'm talking about Canelo fighting fucking Usyk. Canelo went all the way up to fucking fight Dimitri Bivol. He fought at 175. Anyway. Sorry. I didn't mean to swear so much.
It's one. I'll just add on to that. It's one thing to say like,
you could have
I don't think
transitioned with
Inoue is going to win that fight,
nice.
which is my position. Like, I don't think Inoue is going to win that fight. It's another thing to say like, oh my God, this fight can't be made. I don't want to see this fight. Are you crazy? Like, I want to see this fight. I would love to see this fight, especially if it happened at a catch weight with Tank coming down a little bit. Now, is he willing to do that? I don't know. But I just want to see Inoue in a big fight. Like, I just want to see him in like the biggest possible fight because I think he's worthy of that platform and that stage. So like, while I don't think he's going to win, hell yeah. Like, let's do it. I'm into it. I want to see it. Which I think is your position as well.
I'm on the tweet right now. I'm seeing it.
Oh, it's ridiculous, right? You're right though. I'm looking
Holy hell.
I'm looking at the YouTube chat. You're right. I do need to stop reading this shit, but like you see it coming in, and you're like, what? Listen, I'll own up to a bad take. This was not one of them. I'm sorry, especially because I said I doubt.
I don't even feel like you had a take.
Oh, I just said I doubt it's gonna happen. But wouldn't it be great? Could we just sit back while I'm picking up my dog's poop on the side of the fucking lawn? Can we just sit back and marvel at this?
But truly, that's not a take. That's just like, I want to see this happen. Like, that's not a take.
I felt like I was living in a fucking fantasy world because I'm reading this and everyone's like, who let this guy in? What in? I'm tweeting about it.
Better chance of Dana sending you a Christmas card. Man's really said 135. Skull emoji, skull emoji, skull.
Dude, it's 13 pounds.
A take would be if you led with like, I think Inoue is going to beat Tank. Like, that's a take, right?
You should have left 140 like off of the tweet. I'm seeing a lot of people going after the 140 part.
Whatever. By the way, Manny Pacquiao fought in a 154-pound fight and weighed in at 146 or something, or 144.6 or 146.4. So, like, just because it's a 140 fight doesn't mean he actually has to weigh at that amount. And the reason I put 35 was because that was Tank's last fight. So I know Tank isn't going to go down for him. So, okay, maybe he comes up. Maybe he fights him at 135 and weighs in at 130. I don't know. Fuck, who gives a shit? Golly. These people, like, okay, you know what? This flows in very nice into our next question. Craig. Hi, Ariel. If I could take you back to the Garcia-Haney fight and specifically your words on camera after the event where you said many people owe Garcia an apology. You described the concerns about his state of mind and calls for the fight to be canceled as, quote, sanctimonious hand-wringing. End quote. My question is, why? Ryan was undeniably displaying concerning behavior, whether genuine or not, touching on some dark issues, and by his own admission, was drinking throughout his camp. This would be cause for concern in any walk of life, let alone high-level boxing. Was it really fair to write off concerns in this manner, especially given what has emerged after the fight in relation to the drug test? All the best, Craig. I said that because leading up to the fight, all I heard was, shame on anyone covering this. Shame on anyone supporting this. Shame on anyone who's not calling for this fight to be canceled. Shame on anyone who is not saying that Ryan isn't fit to fight. Blah blah blah. Ryan shouldn't be fighting. I'm not going to support this. All I heard, and that's the same stuff that I heard about Teofimo Lopez last summer when he fought, and everyone was like, "This shouldn't happen. Oh, I rarely feel uncomfortable. This is making me uncomfortable. I can't support this, blah, blah, blah." And look what happens. He wins. And so I remind you that in fighting, there are crazy people. And some of the greatest fighters of all time are crazy and act crazy. And part of what makes them greats as far as stepping into the squared circle is their craziness. And so this sanctimonious hand-wringing about like, shame on you, shame on you, shame on you. Like, this is fighting. This is prize fighting. You want to watch, saints go out there? Go watch, I don't know, curling. Go watch golf. I don't know what to tell you, but I just found it weird that everyone was writing him off. Everyone was saying he was not fit to fight. Like, how do you know? How do you know that he wasn't fit to fight? Did you speak to him behind the scenes? Did you talk to his doctors? Did you talk to the commission? Or are you just sitting there virtue signaling so that everyone goes like, you know what? You're right. You care about the fighters. Yeah. You care about the fighters. You're saying that this fight shouldn't happen. And you're saying that you wouldn't cover this and you wouldn't say, that you would support it because, maybe you're not there, or you're not a part of the broadcast team, or you're not making, like, I don't know what the reason is for boycotting Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney, two fighters in their prime, which ended up being a great fight, a very high level fight, because of his behavior beforehand. Like, we've seen some dudes act a little wacky before fights in boxing and in MMA. No one's calling it off. They're not all saints. Did I love everything that he said? No. Did I think that some of the stuff that he said was wacky? Absolutely. Would I say those things? Would I act that way? No. But I'm also not a boxer. I also don't possess that DNA. I don't know why I'm going up here, but you get what I'm saying? I'm not wired that way. And so I just felt like there was a lot of people, and I know Rick agrees with me, right, Rick? There was a lot of people saying, call this off, I'm not supporting this, based on what? So that you could get a pat on the back?
Yeah, well, what was again, I think everybody can acknowledge, if we truly believe something is wrong with Ryan Garcia, there should be things in place, right? If there was something truly wrong with Ryan Garcia, we would hope that a commission would step in, we would hope that his team would step in. Enough hurdles were crossed, enough things were passed that at a certain point, it's clear this fight is going to happen, and that's the reality we're living in. Like, the idea of like, he said this thing on Twitter, so I don't think he should fight. Like, okay, like, what qualifies you to make that call is my question. Like, I'm okay with voicing concern. I'm okay with people being like, man, I really hope Ryan Garcia is in a good spot. But like, to want to pull him from a fight because of your amateur analysis of his tweets, like, that's where I start to get a little bit
surprised to see that from the boxing media. I saw a lot of the boxing media say like, oh, he shouldn't fight. He's not fit to fight. Like, have you not heard of Mike Tyson?
I think with GC, yeah, I mean, every fighter. I mean, not every fighter, but a lot of fighters. I think when this first was starting and Ryan's first Twitter storm came out, GC and I were hosting a show and we were talking about it. And I think I said right away, Teofimo Lopez, the day before his fight, people were calling for him to be out of the fight. And then he goes out, wins, looks fine. And it's just yeah, moving on. We do have to slow down on a little bit of the concern, the virtue signaling when it comes to this stuff. Certainly, do I think that Ryan Garcia is in a good spot and the most well-adjusted human I've ever seen? No, definitely not. That's my own analysis of it. But I'm going to trust professionals over myself to make the diagnosis on what needs to be done there. And if he's fit to fight, a commission is clearing him and his team is comfortable putting him to that fight, that he's not going to be a danger to himself, I'm kind of just going to sit back and let them do their thing. That's my position. I'm not out here trying to pull people from their opportunity just based on amateur tweet analysis.
And by the way,
I'm 100% in that camp.
I'll go even further. I don't even believe that he is trolling or that he was trolling. I just think that he is this guy. This
Yeah, he might be manic. He might have
chapter in
some
his
kind of
life
episodes.
is this guy.
Yeah.
Like you don't sit around and troll like that. Like and look, it has continued for the most part. So I think it's cool to say after the fact, like, yeah, I was planning all of this, but the fact of the matter is on that night he won. Now, it has all been called into question, A, because of the missing of weight, but most importantly because of the 2 failed drug tests, April 19th and 20th. They are testing the B samples. The B samples aren't going to say anything different. They never do. Dan Rayfield, who has been on top of the story from the beginning, reported last night that the anabolic steroid nandrolone was not found in his system. There was some question as to would it be found in the April 19th drug test. It has not been found. And that's huge for Ryan, not because it lets him off, but because that's an anabolic steroid and it's hard to come back from that. Ostrin has been found in other supplements. It happened to Daniel Rodriguez, got a slap on the wrist. It happened twice to Sugar Sean O'Malley and others. And so my prediction is he will get a fine, he will get some kind of suspension, and the fight will be overturned into a no contest. How long that suspension is, I don't know. When he comes back, I'd like to see him fight Devin again. I think that would be the biggest fight for both of them. We move along from Ronnie Pickering. Helwani, what are your thoughts on Chantel Cameron splitting with Matchroom? By the way, more boxing questions than MMA questions. What's that say to you? Huh? What's that say? I don't know. Do you think it's the right decision? Also, do you think she should have been given the rematch with Katie? Is Cameron's activity on social media towards Matchroom Katie the reason for the split? I don't know the reason for the split. I know she was unhappy for a while. I do think she deserves a third crack at Katie. I do think Katie taking the Amanda Serrano fight on Netflix at AT&T Stadium makes all the sense in the world. It's just a gigantic fight, and it's a once-in-a-lifetime fight. I would like at some point, maybe even after this fight, for them to fight for a third time. And I don't think her signing with Queensberry now means that can happen because look at all the work that they are doing together. But she seemed unhappy. It's always tough when a promoter is in a position that Eddie was in where he's been with Katie forever and he's clearly, you know, a little bit more favorable to her because of their relationship, because of what she's meant to his career and his promotion. Chantel isn't that person, but I would say that I think Matchroom has been very good to Chantel Cameron and put her in a position to be an undisputed champion. And, you know, we don't know everything that went on behind the scenes, but it seems like maybe there was some hard feelings there. And now she goes to Queensberry. Queensberry hasn't had a ton of women's boxers. Recently, I thought maybe she would consider Boxer because they have more. But this is interesting, and maybe this still leaves the door open for that third fight because if she went to Boxer, it probably wouldn't happen. Welcome back, gang. And we're going to be joined by Mike Perry very soon. This is from Adam. You guys were talking about the roast of Tom Brady on Monday's show. Ariel, if you had a roast of yourself, who would you invite? Rampage Jackson would be an obvious one. Perhaps Action Bronson? Let me know who else. I'm glad the MMA Hour is back. I was very bored for the last 2 weeks. I'm Israel Chai, Adam. Rampage would be an obvious one. I don't know who else I would have. I don't know if Action would really want to make fun of me like that. I feel like. Do you guys think that the Tom Brady thing was too mean-spirited? Is it possible for a roast to be too mean-spirited?
Nah, that's what a roast is. You know what you're getting into.
Not even a little bit.
Like should Giselle not have been touched? Like,
Stop. Come on.
I don't know.
I used to watch these all the time on Comedy Central. They used to have them frequently. This feels like they hit on it. Kevin Hart hit on it with Jeff
Ross.
Jeff Ross. Like he's literally, I only know him from these roasts.
The Roastmaster General, yeah.
Yeah, the Roastmaster General. That's all I know him from.
Well, I read a thing that Giselle was upset.
We'll deal with it. I don't
is
know
it true she cheated on him? Is that why they broke up?
Oh boy,
BJJ coach.
Get into this.
What? The BJ first it was the karate coach, then it was the BJJ coach.
That was my favorite part. They kept switching up the martial arts. So good.
He's a BJJ coach. I've been seeing tweets online, and I don't know who to credit because somebody sent this to my group thread, and I don't know who it was, but saying like Tom Brady's brilliant because he made this roast so that Giselle would get roasted for being a skank. I mean, he
got paid a ton of money
pretty funny
to go on Netflix and have his ex-wife just get flamed the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good, man. I mean, seeing Tom Brady going after Kim Kardashian right in front of her face, so good.
Yeah. Nothing is off limits. Nothing should be off limits. And I would say an Ariel Helwani roast needs some people that are also like adversarial. It's no fun if it's just like. The whole thing was like Belichick and Brady. Kraft is there. Like you have to introduce some elements of like
who would you
real
suggest?
drama
Anyone?
to it. It
like,
can't just be
Dylan Dennis, Patty Pimblett.
Patty Pimblett, Dana White, whoever we can get. We're doing the whole.
I mean, Dana got his first scrap on Sunday. That would be hilarious if he did another one.
Yeah, exactly. Whoever wrote Dana's jokes, come on back for the Ariel Helwani roast.
I didn't get to the Dana part. How do you do?
He did fine. It was like a little 60-second thing, but it kind of got overshadowed because the Kill Tony guy immediately took the mic after that and had like one of the best roasts of the entire thing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He just went down the line.
I watched all 3 hours.
Just fried everyone.
Fuck, I need to finish watching that. I'm only
Definitely
like
don't watch
40
with the kids and just like throw any chance of getting offended out the window. Just like
It's amazing. No, I thoroughly enjoyed it. And part of the reason why I didn't want to watch it was because I don't love Tom Brady, if only because he just beat my team all the time.
Oh,
but
they make Bills 3 hours of people dumping on him.
But then I realized that actually this is perfect for someone like me because it's just 3 hours of shitting on the guy.
Forget Giselle jokes. They're making Aaron Hernandez jokes. Like this thing was way off the rails.
By the way, why would he agree to this?
Money. He definitely got paid. He definitely got paid a bunch by Netflix, and like it just puts you back in the spotlight, man.
I know, but why would anyone agree to sit up there and just get like I give him a ton of credit. I'm just curious.
Because you got to go into it just with an open mind and just be willing to laugh at yourself because it was hilarious, dude. Like it was.
Does it make you like Brady more?
Man, I like Brady more, but I think the biggest thing I took away is like he's really had some work done, man. He looks like an action figure. Like he's
really?
had like a lot of.
Wow, this is part of the roast right here.
It was on the roast. There was a few people.
Damn.
And all the women say it looks great. So, like, what am I gonna say?
Yeah,
I'm a fucking 30-year-old bald dude. He's got a full crop of hair up there.
All right. Well, great questions. There's more that I wanted to get to, so we'll do so later on in the program. But great start so far. For now, though. You know, I was talking about this at the beginning of the day when I got here before we got on air, and I feel like there is a very strong case to be made here, and I'm wondering how our first guest of the day feels about it. You know, he fought for the King of Violence title in BKFC and won that belt when he beat Eddie Alvarez. But I feel, considering his success in bare knuckle fighting, I feel like there's a very strong case to be made that Platinum Mike Perry is the baddest man on the planet because there are so few fighters that want to do what he is doing. He continues to do it, and he's undefeated in it, and he's beating everyone. And now he's faced with the dilemma potentially of like running out of people who are willing to step in there with him because he is so good at bare knuckle fighting. It's a crazy thing. It's a beautiful thing. He just beat Thiago Alves 10 or so days ago to continue that streak. He's kind enough to join us right now. There he is. Platinum Mike. What do you think of this? I legit think that you could call yourself the baddest man on the planet for the success that you had. Like legit. I'm not talking belts. I'm not talking BMF. Like the definition, the Mike Tyson baddest man on the planet. I feel like you are that in combat sports right now. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Blessed man forever. I'm super grateful for all of it, all the support. Man, I was just thinking before coming on, I'm in a really good place and it feels really good to be here. And there's lots of days of hard work and, I can relax a little bit. I mean, not too much. I mean, working out, I'm already back in the gym. I'm already training because it was such a quick fight. There are things on the horizon. David Feldman just texted me before I came on the show. He says, hi, by the way. He was like, something huge is coming.
Oh.
Congrats to me, he said. And, we're going to make it all happen. I don't know what that thing is. He just said something huge. And I know there's other things, too, that are pretty big. So good to see you, Ariel. Thanks for having me on today.
It's good to see you as well. Is it ever... Mike, is it ever like overwhelming that how all the stars are aligning for you, not only in your professional life, but in your personal life? And what I mean by that is like, it feels like you're doing so well in fighting, and because you're so happy and everything's so good in your personal life, it's translating into great performances. There was a time not that long ago where we thought maybe you would be like a what if. You were off the rails, there were videos coming out, and now it's just like the only stuff we're seeing of you is you kicking ass, being successful, calling people out, and just like owning the day, seizing the moment. Is this ever overwhelming for you to handle and take in? Oh, there it is. Wow. I didn't even notice that.
earn the day. Yeah, earn the day. Shout out to my brother Mike Milmerstadt. Rest in peace, bro. Shout out to his family. Yeah, man. There are lots of hardships in life, and things I have been through, things that I got through, and things that we still carry with us. And something like my boy Mike Milmerstadt, he keeps me striving for victory, because I can't give up on everything we're building. And I finished that fight so fast that there's lots of opportunities awaiting me right away. And we're trying to get those things locked in and see what's going to happen here in the next month or two. I should be back in the ring giving the fans an entertaining performance here shortly. And, it might not be under my favorite rule set. It might be under someone else's favorite rule set, because they definitely don't want to come over here and do what I'm doing. And, some people seem to forget that I know how to fight. So, I can fight in any way, or I can win in any fashion, because the mindset that I'm training with, I'm bringing with my team with me, and we're all focused on the same path, and everything can be worked for if you put the plan and the process together, and you focus on that, and you focus on the winning. So I continue to earn the days, and gotta give back to my family too. I gotta give them some time and some moments. Otherwise, what's the point of working hard for all of this if I don't spend it with them and build with them?
So what are we hinting at here? You're going to fight in the next couple months? Is that what you're thinking? And it's not going to be in bare knuckle? Will it be boxing, MMA? What are we talking about?
Well, it's possible, anything's possible.
Yes.
And it was weird getting that text from Feldman right before the show or whatever. He said he didn't know I was coming on. And, he texted me that right before. I'm like, now, I don't know what's going to happen, because there's going to be so many options. I have options, and,
What do you think it is?
Man, I don't know what Feldman's talking about, but I know that I'm trying to, I think I'm trying to. Damn, I don't want to.
Come on, Mike. What are you talking about? What is this?
Man.
What are we?
Maybe you've seen a little bit. Me and Dylan Dan has been talking a little shit.
Okay, so let's talk about this, because he hit me up. It was interesting. Just to break the fourth wall, he hit me up a bunch when he saw that you were on. Oh yeah, the fight, this and that. And I said to him, and I don't think you'll mind. I said, come on and let's have a chat, you, me, and Mike. But then he stopped writing. He stopped writing.
Come on, really, come on.
He stopped writing. So what is this? Is this real? Is this him trolling, or is this a real thing?
I don't know. It's been fairly innocent as far as I'm concerned. He's posted a couple of things. I've posted a couple of jokes. The shit he's posting is old, and I've gone far above that and beyond. And I've made, I've done some things in life, and media slanders things as well. They change things and make it even more, media, all the attention that Ryan Garcia got for failing a drug test. Now they're trying to get the same attention towards he didn't fail it. Why would they put that slander on people? But they didn't change the outcome of the fight. They didn't take his money away from him. So, and the fans don't really care. It's the fighters versus fighters. If someone's cheating, if someone's not, what is cheating? What does the drug do? A PED, a steroid? I don't know. I don't put a needle in my butt or anything like that. So I couldn't tell you stuff like that. But as far as Dylan, we've been cracking some jokes. We don't really have an issue with each other, but, I think he makes it fun when you fight him, if you fight him. if he's gonna fight me. You know, I've been told by many that he may play like he will, but then he won't. So, you know, but he's not coming at me in a disgusting type of way. He's being real about some things that the media already put out there, and this is maybe 4 years old or so. And, you know, I got to live with that. That's fine. And, you know, I think I could try to make some jokes off of him. All you got to do is Google someone's name, and then you got a bunch of funny memes right there.
But would this be a MMA fight or a boxing match?
You know, full disclosure.
Yes.
He thinks, you know, I would love to beat him in his own game.
Grappling.
Well, not just grappling.
Okay, MMA. What is his own game? What is his own game? I don't know.
Punches, strikes.
Is that his own game?
Okay, not just jiu-jitsu. No, it's got to be more entertaining than just a jiu-jitsu match.
Yeah. He's 100% watching this, by the way. Hello, Dylan. I didn't mean that, you know, please, I don't need 400 DMs after this. We're in a good
MMA
place.
is a possibility.
Okay.
It just depends on they can make the connection. You know, we've heard and seen a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm not going over there and fighting Mike in bare knuckle." So, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say I wouldn't fight someone another way.
Is there any chance that you believe that he would fight you in bare knuckle?
No, not a chance he'll fight me in bare knuckle. He thinks that's not a real fight.
Yeah, no, it's 1,000% a real fight. I'm curious, as far as bare knuckle is concerned, is there? My worry is that you're going to run out of people. Is there anyone?
There's always someone, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's always someone. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, you know, how, you know, I got the King of Violence belt, and then there are titles. I like the way I perform at 185 in boxing. I have a lot of power, and I put a lot of pressure on people. I can take a hit well, and you know, that title. You know, I don't know what they want to do. I don't know what they're going to come at me with. I'd be fine to do just fun fan fights, entertainment, because it's about the money. It's not, to me, it's about the money. Like, I'm investing, I'm building something for my family and my future. I could give I don't care about anything but as long as I make money for my family, and I don't want to be challenged. I want I want to make it easy every time, easy paychecks. I just keep on winning, stack them up, and people can talk all they want while I'm driving in my nice cars and going to my nice house, and I got my nice bank account.
Yeah, no, 100%. 60-second fight. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Now, the one that I want the most, and like I don't even understand why it hasn't happened. Maybe you can. Why can't the Darren Till fight happen? What are we waiting for? He's not tied up with anyone. I saw him talk about you recently. We have the quote here. He spoke about you after your fight. Why can't it happen? There it is, right over there.
Why is it
fucking bum? I'm going to destroy this man when we finally meet. All that stuff.
Time to fight. I mean, I don't know if the fight's been sent to him. I don't know the details on his end. I heard he said no to X amount of dollars. If that's not enough, you know, I don't know if someone's going to come out and have that offer for him. There's got to be an offer somewhere. You know, he's training, he's boxing. I know he doesn't want to do bare knuckle because obviously, yes, I have experience here. Anybody at this point calling me and wants to come and see if they can fight me in bare knuckle, I feel like they need to get one or two in, or at least one, and win significantly easy and prove that they have have what it takes to face me in there. Or, you know, like I said, an experienced bare knuckle champion to me would be a champion at 185, which that title is up. is up for grabs here soon. There's a challenge for that title soon. There's a fight happening against the current and the challenger. Want to see what they're talking about, what they want, but to mix the titles with mine and or not, just take more. I'll take another. Let Tom Brady. Tom Brady can come in. I'll fight Tom Brady, bare knuckle boxing. He can lay down real quick. Man, that roast was good, man, because he just sat there. I wish I had a smile like Tom Brady, man. He just sat there smiling.
Yes, it was
the whole
incredible.
time.
Can I make a suggestion? I don't think this is, me just telling you from the heart. I don't think anyone cares about the 185 bare knuckle fight. I think they just care about you. I think they care about you having fun fights, and I would suggest not having these opponents fight someone before they get to you. I think the appeal of them coming in fresh and then saying, "All right, I'm good after one," and leaving is the perfect thing for you. You don't want them to be exposed to this before they get to you. You want them thinking, "Yeah, okay, I could figure this out. I could beat this guy."
Yeah.
And then you're the guy who's like, "All right, you're the man. You're the introduction."
Yeah.
Don't let them get
Let's
introduced by
go.
someone else.
Bring in a WWE guy.
Yeah.
Celeb,
Is
whoever.
anyone calling you out? Is anyone legit calling you out in bare knuckle? I have not seen anyone say, like, I'll legit do this. Not Twitter, Instagram stuff, like legit. Do you see anyone calling you out?
Not for bare knuckle, in my opinion. Only a couple of the guys in bare knuckle.
Yeah. No, but the guys from the
And,
outside who say, like, I want some of this.
And and some nobodies, they write me, "Oh, we got to spar. I want to fight with you someday," or they look up to me. That's how fighters are. I obviously would want to spar with someone. I'm looking to go get some work with David Benavidez next week. I think,
sick.
Considering my stature and Canelo's stature, obviously I fight quite differently, but I think very similar in a lot of ways. I think that will be fun work and good practice for both sides.
Dare I say you're like the Canelo of bare knuckle fighting?
Sure, I'll take. I'm more. I'm kind of like Mayweather too.
Oh,
though.
that's true. You don't get hit often. That's true. By the way, you tweeted about the Jake Paul sparring footage. Speaking of sparring, what would be on this footage?
6 rounds of training, sparring, fighting, and me putting pressure, taking a couple of hits, taking some really good hits from Jake. Jake cracked from the outside, and you know what you would see. You would watch him punch me as hard as he could, and then I smile and then keep coming forward, and he cracks inside a little bit, like, damn, what do I gotta do? And this guy's smaller than me, and he's an MMA fighter. At the time, that was a week before I fought Daniel Rodriguez. I was cutting weight. I was already 180 pounds, 179. Did jiu-jitsu that morning and shit, and apparently Jake ran 5 miles that morning, and then he sparred me. But we both was working, and it would be nice because he's released footage before, and it's like, I guess he's 240 now, huh? Or 230, or he's on his way to that big. Well, I mean, I could maybe be 205 at the max, unless I worked on it for like a year.
Is there any chance they put you on that card, on the Netflix card, against someone else?
So there was some things on the table with that, and the pay wasn't incredible, especially considering the opponent, a very experienced boxer, and obviously I was like, oh, I'm interested to be on the Mike Tyson Netflix card to get that exposure against this certified, professional boxer. But the money, and then there was another option that would be, and I can only pick one of them.
Oh.
And it was like, there was another option to have more money, and it possibly opens more doors, and there was some incentives involved that I was like, you know, this would be more interesting.
Who's the boxer?
Julio Cesar Chavez Jr.
Oh, wow. Damn. That's something.
That would have been cool, but
not happening. I thought you were going to say Caleb Plant.
That would be cool too, but definitely not for the money that they were talking. Like, that money was way down and need to come way up.
Okay.
If it's a Caleb Plant is
Yeah.
Come on, man, millions and millions those guys get.
Yeah.
And he's an incredible boxer. I would love to face Caleb Plant in a boxing match, but the numbers are way low.
How do you feel about the Masvidal Diaz boxing match? Meaning, like, do you feel like there's an interest in it?
I like it now. It's grown on me more. I still have the same idea about it, as I think Masvidal is going to outbox Nate, but Nate has these abilities that will work out well for him. He is very durable. He's a pepper. Like, he just keeps pumping out some shots, and try to keep that long range in your face. And Masvidal is explosive, and depending on gas tank, how that works out for them. And Nate already had a boxing match against Jake. It went 10 rounds even after getting rocked. He was able to continue. But the way that Nate fights, he's obviously, it makes him more durable. The way that he would, if he is getting beat up on a little bit, he would choose to survive over, like, just continue to come forward and walk himself into shots or anything like that. He would choose to start moving. He would take his time. He's very patient in the ring. He doesn't mind being patient and waiting to set things up. And so, I think it's a fun boxing match, because I guess they'll bring in the numbers and they'll make that money, and they earned that over years in their career fighting. And, they're putting the gloves on, and, all these celebrity, all these YouTubes, all these MMA fighters, they get to put the gloves on. My opportunity is going to come, and I'll be ready for it.
Can I ask you about your gear a couple of weekends ago? We're seeing the boots right over there, the shorts. This is beautiful stuff. Who made this? What was the inspiration behind it?
Styles Make Fights, SMF, a little bit of inspiration, a little bit of, just platinum pimping, cotton candy,
bubblegum,
pink and blue. I thought I looked very flashy, and to look flashy, GSP, feel great, look great, do great, all that, whatever. And I'm happy with Styles Make Fights. Has been making clothes for me for my boxing all this time. I said I wanted pink and blue. I wanted some fur. And when you're flashy in boxing, did you see when they was calling my name, the way that I moved my head and I shuffled my feet and I was shadow boxing, man, I'm so ready. And then you look over at my opponent and he's like, he's doing this, and I'm over here, woo, woo. That's boxing, man. We stunting out here.
Did you expect a quick finish? Was that what you were predicting? Is that what you were feeling going into it?
No, because, shout out to you, your belief in me. I texted you earlier that week, because just when you're getting close to a fight, I know I put in tons of hard work. I'm thinking my opponent, who have we seen to do that to Thiago Alves? That hasn't happened to him. He's only always given a great fight and, been tough. And, when I go into a fight, I'm like prepared for that battle. Like, I want, he caught me with a good shot. I didn't even feel it. I was just ready to battle. And I hit him with a precise shot at a good time, and it wobbled him pretty good, and yeah, I was ready for a battle. I wasn't expecting it to just be over like that. And now that it was, because I was sitting there thinking, we did all this work, and we're gonna go on a little vacay, and now it's like, oh, you did good, so you need to go again. And I'm like, shit, why not? Why get out of shape?
Yeah.
Why not just continue on?
So do you think by, let's say, July 4th, will we see you fight again?
Yes.
Wow. In what discipline? What's your prediction?
MMA.
Wow. Which promotion would that be for?
One of your faves.
One of my faves.
Mm-hmm.
UFC?
That's your fave.
Okay. I don't know. PFL? Bellator? One? None.
Those ain't your faves.
Okay. I don't know.
Those ain't your.
You don't want to tell us. You can't tell us.
No, I kind of can't tell you, but
right. I don't want to put you in a tough spot.
If it happens, who knows? I mean, David Feldman is the one guy who, when he's like, oh, big stuff happening, I'm like, oh my gosh, because I'm locked in with them, and they want to use me to the best of their abilities, and it's beneficial to me. And that's the thing why, why I'm not fighting a Caleb Plant or a Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., because they're not coming to the table with a real offer.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a time when I was in London, and we tried to make a fight, and that was all cap. And then some heavyweight boxer does an interview with me, and he's like, they said you've outpriced yourself. Hello, in 2 weeks, I'm set to make $1 million fighting Eddie Alvarez.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I just beat up someone for all this money, and they're telling me that with a quick turnaround, I'm, what my contract is sitting at right now, these other people need to match or beat that in order to get me over there, because I could just continue to fight for bare knuckle.
By the way, this is something I've wondered, and then I'll let you go. Thank you, as always, for the time. If bare knuckle wasn't a thing in 2024 and Mike Perry wasn't in the UFC, it just didn't work out, what would you be doing now? This is such a perfect fit. It's like the greatest fit. Fighter, personality, and organization. But if bare knuckle wasn't a thing, 5 years ago, 6 years ago wasn't a thing, what do you think you would be doing now? How would you be thriving and surviving?
I would probably be doing MMA or boxing, but if combat sports wasn't a thing, I had to be a human being, I'd be doing construction, man, or fucking, just struggling, trying to find a way to make my family happy. And I'd be selling clothes, I'd be modeling, I'd be doing vines or videos or making content, or and I do all these things. I just try to touch at it and dabble at it. I don't really commit to it I don't commit to anything the way that I commit to my life and my wife and my fighting. That's like, those are my things right there. And then everything else is like, I try to do good by not trying too hard. So, I'm a hard worker. Like, I've always been like a laborer. I'm a slave to the game, bro. Like my pre-fight speech and my post-fight speech, I was hyped.
You were hyped. It was great. And it's great to see the success. Another notch on the belt. Now I'm very intrigued about what you're teasing here. So we'll be on the lookout. Maybe I'll text David Feldman after this and see if he can spill the beans for us.
Hey, don't miss the next fit, bro.
Oh, yeah? Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Styles Makes Fights a great name.
Thank you, Ariel Helwani.
You're the
Thank
man.
you so much for your time, brother. Y'all have a blessed day. Really thankful to all my fans and all the support. Shout out to my sponsors, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Much love, Mike. Congrats. There he is, Mike Perry, Platinum 1. Curious about what he's talking about there. There was one that came to mind at the very end, but I don't want to put him on the spot. But there's one at the very end that came to mind right at the end there when he was talking. But let's see.
KSW? Polish Mike Perry?
No. Okay, so now that he's not here, I'll bring up the
I
one
want to hear what it is.
Okay, so he said one of your faves. Then he mentioned being in Manchester. Right? So I feel like his train of thought, that's when I was like, oh, is it Misfits problem? Like, because are they going to let,
Oh, and they're going to do a MMA fight.
there had been rumors of that. And then you think of Dylan. Who does Dylan have a relationship with?
Right.
So then I started,
this.
but I didn't want to put him on the spot there. But because he mentioned the Manchester thing after that, and then he said one of my faves, and he saw us there, so he probably associates me with them. Dylan, that would be something. You think Dylan does that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it.
The shit talking would be great, but I don't know if I believe it as well. It would be something. Shout out to Mike Perry. We've said this before. I don't know if there's ever been a fighter who has been so perfect for an organization. He and BKFC have just been like peanut butter and jelly. Very excited to talk to our next guest. He had a massive showing this past weekend at UFC 301 back in Rio de Janeiro against Vitor Petrino. And I was actually thinking about this as I was preparing. I do believe that was his first fight back in Brazil since a really important crossroads in his life and in his career. This time around, he was able to right the wrong. Big win for him. Nice submission win against Vitor Petrino. We're talking to one of our faves now, Mr. Lionheart himself, Anthony Smith. There he is. Hello, Anthony. How are you? Not in the usual spot now. We're in a different spot.
No, I got a new house, so my office isn't done being finished and got all that going on. We're doing new floors and got people running in. Yeah, so I got a new house. I moved in Monday and then flew to Brazil on Tuesday.
Holy smoke. So I feel like that other house was relatively new as well.
Like 2 years.
Damn, look at you moving on up.
Moving on up, dog.
Because like throughout the interviews, we saw that little cave room that we saw it getting like painted and getting more and more.
Yeah.
And now you're out. Now you're done with it.
Yeah, I'm a gated community gangster now.
Look at you. Wow.
We out here.
Would you ever have thought?
Never. Actually, when I was doing working construction, I was a concrete finisher. I'd actually done a little concrete in this neighborhood before.
Wow.
And I remember like working on driveways, just sweat and dying in the heat, thinking like, man, I wonder what these people do for a living.
Now you're one of them.
Here.
That is amazing.
We out here, bitches.
That's amazing. And are we still in Omaha?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
we're still.
I'm not that far from my old house. Maybe 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay. And just curious. At one point, did you used to live in a trailer? Am I right about this?
No, I partied in lots of trailers. Though.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
I've
like,
never lived in one.
But this is a big. I mean, from where you grew up.
No, a trailer would have been an upgrade from where I used to live.
Oh, even worse. It was worse than that.
No, I'm all right.
Okay. It's amazing to see the progression.
It's an upgrade. Yeah. It's a life upgrade. It's my dream house.
Was it stressful to go through all of this right before a big fight?
No, not too bad. Probably for my wife.
Yeah.
I mean, she packed the whole thing while I was in training camp.
Oh,
and
damn.
then we hired movers, and so they moved pretty much everything, and then she unpacked most of it while I was gone.
Oh my God! So you got the best part of the deal. You just get to show up into the new house.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take that trade off, I still had to buy it.
That's true. All right. Am I right about this? Was that your first? That was your first time in Brazil since the Thiago Santos fight, right? Not as a
fight,
not as a commentator.
Yeah, first fight.
Did you think of that sort of thing? Like, did that cross your mind? Because that's still your pinned tweet, right? That's like the crossroads of your career. Did you think about that? Like the route that you have taken since then, how far you have come since then, but this also may be being a chance to right the wrong of Brazil in your life.
Yeah, well, I don't have Twitter anymore, but it was until I got rid of it. Yeah, I got a lot of history in Brazil. My UFC debut was there. My last fight at 185 was there. And historically, I hear what people say. Anthony doesn't win in Brazil. He has a tough time with Brazilians. All of those things have been true up to this point. So it was nice to, I don't know, just put that to bed a little bit, I think.
Why don't you have Twitter anymore?
Oh, it's just a toxic place.
Yeah. I took a 10-day break.
I'm not a big social media person anyways. It's not really my thing.
Yeah.
And it's just a dumpster fire. And I use social media for work. Well, I don't really get anything out of it from Twitter. I seen more murders on Twitter than I seen like fight related stuff. And I'm not exaggerating, just full on people being murdered on Twitter.
Jeez.
And you can't look away. So I had to get off of it.
I was worried for you on the fight week pre-fight thing where you said the fans are dumb and all that stuff. I was like, no, people are gonna just listen to this part and come after you. I
don't see it because I'm not on Twitter anymore, so I don't know what they say.
Okay. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, I don't read comments. I don't care.
And so okay, so you were going into
what was I wrong?
About which part? That they just read the headlines?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I feel like that's just I don't think it's like an MMA fan only thing. I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah. And there was actually one thing that you said that I thought was really interesting. Of the majority of the analysts, you're one of the very few that is still active, if not the only. It's maybe just you and Cruz, right? And you're way more active than he is. So I can understand why fans sometimes think that when you're being critical of Alex Pereira, you're doing it from a hater standpoint. You're trying to pick a fight when you're just
I'm. They can't separate. If I could ask anything of anybody, separate what I'm saying from me being an athlete and me being an analyst and criticizing someone's game, because that's what I'm being paid. That's what I'm being paid to do. And I'm not saying that they aren't great here or they do this a little bit different or this needs some work, because that's what I'm saying I would take advantage of. I'm just looking at it from an unbiased point of view. When I'm talking about Alex Pereira, I can't say it enough times. I don't know how much more they want me to ride his dick. I think he's amazing. I think what he's doing at this level for this amount of time and this early in his career or this short of a time period is amazing. But I wouldn't be ESPN doesn't pay me to not be honest. I have to be honest about where his skill set is, and it's a bit limited. And I don't know why that is so crazy to say. I don't know why that's crazy to me.
It's just because he's beloved right now, and so any criticism people are saying.
Well, I'm using it as a way to build him up and saying look what he's able to do with what he has. That's it's amazing. Now, if we're talking about him as a potential opponent, my conversation would be very different. It would be a much different conversation. But I'm just talking about his, and it's not just him; it's everybody. Just talk about their game and what I see.
So I know you don't have social media, but did you see the video of him sleeping while you were being introduced? Did anyone show you this?
No. Oh, I did. Yeah, someone showed me the video. I didn't.
What do you make of that?
Anything? That's weird. It's weird.
I feel like he's trying to pick a fight with you.
That's what's weird.
Why is that weird?
I don't come for him. I've never come for him like that. Of course you have the title belt in my division. So of course when people say, what's your goal? I want to fight the champion. I want to fight Alex Pereira. But he goes out of his way to pick at me which is fine. It doesn't bother me. I think it's awesome. Actually, it's kind of a lot of fun because he has a sense of humor. I've always said that he's not this guy that's just a serial killer mindset. He's got a sense of humor. He's funny. He has a really good pulse on social media and he does a good job of molding and weaving in and out of media stuff. He's very, very intelligent. And so I enjoy that part of it. It's just weird to me.
Okay. So 50K, 5 minutes of grappling. You start on Pereira's back with hooks in. So how do we make this happen?
Yes.
How do we make it? Is this
I don't know. That's up to him.
No, but I feel
that's another, okay, here's another thing I catch a lot of shit about. Everywhere, well, of course Anthony wants to grapple Alex Pereira. Of course he only wants to do one part of mixed martial arts. It wasn't my fucking idea. It wasn't my fucking idea. Every single time grappling, I'm going to say it again. Every single time grappling has been brought up with Alex Pereira, he fucking brought it up. I've never challenged him to anything, not even a fight, because I haven't been in a position where I could confidently call him out. Like the answer to whatever the fuck he wants to do is yes. If he wants to fight, box, kickbox, wrestle, fucking thumb wrestle, checkers, chess, Halo on Xbox, I don't give a fuck. Whatever he wants to do, the answer is yes. But I'm not the one who keeps challenging him. If he wants to grapple, yes, I will absolutely do that. I would choose that over everything that I just said. Like that would be the most fun for me for sure. But I'm not the one who keeps bringing it up. So it's all these fucking idiots that keep saying, well, of course he only wants to grapple. I'm not, it wasn't my fucking idea. I just agreed to it. Yep. 50K on your back, hooks in, seatbelt grip, go 5 minutes. Fuck yeah, I'm in. Let's go.
After the win on Saturday, though, do you feel confident in saying, let's actually fight for the belt?
No, it's just one at a time. It's one at a time. Whatever's next is next. And
but there's no like clear-cut number one guy.
I mean, if that's next, then that would be next. I mean, I'm totally fine with that too. But I'm just not. I'm not going to blind myself with it. Like, and oddly enough, that mindset came from Glover Teixeira. He's the one who gave me that idea when we grappled in the Fight Pass Invitational. Me, him, his wife, and my wife sat, had a couple drinks, and really, really enjoyed each other. And Glover gave me a lot of life advice, a lot of career advice, and that's what he did. He just threw himself 100% into every single fight and just took one at a time. And he just put enough one at a times together, and he found himself in a title fight.
Wow.
And at the time, some of the advice he gave me, I took right away. Like some of the training adjustments and just adjusting to your age and how you approach things and some career stuff, a little bit of financial advice. Like, he's a really, really smart guy. And so I took a lot of that right away. But even when he said the whole, just take it one at a time, throw yourself in every fight, I kind of went, yeah. Like, kind of checked that. But that wasn't like a focal point of what I took from that conversation. But then as things roll on, you start to see that thing in the back of your, or like remember that thing in the back of your head. And so I just like, well, fuck it, let's try it. And I like it. I liked it. There was no pressure. There's no stress. I'm not even worried about wins and losses. It's just performance based. I want to go in there and have the best performance I possibly can, one fight at a time.
By the way, was this before or after you fought him?
Oh, this was after. This was not that long ago.
Ah, I love that.
That him and I grappled in that Fight Pass Invitational.
Yeah. How are you feeling going into this fight, considering the Khalil fight and, it didn't go your way and short notice, all that stuff? Here you have a proper fight, big stage, up there on the card. How was the confidence going into this one? How are you feeling?
It was different than I'd ever felt before. For
really?
Sure. I just, there's really no pressure. I felt really good. I had a really, really good training camp. I was 100% uninjured. Can't really remember the last time I had like a full camp and had no bumps and bruises. Like, that's really rare. So I felt really good physically. I was in really good shape. My conditioning was really, really on point. I got a bunch of different looks too. I bounced around a little bit, not intentionally trying to train somewhere else, but because of some of the travel obligations I had. I was able to go train with like Waldo Costa Cortez, with Javier Torres in Arizona. Like, I got to bounce around over there for a little bit. I spent some time with Nixick in Vegas. So I got a bunch of some fresh eyes, and just like little tidbits from guys that I really respect. And kind of sometimes it's a little bit refreshing when you get like really hard pushes in the middle of camp, but you're not in like your normal spot. It's like kind of refreshing. It just breaks up the monotony a little bit. So that felt really good. I wasn't as hated in Brazil as I expected to be. Of course I got booed and they were chanting and whatever, but I had a lot of love before. Took a lot of pictures, a lot of people, kind of like, we don't really want you to win, but we're big fans. Like, I appreciate that. I appreciate them like sticking with their guy, but like also like respecting me enough to want to high five or fist bump and, like, fan of your career or whatever. Like, I got a lot of love while I was there. I just felt really good. It's super focused too. Like, there was a lot of pre-fight stuff that was different. I think I made a lot of people nervous on my team. Like, it's kind of things that I always do that, like, as we're getting like the night of the fight, like, there's a couple tells that like I've kind of flipped the switch and we're on, and I didn't really do any of them. I was just kind of hyper focused and just felt how I felt.
Any particular reason why this was different in your mind?
I don't know. I'm trying not to overthink it too much.
Okay.
And just I used to try to manufacture things and like you have success in a certain way. And so you want to try to recreate that. So whether it's I played this playlist and then this long before the fight, I got started getting my hands taped and then I started warming up and then like, so you try to recreate success. And I don't know if it was just me taking all the pressure off of myself and just going and having fun. And I was like, I guess I'll get my hands taped now. And like, I'll probably go change. Like nothing was really timed. It was just kind of just how I felt. And typically like I got to warm up for this amount of time, like, but it was kind of hot in the arena. And so I got warmed up really fast. So I didn't really have to do as much as I typically did. And I think before I would have been stressed about that. Like I have to get to that amount of time of warm up. Like, I kind of feel good. Let's go. Like I just was very free. It's very free.
Is that maybe just a byproduct of being older, mature, evolving as a human? Like you're just comfortable?
Yeah. I think that's some of it. Some of it's the matchup too. Right. I was really comfortable with the matchup. There wasn't a lot of thinking, like additional thinking involved in the matchup. There wasn't like anything that really kept me up at night with Vitor Petrino. So like I just felt really good kind of wherever it happened. I think when you go in there with, I don't know, even a guy like Khalil, like you kind of know where to go and where not to go. And like the spot that you don't want to be is one of the tougher ones to deal with. So I think that stress it has a lot to deal with it. You know, there wasn't that one thing with him that I was really worried about. So I was just very free in there.
Considering that, were you thinking quick finish? Were you feeling that? Were you expecting that?
No, I thought it would be longer. I did. I thought it would be longer. I thought I would, especially like Brazilians in Brazil, they just suck up so much energy from the crowd because there's so much passion in that arena. So they're all hyper aggressive really early. So that was kind of why I was a little bit, I don't want to say hesitant to engage, but I was definitely a little bit standoffish. So I didn't want to get into a firefight because I knew he was just super hype. And you could see him like twitching, like he just wanted to go so bad. So I wanted to let that kind of die off a little bit and kind of bring him back down to earth. And, you know, we just found myself in a finish, but I thought we would have to hang on his head a little bit, clinch, push him up against the fence, get him throwing and missing and take the edge off of him just a little bit. I didn't expect it would be that fast.
Did you ask Bruce what happened there with the announcement? Did you say he wasn't messing with you? Right? That was just a brain fart, right?
You know, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often. Yeah. Really. Being on the TV side, if it was going to happen to someone, I'm glad it was me because I understand like how much is going on in Bruce's ear. And
that's true.
People are talking to him. People are in person talking to him. He's got a microphone. He's got all these papers in his hand. People are in his ear. He's listening to traffic in the truck, trying to pay attention to his producer or his manager, like his stage manager. He juggles a lot, and I don't think people realize that. So me being on the TV side, I get it. I totally understand how like that can, he sees the finish, knows it's a guillotine. Someone comes up and, you know, if they're, you know, I think his stage manager, I think he said he didn't understand him when he said it. So he thought he said Vitor Petrino, but whatever. I was good with it. I kind of felt bad for Bruce, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Did he say anything to you?
Professional. He did. Yeah. I went up to his hotel room afterwards.
Oh, wow.
Hung out a little bit. Yeah.
And I'm assuming he was very apologetic and
Yeah, of course.
Because he felt like he robbed you of the money. But like it is amazing considering how much he does, how how little he screws up. All of them. Joe Martinez as well. And
yeah.
You know what I mean? There's
as many calls as they make.
Yeah.
It's crazy that they don't have more slip ups there. So it's a rare one for Bruce.
Are you hoping to fight stateside next? Do you like these international assignments? How do you feel?
I kind of like the international ones.
Really? Why?
I kind of like them. It's a lot less pressure, a lot less bullshit to deal with.
Really? In what way?
Yeah, remember I told you I love fighting.
Yeah.
And I love training. I'm liking the stuff around the game a lot less. A lot less.
What do you mean by that?
I like being involved in like the fight week stuff when I'm on the broadcasting side.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Like the promotional part of it and being on the desk and, you know, hyping the fight and talking about the fight. I love that part of it. When I'm on the other side of it, I don't like it as much as I used to. I kind of want to kick it back to the regional scene. Like, fly me in Thursday night, I'll weigh in Friday morning, and let's go fight on Saturday. Like, I don't, and I know a lot of fighters, like, that's their favorite time. And that's how I used to be when I was younger. I got 57 fights. That's over a year. of my life just in fight week.
Right.
I'm just over it, you know? And I know it's part of it and I got to do my job and I do it when I get there. But yeah, I don't know. I like it less. So it's a lot more stateside, especially if you're fighting like if it was up to me, I'd just keep fighting the hometown guy in his hometown because usually all the promo and the large media schedules and all that stuff is on them.
Do you think you'll ever regret this feeling? Meaning, do you think when you're 60 and be like, man, I should have enjoyed those final I mean, let's be honest, there's not 20 left probably, right? I would imagine.
No.
Are there
definitely not.
Are there 10 left? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
So like, but do you think like the fact that it's kind of like a drag now, do you think at some point you'll miss it? You'll regret it?
The fight week part of it?
Yeah, just like everything that goes into
Like,
being
not, like,
on the card, you know,
yeah.
like being one of the guys.
No, because I've never, because even like normally I just spend them all the time in my hotel room anyways. Like I'm kind of a loner, Ariel. I spend a lot of time by myself. So most of fight week, if you don't see me doing in media day or doing an interview here, or doing an interview there, like you can guarantee that I'm in my hotel room by myself. And then at nighttime I'm training, and then eventually we get to the weight cut. And then after the weight cut, I'm in my hotel room all day by myself, hydrating and eating, and I go out to a dinner, and then I'm back in my hotel room by myself. Like all of training camp, if I'm not in practice or on the BYM or doing my radio show or whatever, like if you don't see me, I'm by myself.
Right.
So if I'm going to be by myself, I'd rather do it at home.
Did you not get at least like a little acai on the beach or something like that? None of that?
I had some Steve Weisers on the beach Sunday.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
No acai?
That was just Sunday day.
Do you know what acai is?
No.
You like acai?
Yeah, I know it. No, I think.
Really?
No, I'm more of like if I'm in Brazil, I'm going for all the steaks.
Did you go to a steakhouse?
I did a weigh-in dinner, and then on the beach, there's this really good little shack that they have this like big platter, and they have like 7 steaks on it, and rice, and there's real good Brazilian eggs that they cook and fries. It was a good time.
Did you go to one of those where like you flip the green thing and then the red thing, and then they keep coming with the thing?
Yeah.
Those are crazy, man. The amount of
turns out they don't call them Brazilian steakhouses in Brazil.
What do they call them? Just steakhouses?
It's just steakhouse.
It's like Canadian bacon.
Wild.
We just call it bacon.
Yeah, it's just bacon.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, you mentioned Roundtree, and obviously I know your relationship with Jamal. I love that fight. I'm just curious
I love it.
How do you see it playing out? And do you?
As a fan.
Oh yeah.
I love it.
And are you surprised Jamal's coming back so soon?
No. He's got a lot of things I think he needs to work out from that Pereira fight. He was out for a while, you know, like the first time back after a big injury, coming right into a big title fight at UFC 300 like that is a lot to ask. So I think he's ready for like a redo, you know, like, all right, I got that out of the way. Let's just go and let's do it for real. I guess this time it probably feels more real now. It's an interesting matchup though. They both have very odd styles. I probably would imagine they haven't fought a fellow southpaw in a long time, at least a super high level one. Their styles are very unique. Like Jamal isn't something that you can kind of look at and say, all right, he throws this and this and this. He's very reactive. He has really good eyes. He's really accurate, but it doesn't quite look right when it's in front of you. It's very unorthodox, and Khalil's very similar. Khalil's speed is a problem. It's a real deal problem. I mean, I had a tough time dealing with it. Not that I had a lot of time to prepare for it, but you know, a guy that I really, really respect in terms of his kickboxing, Dustin Jacoby, spent a lot of time all over the world kickboxing in glory. I had a tough time dealing with it, and that's a guy that I've rarely seen run into problems where he can't figure it out, and he had a tough time figuring out Khalil.
I'm happy for Khalil that he's getting an opportunity on a big stage. It feels like he's just been fighting.
Yeah, it's good for him. It's cool.
Yeah.
He's been around a long time. It's kind of cool seeing him get a little bit of shine.
Especially a card like that, the Conor card. I feel like I put you in the same category as a Dustin Poirier, like a lifer, a guy who's been around, who has seen so much ups and downs, but has just stayed the course and is still there. And maybe, getting closer to the end, but still there and still a player in his respective.
Got his first guillotine.
First guillotine. Was that your first after all this time?
First one.
Holy shit.
The only reason I thought about it was when I was in Miami and Dustin kept saying, you missed every guillotine, you don't jump. And then I was like, fuck, I don't have any guillotine finishes my whole career. I don't have any guillotine. I don't even know that I've ever jumped one in a fight.
And that was a crazy one.
So
that was a crazy sequence.
Yeah, like a few weeks ago, I was talking about it in practice, and I've been hitting them like ever since then. I just keep finding myself in these guillotines. And I've said it probably 20 times, like, oh man, wouldn't it be sweet if I got a guillotine? And like, here we are. It's pretty crazy.
How did the thought cross your mind as you're locking it in? Like, holy shit, I'm close to a guillotine, or does it only hit you afterwards?
Not initially. Not initially. I was just using it to defend the takedown. I thought that by threatening the neck, he would back out. And I was hoping I was going to bang him up with a big elbow when he pulled his head out, but he didn't. So I just kind of locked my hands and started to cinch it up a little bit. And then I felt like his muscles tense, like he was going to lift, and just kind of made a deal with myself. Like if he lifts, I'm going to go for it. So as soon as he lifted, I just sank that fucking thing.
Oh, man. It was beautiful.
I was counting money before my back hit the mat.
Is that one of your favorite finishes?
It's one of the... Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's up there. It's top 5 for sure. That was fun.
Yeah. 2 minutes.
Especially like being up in the air.
Yeah.
Knowing like... Because there's kind of a risk reward thing there too. Like you have to make a conscious decision. Like you got to hold on or let go and try to brace yourself on the way down or like let go of the head and try to get your feet back to the mat. And maybe mitigate the slam a little bit. Or you just hold on to that sumbitch and ride it out. And I just decided to send it.
What should he have done? Like if you could offer some coaching there, some analysis, what should he have done to get out of it?
Well, I think so I threw a leg kick. I threw like 3, and then I seen him take like a gingerly step, and like his leg was starting to bother him. And right then and there I knew that I was going to win. Like I knew for sure, like I was already really confident, but right then I knew there's no way he could beat me. Because I knew that I was a better grappler. And like his forward and back motion, like he was in so fast and out so fast, that was like the biggest issue. The hand speed wasn't a problem, but I was a little bit shocked at how quickly he was in and out. He's super athletic. But once his movement in and out is compromised, you kind of sit and duck out there. And like he wasn't going to be an explosive wrestler with a compromised leg, at least in terms of the speed. So I was feeling pretty good right there. And then when he shot with his head on the outside, if I was his coaches, I would talk about switching off to a single leg, running the pipe, or sticking your head all the way in and trying to turn the corner on the fence and go to my back. Lifting on a double leg with your head in a guillotine is very silly.
Yeah.
He didn't fight the hands early enough. Like if you lift and you feel them going for a guillotine, you got to kind of bail on the slam and start fighting the hands right away. I suppose last ditch, you can tripod up and bury your head as deep as you can get it to the mat. Like we were pretty close to the fence. Like if I was him, I would have turned my head, like would have not panicked. He kind of freaked out and panicked and started pulling out and trying to get his head out. Like if you pull out of a guillotine, it's only going to get tighter. So he didn't try to pass. He didn't, I suppose if he would have turned my back to the fence, so like my shoulder blades would have been up against the fence and stacked me up, I wouldn't have been able to extend it at all and like expand my chest to make it tighter. And he would have been able to kind of sit there and chill for a second. If he'd have done that, I probably would have bailed on it.
Wow. Amazing. The finer details are incredible. Going back to
I almost let it go.
Really?
I almost let it go.
At what point?
When right before he tapped the first time, I was trying to turn to my left. And so he rolled to his right side, and I thought he was giving up the mount. So I was going to let it go and just mount him. And then he rolled back to the other side. So I actually let go just a little bit. So he tapped and then started fighting it again because I think he thought I was letting go. And so when I felt him roll back to the center, then I just sunk it again and went back again.
Oh, man.
But I almost let it go.
That's
because
crazy.
I thought he was just going to give up the mount and bail, which is another thing he could have done because I would have let it go.
Right. So Dustin loves the guillotine. He says he's going to go for it again. What kind of a chance do you give him against Islam?
With a guillotine?
No, just in general. Just to finish the story.
a better chance, I think, than a lot of people are. I think that he's got a lot of momentum right now. I think that there's a lot of comparisons with Islam and Khabib, but they're very, very different fighters. I think the biggest difference is Islam is willing to stand and strike with Dustin, and that gives Dustin a lot of opportunities to do well. I think if he can move his feet and force Islam, like Khabib had a different mindset. Like he would just wade through whatever you were throwing. If he could get a hold of anything, he was going to start climbing it, and it's kind of like a snake. Like he gets a hold of you and he just starts sinking and pulling you in, and it just gets worse. And you just keep, it's like quicksand, it gets deeper and deeper. Islam doesn't really fight like that. Does he have the ability? I don't know, but his skill set is more diverse, so he's willing to do more things. I think that opens up a lot of opportunities for Dustin, especially if Dustin can land early and get Islam. He needs him a little bit nervous and have a healthy bit of respect for him coming into range, and I think he can be really successful. But I think it starts really early. I think you're going to know right away.
Right. So that's coming up. Last thing for you, and again, thank you for the time, especially during this hectic move and whatnot that you're dealing with. How soon do you want to return? And have you thought of anyone since you fought on Saturday?
How quick? I'd like to take the summer with my kids for sure. Because I didn't get to last summer because I fought at the end of August. So I kind of trained through the whole summer, which really, really sucked. You just miss a lot, like it's just not fun. So I would really like to, it would take a lot. It would take a lot to get me back in a training camp through the summer. So I don't know if that really answered your question.
No,
but just I'd like to take the summer off.
Okay.
And then not off, just not in training camp. And I haven't really thought of anybody, to be honest. I don't know when Blachowicz is going to be ready again. I think that'd be a fun one. Yeah, I don't know. There's a couple rematches that are out there that maybe would be opportunities, but I don't know that any of those guys are.
You think they might try to run back the Rakic thing?
Potentially, yeah. That was kind of the one I was talking about.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm open to it for sure.
Sure. Yeah, I think it could make sense.
Yeah, I'm kind of open to anybody.
Right.
To be honest, like mostly, I would like an opportunity to fight up though.
Yeah, of
like
course.
that.
Well, is he?
I feel like I'm the only guy. I feel like I'm the only guy that you drop one and fine, I'll fight back one time, and I feel like I'm the only guy that does that consistently. Might be because I'm the only guy losing consistently.
Well, you're back.
Who knows?
Yeah, you're back in the winner's circle. Well done. Congrats. So very happy for you. What a win as well. Holy shit. It was beautiful to watch, and enjoy all the fruits.
Hey, what'd you think of Pantoja Usyk?
In terms of the scorecard?
How'd you have that scored?
3-2, 3-2 Pantoja. Chael, who's coming up, had it 5-0.
5-0. I seen that.
Yeah.
I seen that.
What did you think? Did you watch it?
I haven't watched it beginning to end because I was doing all my media stuff.
Yeah.
But sounds like everyone's kind of split on it, but yeah.
I don't think Usyk did enough. I think
I watched the first 3 rounds.
Yeah.
But
it's a great fight, man. It was a really great fight.
I'm a big fan of that Usyk kid. He's real good.
He's really good. He's really big. I don't know how he will continue to make 125.
Do you think he's kind of on borrowed time there?
He even said this was his worst weight cut, and he had to make 125 on the dot. Obviously, there's no extra pound, but
that's funny that you say that. I sat next to him before we went to a ceremonial weigh-ins. Him and is it his dad?
Yeah.
So his dad. Okay, I think it was him and his dad. And I said, "Oh, how was your weight cut?" And that was the first thing he said. No, it's been a long time, so I had to make actual 125.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, because I didn't know that he had said his weight cut was bad, but that was the first thing he said. Oh, it's been a long time, so I had to make actual 125.
But I give him a lot of credit, man. He came out of nowhere, and people were clowning on the fight, and he freaking went for it. He didn't crumble under the pressure, under the Brazil pressure, and the fans and all that stuff. I like Pantoja a lot. That weight class is always going to be a tough one to really become a moneymaker, but they always produce fun fights. I think they.
Who's he go with next?
That's a great question. I think that you mean Pantoja?
Yeah, for Pantoja. I think Usyk can probably fight whoever he wants.
Oh yeah. There's so many guys. I think the best thing for Pantoja to do is to let the queue build up a little bit. I wouldn't mind seeing Mokaev against Albazi. I don't think anyone.
I'd love that. Yeah, I would love that fight.
I don't think.
You can slide Mokaev in right now just because of he's not finishing.
I mean, how could you slide him in now if he was also available and you didn't choose him for this fight? Like
that's fair.
Usyk and him fought on the same card, and they chose Usyk over him. So you need to obviously do something to win them over. And so I would do Mokaev Albazi, and I feel like we need to see Manel Kape fight someone to get back. And I feel like he has the personality to get into a big spot, but he's just not reliable because he keeps having to pull out.
Right, totally. Oh, before I go, I know Chael's probably waiting.
No, he's in 10 minutes. We got all the. I was trying to be respectful of your time, please.
Where does Jose Aldo go? Do you think he re-signs with the UFC, or do you think he pursues his boxing thing for big money?
So
or did you already talk about this?
No, not at all. The reason I was pausing was because I would like to know these same answers. I reached out to his team to come on the show, and hopefully we can get him in the near future as my thing falls. I think he's done with UFC. I think he was done. I think he wanted to pursue some other things, and he had one fight left.
I think the only reason he just had to fight this one.
He had to get it out of the way, and it worked out great for everyone. He got a nice, send off at home. UFC got to add a little star power to the card once Pereira was moved off.
I feel like if that was the case, he would have said. Like, I think if he was for sure that going that direction, I wonder if he would have said it.
So why say it? Why close any doors? Play the game.
It's true.
Yeah.
Could be a negotiation tactic too.
I don't think there's any need to say it. And by the way, what if the UFC comes and offers him a boatload now?
Yeah.
I just feel like at this age, he kind of wants
more than you think he'd make in boxing.
Probably not. There's some I know there was some talk of him fighting on the Jake Tyson card, but I don't think it's going to happen because I don't think the timing is going to work out because there's like the matching period and all that stuff.
The matching period. And
but that would be huge, right, for him? I mean, to fight on that card, and he had the boxing fight against Jeremy Stevens and all that stuff. I think he just really likes to box at this point.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Other than fighting for the belt, and even if he fought for the belt, he's already been champion. Like, what is there for him to do? There's going to be a million Jonathan Martinez's and all these guys. Like, he can fight those guys until he's blue. But I don't know. You can speak to.
Well, that's the problem with the UFC. There's always another guy.
Right.
Like, you feel like, all right, I'm gonna, you beat the next guy. There's always the next guy.
It's like if they offered you right now a chance to slap fight, you would take it in a second.
Slap fighting?
Yeah, they would say like.
No, that's one I'm probably out on.
You wouldn't do it one night.
Yeah, maybe once.
Come on, I feel like you would relish the opportunity to do it.
I would love to bare knuckle box. I mean, I would do it all probably once for sure.
You versus Mike Perry.
I don't know about being able to. I don't know that I could take a slap without flinching.
Really?
Like, I think we're so trained and ingrained to not get hit.
Right.
I think it'd be hard to turn that part of your brain off.
Do you think
you get hit hard enough? I suppose the brain will go off anyways. But
do you think they would let you do a bare knuckle, just like a one-off?
Probably not.
No,
probably not.
Who would be your dream opponent in bare knuckle?
Connor's not going to give me any money.
Who would be your dream opponent?
Man, I'll go with Mike Perry. Would be pretty fun.
Fuck, isn't it amazing what he's doing? Like how
he's built for that shit.
It's just unbelievable. He's built for
that.
I'm just worried he's going to run out of opponents. Honestly.
Yeah, that's a valid problem for sure.
Who's signing up to fight that guy?
I'd like to see it. Nobody good, probably.
Right.
Nobody good, probably.
Well,
lots of people would.
Other than Dylan Dennis.
I mean, Dylan Dennis is probably not signing up for that.
No, but they've been going. You see, this is one of the good things about not being on social media. You don't get to see them going back and forth.
Oh, I missed out on a Dylan Dennis beef. That's too bad.
You missed out on Dylan saying he's going to beat him and all this stuff, and like no one believes that.
Oh yeah.
No, all this.
That's not happening.
No.
All right, dude. Well, I'll stop asking you.
No, I love it. I appreciate it. That makes me. I always feel bad when I ask people who I really like in the sport to come on because I feel like you only say yes because you feel guilty saying no. So the fact that you asked me some questions makes me feel less guilty about having to bother you.
No, I like doing this. Yeah. I mean, you were supposed to come on the BYM and you haven't done that yet.
Yo, I've not been invited. In fact, In fact, if we're going to, we shoot together.
Okay.
Well, I answer questions on Wednesdays, and one of the questions is, please ask Anthony why Michael Bisping hates you so much. And I'm like, I'm not going to put him in that spot, but since you brought it up.
Why he hates you?
Yeah, why he hates me. Someone said, please ask Anthony. But it was one of the questions. So I was like, what have I missed?
I think Michael likes, he likes poking at you.
That's fine.
I think that's why.
But I've not been asked.
But I don't.
I'll show up tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I'll show up Friday.
Well, on Monday. We'll see you on Monday.
Well, Monday is when I do my show. Now I know you don't want me on because that's my show day.
That's when we record.
Only Mondays?
Well, he records Thursdays and I record Mondays.
What does that mean? You don't record together?
Yeah, him and I are together on Mondays.
Oh, he does his own on Thursdays. Typical Michael,
Thursdays.
wanting the spotlight for him. So just joking.
See, look at that. There it is. Now he's gonna poke you on Monday, and then you're gonna be mad about it.
I'm not mad. Anytime I'll carve out. You know what we could do? We could do a collab. We could do it.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Live here and live on yours.
Let's do it.
No holds barred.
We'll talk about it. I'll text you later.
All right, cool. Thanks, Anthony.
All right.
You're the man.
Later, man.
Congrats. There he is, Anthony Smith. What a guy. That would be fun. They come on ours, we come, so it's neutral territory.
That would be great.
Stream it at the same time. It was really one of the questions.
Some tasty water.
Yeah. Oh, shout out to my friend Gunnar Woodworks, is it? Anyways, coming up in about 4 minutes' time is the man Chael P. Can't wait for that conversation. For now, though, a quick word from our good friends over at BetterHelp. We love BetterHelp, one of my favorites. And as you know, Frank, some stress is a good thing. The right amount of friction in your life can help you get out of bed in the morning for a workout or an early shift at work. But too much stress can kill your performance and sap your energy. And we all deal with this. Personally, I could tell you that the stuff that really tends to stress me out and make me feel overwhelmed are, the day-to-day life experiences, work, obligations. When you feel like you have to make there's a couple of them right now. I'm not going to get too into them, but a couple of them that are really weighing on me. And it keeps you up and it makes you wake up. Like number one, will the Knicks win? Game 2. How will they deal with the Mitchell Robinson injury? Do they have enough depth to make an actual run? These are the things that keep me up at night. Unfortunately, you don't get to opt out of stress. Stuff happens. Deadlines pile up. Family members get sick. Distracted drivers crash into your car. But how you deal with those stressors, well, that is up to you. BetterHelp Online Therapy offers a safe space to work through life's challenges. Get all those things off your chest. If you've been thinking about trying therapy, BetterHelp offers a convenient, affordable way to get started. It's entirely online and flexible enough to fit into any schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist ready to help you lighten your emotional load. Get it off your chest with BetterHelp. You can visit betterhelp.com/MMA today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MMA. Love BetterHelp. Please support them because they support us, and more importantly, support yourself. Also, I want to let you know that we are going to start Monday's show at 12 Eastern. So we're going to start an hour early. Please plan accordingly. Same length, same show, just an hour earlier. Main reason for that is we have to host the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul press conference all the way up in Harlem at the Apollo Theater. And I know it starts at 5:30, but I want to get there with enough time, so I don't want to shortchange the show. So we will just start at 12 on Monday. I hope that is okay with all of you. Also, in the chat, Frank wrote, can we ask about his UFC 300 tattoo? Whose UFC 300? Did Anthony Smith get one?
Yeah.
What? I didn't know about that.
Yeah, it's too bad.
What did he get?
It's the 300 logo right on the left of the inside of his arm.
He got a UFC 300 tattoo?
Yeah, I'll show you the picture.
Well, thanks for the heads up. I didn't see that. By the way, if there's something that you need to ask me, just ask me in my ear. I'm in Slack.
I mean,
you mean what?
Seemed like such a unimportant question.
I think that's a great question. I can't believe he has a UFC 300 tattoo.
I was even going to just be like, hey, this is Frank in the back chiming in. What's up with the tattoo?
What is the tattoo? My internet's not working, so I can't look at it.
It's legitimately the UFC 300 logo, like the graffiti art.
For real? That is crazy.
Yeah, we thought we were seeing things on Saturday night, but we can confirm.
Has he addressed this?
No, not that I've seen. This
Ah,
actually would have been an exclusive.
Fuck,
Yeah, that would have been huge. That would have been huge. That would have gotten aggregators would have been all over.
By the way, UFC 300, like he would have had to have had that a couple of weeks ago, right? Or a month ago?
Yeah.
Wait, is it the bad poster one?
It's literally just 300. Like the.
Oh, that's crazy. He wasn't even on the card.
After Chael will have a picture ready and we'll put it up on the screen.
Should we call him back?
I mean,
maybe. Yeah, it might be worth it.
I can't believe you didn't look at Slack.
I didn't look at it. Wow. Would you believe that I was focused on the guest and not looking at Slack?
Believe you me.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Now I feel horrible. But you know what? I know that our next guest is going to make me feel so much better. And you know what I realized this morning? We have not talked to our guest in the year of the Lord 2024. And then I started to wonder, is there a reason for that? Is he less inclined to come on? Is he too busy? Does he have too many things on his plate? Does he have too many other projects? Does he have too many other shows? Why is it that we are 5+ months into the year 2024 and we have not talked? And so, no better time than now to speak to our old friend Chael P. Sonnen. Ah, yes, there he is. Why haven't we talked since the end of last year?
Good morning.
Chael? How are you? Good morning. Good afternoon. Yes.
That was a nice intro, man. I don't know where we've been. I actually think there was something to that. I want to say, like, I was in town and you invited me in studio, or maybe it didn't match it up, but I'm happy to be back, buddy.
Oh, you're right. When we did the UFC 300 show and you said there was nothing you would rather do less than be a part of that program.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. Well, and that was a little weird on your part. So you did it at the Badara, if you'll recall. Like, is that part of the sausage? So you went live, you went to location, but then you do it from the Badara so nobody can actually see the building or know you're in Vegas. I mean, what's the difference? I just didn't understand that on a serious note. Like, what is the point of going and doing an on location if you're not actually at the location? Serious question.
Okay, well, what location? Are you talking about like in the arena?
I don't know what I'm talking about, but I know that networks think that's a big deal. You and I did it one time. You and I got assigned, and it was Demetrius Johnson versus Cejudo, the one that Cejudo won. But they didn't take us to the building, and they didn't even show the building, like, out the window. We just told the audience that we were by the building. I'm purely wondering, like, why does that matter? Why does anybody go on location? If you're not actually on the sideline, what am I missing?
Okay, so that particular one was definitely weird because we were literally in the same city, but not in the arena. For ours, we liked it because we got to do in-person interviews with people who are in town or were in town for 300, i.e. Izzy, Mark Coleman, Marab. Like, I just like the face-to-face. You know, it's not often that we get to do those, so thought it was a good time to go out there. A lot of fighters out there celebrate the milestone, the sport. And as you know, I don't mean to pat ourselves on the back, but we're outlaws. You know, we're bad guys. And, people don't roll out the red carpet for us like they do for corporate shills like you. So, we have to do things on the fringes, on the outskirts.
Oh, you mean you guys? I thought you were including me. I thought it was we are bad guys. You put me on one side and you on there. Because I have a show right now. It's called Good Guy, Bad Guy. And for the life of me, I don't know why they don't call it Bad Guy with the other guy.
Yeah.
But they act like I'm co-hosting a show with Cormier, who's wonderful, but he's a guest on my show. It's kind of a weird thing. I'm happy to be with you, Ariel. I do think that there's more to my question, though, and I think that you think that I was trying to be funny, so therefore you didn't answer. I do notice that networks will do that they'll take an on location is a big deal. Maybe it is. Maybe it's something that I miss. I just don't care. I don't care who the announcer is to start with, and I don't care if he's in a room at the Badar or he's live at T-Mobile. That's just me, but I'm not trying to be facetious. I was actually being serious when I asked that question because a lot of networks do it. What difference does it make what town your talent is in?
Yeah, it was more of a guest thing. But by the way, congratulations on the show. I love to see two of my favorite people come together. I actually threw in a suggestion to call the show Helwani Sloppy Seconds because I've done shows with both of you guys, but they didn't like it, believe it or not. Can you believe that? They didn't like I thought it was a great name.
I love it. I think that's wonderful. You were one of the great partners and one of my great friends. I swear on our friendship, I never knew you and Daniel had a show together. When you said that, I actually wrote and text somebody, go, did Ariel and Daniel used to do a show?
That's good stuff. I like it.
What was your show called?
By the way, when they do one ad read of that show on the broadcast on ESPN, that's more than all the ad reads I got on broadcast in my 3 years there. Could you believe that?
Yes.
One's more than none.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Yeah.
What was the name of your and Daniel's show?
It was called DC and Helwani.
DC and Helwani. And see, I would watch that. I probably did. I probably saw plenty of clips of that.
It was great.
Seriously. All right, let's get into something.
Let's
By the way,
get
is that Rory McDonald at your desk?
Yes.
There's a guy that looks like a Rory McDonald doll. Oh, my God. That's Damian Lillard's hand in front of him. I thought it was a beat-up face, which looked like Rory McDonald after his fight with Robbie Lawler. But it's not. It was Lillard's hand. Well, I believe is looking for a job right now.
Did you see that? He got bounced with Milwaukee, your old nemesis.
I did not see it. I saw that Stephen A. called for it over the weekend, but no, I didn't see that he got bounced. I don't wish anybody a hardship when they're looking for a job.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, there's so much to talk to you about, but Chael, I would be remiss.
Is that Robbie Lawler? Was that Robbie Lawler?
No, this is Rory McDonald.
That's what I meant. Is that Rory McDonald? Because that looks like Rory after the Robbie fight.
Isn't this an incredible? This is from my friends at Plastic Cell. Isn't this an amazing? Look at that. That's the face he made going into the 5th round. You remember when they had that shot of him and he looked like he was a zombie?
Yeah.
I love this.
You're talking. It is of the Lawler fight. That's exactly what I'm saying.
This is actually of the Lawler fight.
Okay. Well, then that is super amazing. The fact that I saw that even obstructed with Lillard's hand and told you that's what he looked like when he fought Lawler. Yeah, that's an incredible job by Plastics.
I want to see them make a version of you from UFC 117. That's iconic stuff. So congratulations. What a moment that was. I was welling up with pride. I felt like it was one of my own, getting, an opportunity to be on the big stage with the legends. Well-deserved, well-earned. Could I ask, did you have no idea? Did you truly not have any idea that was happening? You had not heard, no rumor, no nothing. Kayfabe or legit? Work or shoot?
No, straight shoot.
Really?
No, straight shoot. I never knew. If you want to know how that got, and there was a big tell. Like in hindsight, everything is so obvious. I was there when they brought Vandalay in. They put him in the same chair. They brought him up at the same point in the show. But no, I didn't know. And what I was told, even the day before, is, hey, we're going to come and get you. And after the second fight, right before the BMF, you and Megan are going to go do a live thing on the importance of the BMF. And I never knew, like Glenn is the one that told me, it's like, Glenn, I appreciate the heads up, but I'll be where you need me to be because I'm contained for 6 hours. So it's not a matter of I have to be at a certain place after the second fight of the main card. I'm going to be here the entire night. But fair enough. It was nice that he told me. And then sure enough, Megan came up and Megan even had a script. And she said, hey, is there anything you don't want me to ask you? And then she made notes as I responded to her. But the tell, Ariel, is when we went down to the seat said Chael on it. It had a mark. And I remember thinking, I'm like, wow, for this little tiny spot in the show, their producers are so good that they've even got a chair marked for me with my name on it. That should have been the tell, but it wasn't. I didn't know, and I'm really glad. It was a very nice surprise. Very fun.
It was beautiful.
Very fun moment.
You got a little emotional, right?
Well, not that I know of, Errol. I couldn't hear. So, when you're so close and you can't hear the acoustics, apparently John Anik made the announcement. And I heard Anik say something about August of 2010 and that time in California. And I remember thinking, I know where I was in August of 2000. I know the time I was in Oakland. I was fine. Like, I remember thinking this, but I never heard him say you're in. So they were playing the montage, and I got up and I whispered to Megan and I said, what's happening right now? She said, you're in the Hall of Fame. I was like, oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
That was the whole story. But yeah, it was a wonderful moment. You don't get surprised very many times in life, particularly as an adult. Like, I create surprises for children. It was awesome, man. It was a very fun surprise.
Do you consider yourself a Hall of Famer now?
Would I consider a Hall of Fame? No, I wouldn't. I mean, you either are or you aren't, right? But no, I don't think so. I think you have to go in. I don't think a fight can go in. I don't think that makes me a Hall of Famer. I think it makes a Hall of Fame fight. I mean, it's just always been my interpretation of it. Okay. The guys that go in separately, I feel like are in a different class.
And I know this has been a bit of a weird thing between us and elephant in the room, and you're probably wondering, like, what the hell's going on? But there's a reason for it. I actually saved it for this moment. The answer that you are looking for and were wondering about where I stood, the answer is yes. Of course, I got your text about inducting you, about saying the speech and all that. Of course, it would be my honor. I would love to do it. It would be, it's the greatest honor of my life. So thank you. I will be there. Just let me know the details and I'll make it happen. I'll send in my assistant. We'll be there.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Earl. There's a big part of me that is thinking to myself, I need to grab my phone, because if I asked him that, I sent it to the wrong and maybe I did.
Come on.
And I would have to do it just to save myself from a socially awkward situation.
Come on, it was a good setup. You have to admit, for a minute I got you there. You were wondering where I was going, right? It was a nice setup.
Yes. It was wonderful. And I was kind of thinking that I had presented that. A lot of people don't even know what we're talking about right now, but they also didn't know there was a show with you and Daniel Cormier. So, I mean, there's all sorts of things that we're learning right now.
Okay, Chael.
Can I tell you, speaking of show, you want to hear something cool?
Oh, I would love it.
You talk about Hall of Fame. And I like to look cool in front of my wife.
Yes.
That's a fun thing for me. I like when something happens, and then I can look over to her to make up for all of the times behind where I'm holding a number or something along these lines. So the point is, I'm going to the PFL next week, and the PFL is in Paris. I am going to be one of the commentators for it, and in lieu of payment, I asked that they bring my wife. That's what I asked for. I said, I will come and do the event if you can get me another seat for Miss Brittany. So she's coming out. So now I look like a big hero. She believes that I went behind, and it was kind of like getting the flowers and chocolate. She thinks I booked this whole thing for Paris, but it is rather exciting. I am rather looking forward to it. I haven't really got to do a PFL that's stateside. The last one I did was in Saudi Arabia, just for example. That was nice, PFL versus Bellator. And now all of a sudden we got Jill versus Cedric. Are you familiar with Cedric?
Cedric Doumbé is one of my favorite characters in MMA.
Okay.
But before you continue,
you covered him a bunch.
Before you continue, please don't go to the PFL event in Paris. It's Bellator in Paris.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, just
I really appreciate
May 17th.
Hey,
tell me.
Thank you for that. Hey, well, hold on. So Cedric, you covered a whole bunch of Cedric after he had made his debut, but I never knew if you actually liked him or if you just liked how quickly his debut and his quick interview was. But all of a sudden, Jaleel decides not only to cut a promo against Cedric, he decides to cut it against all of Paris. They all, not only does Cedric suck, the people of Paris suck for thinking and not knowing that he doesn't suck. I'm just going, whoa, wait a minute. This is very reminiscent. Like, I did this same thing, and I was trying to sell some tickets too, and I was smart enough to like elbow and wink and let the crowd in on it. But Jaleel does not appear to be doing that or appear to be caring. It's like, hey, dude, from one guy to another, when you gotta walk in there, it's an extra pressure added on your back. And if you're overlooking Cedric, you're making a big mistake. And I don't know how to reach Jaleel. I don't even know how to reach him. This is my message to him. Be careful what you ask for. Sometimes you get it.
So the France crowds have turned into the best crowds in combat sports. I don't know if you saw the WWE event this past weekend in Lyon, France. I've never seen a crowd like this, standing the entire 3 hours. The Bellator, PFL, and UFC events in Paris I actually gave them the award for Crowd of the Year last year. And what I love about what Jaleel has been doing leading up to this fight is everyone that Cedric has fought so far in this chapter of his life they're all fellow Frenchmen. So it's kind of like, okay, who are they rooting for? This guy, to your point, is an American who is saying, F all of you, you don't know anything about fighting. I'm going to take this guy down. And there's gotten to be a little bit of heat between them, right?
Yeah. Mike Cogan just texted me and said, I can't believe you called us PFL. You're fired. That's a joke, right? That's a joke, right? He didn't really just fire me.
No.
Cogan, I'm sorry. I got in an extra plug. I knew what I was doing. Ariel, the whole idea that you're going to just go take somebody down, I mean, conceptually, this is very lazy, and conceptually, it dates back to 1993. And we started to work out the fact that you can't just take people down with Marco Huas, my favorite fighter ever, but then Don Fry kind of shared in that, and then Maurice Smith made it crystal clear it's not enough to be a wrestler. But then you have to fast forward until we got reminded of that. I put Holly Holm in that category. Israel Adesanya gets the most credit for it. Jose Aldo, who's never had a wrestling match and now all of a sudden is in the top 8. I mean, right? Like, there's been this time where we find out Mr. Wrestle doesn't necessarily win the day. So it kind of surprised me when Jaleel comes out with such a threat. It's like, man, if I had $1 for every time somebody told Israel Adesanya, I'll just take him down. I was like, go ahead and take him down. What are you going to do then? Are you going to damage him? More importantly, can you keep him there? More importantly, can you take him down again and again and again? People love to say 80% of fights start on the ground, which is a really great slogan if you're running a jiu-jitsu gym, but 100% of those fights start standing up.
Amen. So do you think that Cedric,
You cannot get this. You wonder why I'm in the Hall of Fame? You can't get this anywhere.
You lost me with the 80%, 100%. I'm not going to lie, but I just thought the best response to that was amen and move it along.
May I tell you?
Yeah.
May I tell you? They used to love to say, right, it was very hard on a grassroots, which is the martial arts gym. If you had a karate gym, you could stay in business. If you had a taekwondo gym, you could stay in business. You've never to this day seen a wrestling gym. Like, that's something you have to do in the schools. You don't get people to sign up. So jiu-jitsu, when they were trying to explain themselves to people, would use that as a moniker. They'd say, hey, listen, you're out there learning self-defense. 80% of fights go to the ground. And it's true. And they signed a lot of people up. I'm just here to correct. As great of a slogan as that is, I'm here to tell you 100% of those fights start standing up. You better learn how to do that. You're not going to go into a bar or into a parking lot and lay on your back. No matter how much you think you are, the other guy turns and walks away, says, I already beat you.
And you're certainly not wearing pajamas while doing it at the bar.
You're not going to do it. No. You're not going to do that.
Doumbé, I think, has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. I don't know if you saw his last fight, but there was a controversy because of a splinter in his toe, and then they called the fight off. How do you feel about how this was handled? How was this handled? Was it handled right or was it handled wrong by Mark Goddard?
It was handled right by possibly the best referee to ever do it, not named Big John McCarthy. Hey, listen, that's a hard spot to be put in, by the way. That is one of those things where hindsight. We're going to have to go. We're going to have to talk about it. We're going to have to get a review. And, hey, Mark, did you get this one right? Mark had never seen that before. He'd never been in a position where he'd go, yes, this is just like the such and such fight in 1999. It had never happened. Oh, and by the way, he did get it right. And oh, by the way, Big John McCarthy did weigh in and say Goddard did exactly the right thing. Errol, I didn't know what was happening. And my one and only gripe is I didn't know you would stop a fight. You definitely have to stop that moment. He's signaling the ref. You have to stop and look at it. Then, by the way, we don't get a timeout. You remember the great Matt Hughes, but he'd call timeouts in all of his fights. And someone finally said, man, there is no timeout. If you have to stop, you lose. And that's right. That is right. Going back, if you got to stop, you lose. There are no timeouts.
Have you ever been to Paris?
Respectfully, of course, to Matt Hughes.
Sure,
you remember those when he used to always call a timeout. I go, man, what are you doing? And the referee didn't have the courage to do it. You remember the great Mark Hall? But Mark is the one that got the assignment the night that Aljo became world champion. And so many referees said, you cannot give a world championship based on a disqualification. It's like, yes, you should. If the guy cheats, we defer to the remedy in the rules, and it is disqualification. Mark Hall was right.
In pro wrestling, though, if the champion cheats or gets DQ'd, they keep the belt.
That's right. That's right. It must be, or a timeout. It must be submission or pinfall.
Right. Not even a count out.
That's right.
Right. Have you ever been to Paris?
I'm rich. Come on. Have I been to Paris? I've been all over the world. Errol, you want to know one of the great disappointments of the world is that piece of iron that they stick out in the wall and call the Eiffel Tower. I mean, if you get there and your life work was to get there, which is kind of how I felt when I took plane, train, and automobile to get there, and I'm standing there looking and go, man, that's it. Allegedly, there's an elevator inside that'll take you up and there's like a coffee shop. I didn't see it. I didn't see any coffee. I don't know when they put an elevator in this thing. That thing sucked.
Wow. Okay. I like this. A little heat with Paris. The reason I asked was, and also you answered another question.
Heat with Paris. I don't even think they built it. If any one of them did build it, their ancestors are long dead. I mean, I don't know. We got the Statue of Liberty was a gift to, I'm imagining somebody gave. Who wants to put a big piece of iron in the middle of nowhere? Like, how are you going to sell that idea to reasonable people?
It's one of the wonders of the world. But are you so rich, Chael, that you say to Bellator, hey, don't pay me, just bring my wife out? Are you that rich? Because I can't imagine that your fee for the night is like $2,000. That's a flight from Portland to Paris. Like, come on. Who cut this deal for you?
Well, perhaps I'm a sucker. Perhaps I should have checked the cost of tickets, and maybe I am. There's a reason that Kogan jumped at this so quickly, but until right now in this moment, I thought it was a good deal, man. I'm pumped that she's coming. She and I never did a honeymoon, and I felt like going to Paris. Maybe we'll see the Eiffel Tower, something like that. They got great. You want to know what they've got that's very good in Paris? This might surprise you. Is pizza.
Really?
There is a huge Italian immigrant population, and they come over, and yes, it's one of those situations where mom and pa live there. They open it. They work different hours in Italy. They have a 6-hour work week. which when I'm governor, which isn't all that far away, is what we're going to do here in Oregon. There's no more of this 40 hours a week and you work to live as opposed to live to work. It's a very strange situation. And that's something that they have right, and the food is really good. It made its way to Paris.
Wait a second.
Which is great news, because if you get there and you see the Eiffel Tower, you're going to leave awfully disappointed.
Frank, we hit the breaking news. Oh, it's perfect.
Can I guess? DC and Ariel had a show.
We had a show. I don't know where Frank is. Apparently he went, he stepped out. It's a tight operation we're running here. But the question that I was just going to ask you about, follow-up, did you just
realize Joe's working today? Like when I called in, I dealt with Joe. You don't think Joe was named Frank, do you?
No, Joe, but he doesn't usually press the button. I wanted the breaking news button. There it is. Thank you, whoever did that. Certainly not Frank. Did you just announce that you're running for governor?
Joe. It's Joe. Well, I didn't announce it like
this is it.
It's come out, but yes, I will. I'll be governor soon. That was very nice of you to give me breaking news. Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's huge news.
Thank you for that. But no, this is not an announcement of a candidacy, and I actually have to clear that up. That is a legal term, candidacy, and it's no, I do not have one.
When do you think you'll do this? When do you think you'll do this?
Joe, speaking of Joe, the guy you called Frank, Joe. When I called in, do you want to know what he asked me? Do you want to know what an insult? Do you want to know what Joe asked me?
Yeah.
He asked me, this is the quote, this just happened, I swear. He said, Chael, can you count to 5? I couldn't believe it. I said, could I count to 5? I can count way higher than that. I actually said that to him. I was about to hang up. I was so mad, and then you popped up. Can I count to 5? Why would he think I couldn't count to 5? Why would he possibly think that?
You've been hit in the head, last time you were
Bellator,
Bellator, Paris, May
Max,
17th.
The Zone, May 17th. I mean, I could go on and on. Jaleel, Cedric. Hey, it is really a thing, though. I truly haven't seen it. Maybe I am personalizing a bit, trying to punch my own ticket. But you don't see a guy take on a location very often. I mean, the fact that Jaleel thought he didn't have his hands full with Cedric, and then, oh, by the way, thought he would just turn the crowd against him, it was kind of cool.
Oh, no, it's great. I love seeing Cedric back. I thought you were going to say you don't usually see a guy say, don't pay me, but, bring my wife out for $1,000 airfare. I thought you were going to say that.
I'm going to price line those tickets. I might have made a bad deal.
Yeah, no, it's, the show hasn't happened yet. Can I ask you about Ryan Garcia? Who better than you? Who better than you?
The show hasn't happened yet. Do you suggest I'm not a man of my word?
Well, no.
I would never go back to my word. The Ultimate Warrior used to do that to Vince.
Oh,
he would look at the house and he would demand money before he walked through the curtain. Rest both of their souls, one's life and one's career. But I'm just saying, I am a man of my word. I will be there.
Okay, fair enough. Austrian, what is this Austrian, and what do you make of this whole story with Ryan Garcia? Do you think he knowingly took something? Do you think it's the supplements? Okay. Please, who better than you, right? Who better than you? Tell us.
Okay, let me try to do this quickly because there's only one commonality within all the different places you look. It's not New York State Athletic Commission. It's not Garcia. It's not Haney. It's not the fact that VADA has never made this announcement, that VADA has never confirmed it, that VADA has done nothing and has no judicial authority. None of that. The one commonality in every which way that you look is that VADA exists. Why would Ryan Garcia voluntarily put himself under an extra microscope? It's not as though there's not drug testing. There is. It's not as though there's not governmental authority. There is. Why would you go to an extra step? So this comes out, by the way, partner. This is about 8 days ago, roughly, but it's about 8 days ago that Devin Haney, the opponent, the defeated, upset opponent, makes the announcement that Ryan cheated. It never gets backed up. It doesn't get backed up by the only people that matter, which is the New York State Athletic Commission that can adjudicate this, but it doesn't even get backed up by VADA. Ryan Garcia backs it up. He comes out on social media and says, yeah, sure enough, we got these results, and the only thing that I was on was tequila. Well, you can't put the toothpaste back in that tube. So now you got the world of boxing that thinks he's cheated. You got the world of MMA that doesn't care. You got Conor McGregor that told him, and I quote, to kill himself, which is way too extreme. But he said, did you see that?
Yes.
I'll say it to be funny. He actually put that, and I believe he deleted the tweet, all because he believed what turned into be nothing more than nonsense. So now you fast forward, we've got Haney saying nothing, who started this whole diatribe. You have VADA, who's involved and has yet to announce that they are. You have the New York State Athletic Commission, whose executive director resigned, not related. Kim Sumbler, one of my absolute favorites, but she did resign. So now getting a phone call back and getting information becomes very challenging. And all the while, you have Ryan Garcia who entered voluntarily into something he didn't need to volunteer for. It was a big mistake, Ariel.
Okay, but what about the fact that this Austrian substance has been found in supplements, right? So do you believe this, that it could just be a case of you took something and it was in there? Or do you believe there's more to it?
Yeah. No, I believe that. Listen, and this will confuse most people. And the reason I'm not going down the Austrian and the Nastrazone and the milligrams and picograms road with you, it's just because we're going to lose absolutely everybody. But there are plenty of times, in reality, there are plenty of times where a guy took a banned substance that was unknowingly tainted with a different banned substance. It's very common where you could pass a lie detector's test. You could hand to God, I never meant to take that. And you're telling the truth. Now you're also going, whew, that they missed X, Y, and Z. That's a very possible thing. There's very seldom times, though it does happen, when a person unknowingly is taking a banned substance. There are proven actual times. Some people go, how do you not know what you're taking? It's your job to know the rules. Why'd you drink this, shoot this, rub this? There is actual times where you are dealing with a dum-dum and other people around him will slip him something. Ryan Garcia definitely qualifies as a dum-dum.
Wow. Okay. It's an unfortunate...
Yeah, he's clean, man. You want me to get right to it? He's clean if you're talking about anabolics.
Right.
Anabolics, which in this order make you bigger, stronger, faster. In that order, he's clean.
Yeah, and yesterday, Dan Raphael, who first broke this story, said that the presence of nandrolone wasn't actually confirmed. There was some doubt as to whether or not it would be confirmed. That is a anabolic steroid, but it didn't show up, and I think that further backs your point.
Yeah. No, I think it's an unfortunate spot. I think it was a bad look by Haney. But I get sour grapes. I get the whole thing. Garcia coming out and speaking. You can't unfry that egg. You might remember a time in our sport, and USADA, God bless them, but they changed their policy. They were even able to look at themselves and say, we've made a mistake here. Josh Barnett, Junior Dos Santos, and Little Nog in the same month go down. And in the same month say, wait a minute, we didn't do this. They lost all of their sponsors. They lost an ability to fight. Their name will forever be smeared online. And what else do they have in common? They all three told the truth. They were innocent. And USADA said, listen, moving forward, we are never going to announce this until it's absolutely adjudicated. Then and only then will we present our findings. And that was the right move. I get that USADA's moved aside, but it was the right move by them, and they get a lot of bad press. They deserve a little good press when they get it right.
Just curious regarding substances. Which substances were you on when you thought that Pantoja won 5-0?
I don't know where he lost. I don't really understand that. And they're so common, Errol. Even for the most experienced within our sport, they still default back to pride days, which is if I look at this fight as a whole, or this was a back and forth and it was really close, and therefore it can't be 5-0. You can have a really close fight, a really, really, really close fight that's still 5-0. It's a 10-9 must system. I don't know what round Usyk won. And I will admit for you, I'm alone on that. A lot of people don't agree with me. I'm very biased towards Sean Strickland. I find him to be one of the guys I'm closest with in the whole sport. I don't know what round he beat Dricus in. I'm the foggiest idea. People don't agree with me. Maybe I shouldn't be judging, but I don't know where Usyk beat Pantoja.
At least the fourth round. I mean, even Pantoja himself says that he concedes the fourth round.
Yeah. That's a surprise to me. Yeah, I didn't see it that way.
Okay. By the way, what is it like being friends with Sean Strickland?
He's a very nice guy. Sean very early, I would put Sean as far as a gentleman. That's not a word that you're going to use very often. He has gone out of his way at time on a personal. He's gone out of his way to stop and come over and greet me, say hello, ask about my family, something like this, where he never needed to. I could have left the room and he could have, he never even saw me. I find him to be a gentleman. He used to be a training partner. I was trusting him with my safety and he was a great training partner. I mean, everything. And then somewhere along the way, he thought, I'm going to go after the crazy market. And I didn't know there was one. I didn't know we had a market for what he was doing, and it made me a little nervous. But yeah, when you ask about Sean Strickland, he's a great guy. Great guy.
You like this Costa fight for him?
That's a hard night out. That's a very tough night out right there. I liked when Sean was arguing and even digging in that he should be the number one contender for his very belt. So to find that he's on the card of it, I just share with you, yeah, he's got to fight Costa. He's also the backup fighter. whether they want to say that or not. And I think that that's a nice, what do you call booby prize? What did he call it for a consolation? Consolation is the word I'm looking for. Look, Costa's a hard fight. Do I like the fight for? No. I don't like Costa for anybody. How do you like that fight? That's a war.
By the way, when you say backup fighter for what? For the eventual title fight?
No one knows. That's the thing is no one knows. That's what they never explain to us. They don't tell us the difference between Max or DAZN. They're just words people throw. They don't tell us what PFL is versus Bellator. Like no one knows for sure. But it's one of those things. Who's Peter? Who's Don? Who's Kogan? Like it's one of these things. You know, it's you gotta be in the know. Ostrich-train, Zone, milliliter, picogram. You've got to know what you're talking about. Awani and DC. No one knew.
Good guy, bad guy. Who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy? Let's be honest.
To 5? Why would Joe think I couldn't count to 5? What a weird thing to ask somebody.
And I was just curious, your friend Colby Covington put out a video where he put out these stipulations, and then it seemed like they went back and forth, and now he's saying that he's not interested in this fight. This fight does nothing for him, the Ian Gary fight. How do you feel about all of this? It feels like we've gone down a path where they have to fight at this point, no? Why go through all that?
Incredible troll. It was such an incredible troll. So this is all Colby's idea. Colby calls for the Gary fight. Gary accepts. Generally, you're all done. Generally, you're done. Put your swords down, pick your pens up, sign the paperwork, and we're done. Colby then denies it. Colby tells him no. Colby puts out a list of demands to Gary, who accepted the challenge. This was some of his finest work. You see Colby out there on the yacht, where he's in the suit, he's on the yacht, and he's got his own camera crew. It's got the backdrop, and he's addressing what Gary's going to need to do. Gary's looking around going, what I need to do, it was your idea. I've agreed to your idea. It was a masterful move by one of the greats. When Colby Covington is gone, you are going to miss him. Mark my words.
No, there's no chance of that. But why not accept the fight?
That's surprising. What? Why not accept the fight? Oh, he'll fight Gary. Oh, yeah, of course he'll fight Gary.
You think so?
Colby's, yes. Oh, yes.
You think June 29th? Conor?
I like June 29th because if they don't do it on the 29th, they're going to end up in a main event spot. I don't like that. I don't look. Colby Covington's career is a absolute riddle. Let me just give it for you, okay? He was the clearest #1 contender in any division and could not get a title shot. Now, the answer to that is because he'd already had 2. I get it. But he beat the BMF champion, but he did not become BMF champion. He was the interim champion who one morning woke up without losing and was no longer the interim champion. His entire career has been a real, you know what? I like him on June 29th. I'd like him to have the attention. I'd like him to have those other guys on the stage. Let's see who the real man around here is. And above all else, I don't like the idea that they're getting him for 5 rounds and not putting straps up. Put him on the 29th. Let Conor and Chandler do the heavy lifting. Let him have 15 minutes. That's what I say.
Would you suggest this to him? Like, does he ask your opinion?
No, very unsolicited.
Okay.
Very unsolicited does he come to. Would I suggest it to him? Yes, I would. But he very, very unsolicited. I read places. I read I'm his mouthpiece or I'm doing it for him. Very, very, very rarely does he ask me what I think.
Your level, and I'm just hitting you with some quick ones. It's so rare that we get to talk to you these days because you have all these other shows that you're doing. Apparently, I hear the promos for them all the time. So I'm really appreciative of this. Chael.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
George and Nathan, your interest level? It's been moved to July 6th now in Anaheim. Boxing match, your interest?
Did not know that. George and Nathan, I support anything that Nate does, and I hate anything that George does. So, I mean, there you've got me. But let me take you back to the day before UFC 300.
Yes.
In Las Vegas, slap is going on. There's parties going on everywhere. And George and Nate hold their first press conference. And I remember, and by the way, PFL is going on, all in the same town. I remember thinking, and there was no advertisement for Masvidal and Nate, and I remember thinking this thing is going to fall on its face. And I got contacted about this behind the scenes to be the backup fighter. I don't like the idea of being anybody's backup fighter, and I've never spoke about that. And that's a very serious, I'm not joking around right now. Errol, I thought this press conference was going to fall on its face, and it didn't. This place was packed. It only went for 31 minutes, but on YouTube, within 2 hours, it had done over 100,000. I'm checking these numbers. I couldn't believe it because they were going to go to New York, they were going to go to California, and they were going to go to Miami, all promoting this match that I'm in the town of Las Vegas, and I don't even know that it's going on. And apparently, they got a real base there. Apparently, it's a real thing. I didn't know they moved the date till you just said that. I'm very light on the thing. If you move a date, you just cancel the event. Whether you know you cancel it or not, you just canceled the event. But up until you said that, yeah, man, I thought that they were likely going to have something there.
Well, two things. Number one, part of the reason why they had to move it was they were going up against Islam and Dustin, and that to me is a death sentence. Why would you go up against a UFC pay-per-view? Number two, you were asked to be the backup for this fight. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and I don't like that word. They used a different word because there was no scenario where I would fight with Nate, and they knew that. So it was a different word, but meaning if Nate can't do it, will you take on Masvidal? And I said, absolutely, I will. And you want to know what pissed me off about that? First off, I never got the credit for it. And second, Masvidal came out and said he would do a contract to pay me my biggest bag and not throw his right hand. Now, those are just stupid things to say. To pay me my biggest bag before I ask for it now makes me not respect you as a businessman. I never respected him anyway, but he didn't know that. And then to not throw his right hand like he was Mr. Right Hand. And by the way, in front of everything, I accept. Please put that in the contract. Please put in the contract that you'll pay me a bunch of money and that you won't hit me with your right hand. What does he think I would turn that down? What's next? There's no way in? It's going to be limited. Right? Like, where does this end of his stupidity? And whatever the answer is, whatever he keeps on saying, I accept, George. Keep limiting yourself. I'm going to do all of those things and more. That's why they call me a cheater.
Is this a possibility post July 6th? This is a real thing? Because I'm the one who said I always thought that it was a real thing.
On everything. I told you on your show, you were out of the country and I came on. I was being sequestered in Miami because of George Masvidal. Couldn't leave my room. This wasn't a work. And I came and I found you in a chat room and you were barely reading my name. Then you said it's imposter. Then you said it's not jail. Then you refused to say what I said. Then when you did say what I said, you weren't reading fast. And there was like 5 lines and you'd read one of them. Or then 5 minutes later, you'd read line number 4. I told you from then it was going to be me and Masvidal, and you blew it off. And I said, man, I'm not joking. And you blew it off. I've never worked you. I've never come on to work. Whether you like it or not, I did not know you and DC had a show. Hand to Jesus. Whether you like it or not, Miss Brittany is coming along, and apparently it's called Bellator, and it's not the... I don't know these things, Errol. And whether Joe likes it or not, I can count to 5. I can count to 5 very easily. Do you want me to prove it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you even believe that Joe would ask me such a thing like that? And you asked me if I want to fight Masvidal. I will fight Masvidal right now. He can use his right hand. He can kick me in the nuts. He can do anything he wants. I will be juiced up, and I will beat George Masvidal anytime. But I won't take the fight from Nate. And this is exactly what I told these J-Browns. Word for word.
That's what else can I say? I can't say anything else. One last thing. Can I ask one? I mean, it's just too good. If we were if we were in the same room, I'd kiss you right now. It's just too good. I love you so much, like a brother.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. I have a staunch background in heterosexuality, but I appreciate that very much. I think that's a very sweet thing. Do you ever feel that way though? Like we even had that tested in this sport. Like it was the world's first ever homosexual fighter. Say, well, then I'm the world's first hetero. So why are we talking about that? Right. Why would that possibly come up? Do you know how embarrassing? I would find that to be a very embarrassing thing.
Which part?
When people start talking about what they like to do privately with their children. I think it's weird, man. The whole thing is weird.
The biggest feud. There's no one better to ask you about this one. Final thoughts. Who do you got? Who's winning right now? Kendrick Lamar, Drake. Please.
I'm getting sued right now. Did you know about this? I'm in a lawsuit. Did I tell you about this?
No.
I'm in a lawsuit for defamation. You want to go back to the honest things that I tell you? I don't know the person's name. So that's what's really hard. It's like, excuse me, how would I defame you if I have the foggiest idea who you are? And I had a problem with that. That gal that Logan Paul is going to marry seems like a perfectly sweet girl, but she's coming after Dylan. It's like, how could Dylan hurt you? I didn't know you existed until you sued Dylan.
Wait, so she's suing you?
What is your question? What is the question that you're asking me?
Wait, she's suing you?
Who? Logan's girl?
Yeah.
No, she has nothing to do with me. I'm bringing that in that she thought she was defamed by Dylan or something to this degree. It's like, I didn't even know you. How could he defame you?
Sure. No, you said you're getting sued.
I can't produce her name for you right now, and I'd like to. She seems like a nice girl. I like Logan. I don't know what her name is.
But who is suing you?
I'm being sued by somebody for defamation. I don't know what their name is. Is it possible? Can you defame somebody that you don't know? Can George Masvidal pay you the biggest bag when he doesn't have a bag and he doesn't know what my biggest is? Could George Masvidal refuse to throw his right hand and want to even put it in a contract if it was sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission? Can Ariel Helwani and DC have a show that no one's heard of until just now? Can Chael count to 5? Will Miss Brittany be at PFL or Bellator? Jaleel versus Cedric. There's some things out there no one knows. Like there's no way to know for sure. it can be discussed and you can speculate, but you can't know for sure.
Love you, Chael. May 17th.
Love you too.
Max.
Oh, the kiss. You were going to kiss me. That was figurative, and I appreciate it. Figuratively, I kiss you back. See you, buddy.
There he is. Chael Sonnen.
Come on.
Holy shit. I mean, when he is on, holy shit.
Is he all right?
When he is on, he is on. Oh, my God. Wow. That was incredible. That might have been one of his greatest appearances ever. This is the Chael that I love. He is going to be a part of Bellator Paris on May 17th. That's a week from this Friday. You can watch it on Max, their second show of the new era, and you can also watch it on DAZN in the UK and in France. Holy shit. That was amazing. Now, Frank, what happened? Where were you? Did the button not work? Oh, my God. And at what point did you run back thinking, like, oh, my God, like, did someone call you?
When my phone buzzed and I saw Joe say that was me, I was like, what could have happened?
Why does it always seem like you take breaks in the middle of the interviews? Why? Tell me.
Probably because I do.
But what if I need a breaking news jingle?
Well, you know what? It's going to have to wait till I'm gone like 30 seconds.
The man just announced that he is considering running for governor of Oregon. I mean, it's a big freaking deal. Would you not?
Huge. I was honestly disappointed that you didn't ask Anthony about the tattoo. So
I
went
went
to the
like,
bathroom
fuck this. Oh, yeah, of course. You could make me feel like shit. I'm still stewing over that one. And then you take your ball and run home. All right, fine. That was incredible stuff. That was, I mean, what the hell?
Do you want to take a look at this?
What is that? Oh, is that it? God, I can't see anything. Where is it? Wow. There it is. Now I really want to ask him.
The people want to know.
I'm going to call him right now.
All right.
Let's see. Do you think he picks up?
Yeah.
So what's the question again?
Hey, man. We noticed that you have a UFC 300 tattoo on your arm.
Okay,
what gives?
Let's see if he picks up. He is moving. I don't know if you heard this. Hey, Anthony, we're still live on the show right now, so I just want to give you that heads up. And I put you on speakerphone because the guys in the back are making me feel horrible that I forgot to ask you a very important question. They wrote it to me in our Slack channel, but of course I was watching you. I was looking at you. I wasn't reading the computer. They claim that you have a UFC 300 tattoo on your arm. They want to know if this is real, and if so, why?
Yeah, it's 100% real.
And why did you get that? You weren't on the card.
Because I was doing this tattoo feature with Bobby Green, like for ESPN. It's like this new thing that we're doing. Like, you know, all these fighters have tattoos, and everyone's got a story behind them. And I think it's interesting, like the stories behind each individual tattoo. Like maybe even the tattoo doesn't look that great, but like the idea and where they were in life and the meaning behind the tattoo, I thought was cool. So we asked Bobby Green to be the first one. Well, like, gotta remember, like at one point in time, Ariel, I was like not gonna even make it to live to be in my 30s, and like here I am, find myself working as an employee of Disney and ESPN, working the biggest UFC event in the fucking history of MMA. So they were like, "Would you get tattooed?" I was like, "Yeah, I would totally get tattooed during this feature. Like that'd be pretty goddamn cool. Like, what are you gonna get?" And I just like happened to say, "Oh, I'll get a fucking the 300 logo," and it just kind of stuck, and I was just went with it.
Wow, that is
so I just got it.
Did Bobby get one too?
No, Bobby didn't. He wanted to, but I didn't want to get in trouble with the UFC, like getting one of the guys on the card tattooed, and then like I don't know, you know how commissions are. They could be all fucking goofy with him having like a brand new tattoo or an open wound or something like during fight week. I thought that'd be a terrible deal if that caused a problem.
And by the way, I was wondering, was there enough time for the tattoo to heal by the time you fought?
Oh yeah. It doesn't look great because I had to keep training. So, you know, like it's scabbed up a little bit. And so there's a couple spots that don't look great, but it's an easy cover up too.
All right. So I'm the type of person.
I wasn't too worried about it. Like, yeah, I'll get it and I'll just cover it up later.
Every time I do a show, I'm like, fuck, I forgot to ask about this. And this was going to bother me because it seemed a little bit out of left field. So thank you for picking up and addressing this rumor with us. Appreciate it. All right. Now we're really done. Bye-bye. There it is. Anthony Smith.
Well done.
I love it.
Out of left arm.
We got questions. He's got answers.
There it is. Amazing. It is. I mean, it's a kind of good story. And also it's funny that it's like one of the most talked about logos in MMA history, right? For better or worse. That was great stuff from Chael, from Anthony. We have Cory Sandhagen coming up in a matter of seconds. Wow. What a guy. Quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings. How about those Knicks, huh? How about those Knickerbockers? Tonight, game 2 at the Garden. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, the referees. Oh. You know what I love about everyone complaining online about the referees, that the referees want and that the NBA wants the Knicks to win? My response to that is, why haven't they felt this way for the past, 25 fucking years since the last time the Knicks were in the finals? Like, why all of a sudden do they want the Knicks to win? Because the last 20 plus years have been pretty much a dumpster fire for the Knicks. And now all of a sudden they want the Knicks to win? Trust me, if the NBA wanted the Knicks to win so badly, they would have had KD go there, Kyrie go there, LeBron go there, etc., etc. Take it on the chin. Jalen Brunson, best PG in the league. Knicks going all the way. And if you want to put a little action on them, go to DraftKings Sportsbook right now because the NBA playoffs are heating up. You got the Wolves beating up the Nuggets, and don't tell this to Chuck Mindenhall, but I'm kind of happy about it, if only because that will free up Jamal Murray for the Olympics this summer. And it's great to see the Wolfpack doing their thing, OKC doing their thing, and we don't need to talk about that team up in Massachusetts because they suck beans. Same game parlays, live betting, odds boost, and so much more. Don't miss out as the NBA season winds down. And if you're a new customer to DraftKings, you got to check this out. New customers bet $5 to get 150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code DMAR. That's code DMAR for new customers to get 150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5 only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or in West Virginia, visit www.100gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino Resort in Kansas. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.co/bball for eligibility and deposit restrictions, term, and responsible gaming resources. Speaking of basketball, speaking of round ball, I happened to see a clip yesterday from the Mighty Cast where my good friend Demetrius Johnson was talking to my other supposed good friend, or at least I thought so, Cory Sandhagen. And all of a sudden, I came up. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, this is great. They're talking about me. How nice. This warms my heart. Well, guess what? It wasn't all fine and dandy. It wasn't all friendly. In fact, it seemed as though Cory Sandhagen was challenging me. And in fact, it seemed as though he was challenging me with a lack of respect. Like he doesn't think it's going to be much of a challenge. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, take a look at this.
Do you think you beat Ariel Helwani in basketball?
Ariel, your nose is not going to help you win this basketball game.
Oi!
You can get it anytime, any place, and I will beat you in a game of 21 in under 20 minutes.
He put stipulations on it. 21 points under 20 minutes.
That's actually a long time. That's actually a long time. Let's go 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Damn, it's been a while since I played. I haven't shot. I don't even know if my tricep will let me shoot.
You talking all this shit, calling out Ariel Helwani. He still plays on a daily basis. Yeah, you're going to make yourself like a goddamn fool.
The built-in excuses have already started.
She's laughing. It's crazy.
I'm sorry. Because last time I called Ariel Helwani out, I was like, Ariel Helwani, you don't want to see this boy. I was shooting, and he goes, okay, so what are we going to play? I was like, oh, you're absolutely serious. He goes, yeah, I was actually legit in college. And he sent me all his stuff. I was like, yeah, about that game. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
So they hear you throwing all these excuses, and it's like, I don't know if I can shoot anymore. And I'm like, Aaron going to see this. He'll come for that ass.
Both up.
I still think I could beat him, even with the best. I'll shoot lefty. I think I could maybe still win.
Ariel Helwani, what say you? We'll give you guys a Mighty Plaque Award. We'll make it happen.
And it's going to be on our YouTube. Who are you taking?
Forget that, Michael Wanser. It's not going to be on your YouTube. You're not.
Helwani.
Yeah, DJ's got me. So that's the thing right there. He called me out, and the best part about it is he called me out after I booked him on this show. Here I am being nice, asking him to come on to talk about the Umar fight. But then I see that clip, so this is perfect. Cory, are you there? There he is. There he is.
Here, look how mad you looked while that clip was playing. Look how mad you were about all that.
Oh, no one could see me. I was just taking it all in because I actually hadn't seen the whole thing yet because I was so mad when I saw it initially, I turned it off. I couldn't believe the lack of respect.
Yeah, it was a little disrespectful. I'll give you that.
You really think you can whoop my ass?
Ariel, there is no way I'm letting you beat me in basketball ever.
Now, here's the thing. You said 21. To me, 21 is that game where you take free throws and then you break your ice. You're talking about break your ice. You're talking about that? I'm talking about one-on-one. I beat you probably 11-1. That's what I'm talking about, like me versus you, Mano. Not some game where we take free throws. What kind of BS is that?
Oh, you want to just go back and forth? But yeah, I'll play whatever stipulations you want, Ariel.
Who says that? That's like saying I'm challenging you to a fight, but we could only we could only grapple. Well, what is that?
That's the thing in MMA or boxing. You call out a bunch of MMA fighters and have them only do boxing, right? I was doing the same thing.
Exactly. That's exactly. And I'm the pro.
Boxing handbook.
No, one-on-one. You think you would beat me one-on-one?
Yeah, definitely, without question.
You know I weigh like 70 pounds more than you, right?
I know. Well, I gotta decide what type of player are you? Are you like a shooter? What are you?
Yeah, you wish you knew. There's not a lot of footage on me, all right? Why should I tell you what type of player? I'm not giving you the playbook here. I'm not giving you tape. The type of player I am is the type of player who puts out his elbows, who gets a little bit dirty when he needs to, who boxes out like a mother. I mean, I box out better than anyone. I'm like Charles Barkley. I will box you out until the sun comes down. And I legit think you don't score more than 3 to 4. I'll be kind.
In a game to 11?
Yeah.
Ariel, no way I'm letting your bitch ass beat me in basketball.
Why do you got to talk about my nose at the beginning of the clip, huh? Why do you have to bring that up?
I don't know.
Low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, there's not a lot to talk about you because you're so great, Ariel. The only thing you got to know is,
I even feel bad like arguing with you right now. This is like I feel like our first fight. It just doesn't seem natural to me, okay? I don't want to hate you. This is probably like when you fight someone that you kind of like as opposed to someone you don't like, right? It just all feels forced.
This is me fighting everyone. We hate each other, but we don't really hate each other.
I'm hoping that you're not 100%, that the arm is not 100%. Then I would really like to play you. Are you 100%?
100% enough.
Okay. Fair enough. We'll revisit this down the line. For now, though, you are back. Did you know 363 days after they wanted to book you guys against each other the first time? And so I'm still wondering the answer to this question. Why are they so obsessed with this fight? I still don't understand why it's happening.
Well, one, I don't think that there's too many other people for me to fight that they're super high on right now. And they really like Umar, man. They like and I like Umar too. I think he's a really good fighter. I think that he obviously hasn't been in the UFC for that long, but I think that they like his striking style. I think that his striking style is really unique, and it's something that not a lot of people have. So that will be, interesting, I think, for people to watch. And then obviously he's a good grappler too, and he comes from a really famous last name, especially in the sport of MMA, and he's an undefeated guy. So I mean, he's a very marketable dude, and he's definitely a really good fighter. And yeah, I think that that's why they like him. I think that they like the matchup, me and him, just because it's. I actually don't really know. I suppose both of our striking will be really interesting to watch together because I have a unique style. He has a unique style. I also think that not a lot of fans have got to see a ton of my grappling on the defensive end in a few fights. And I think that maybe that might be interesting to some people to watch too. So, yeah, I mean, it definitely has a lot of interesting aspects to it. And he's kind of mysterious. Not a lot of people know about him yet and all of this and that. So, yeah.
Can I ask you, you mentioned the last name, if he had any other last name, anything, just a unique name that no one else has in the sport, do you think they're pushing him so much?
I don't know. That's a question for a reporter, not a fighter. I don't know, man. Whoever they tell me, whatever the last name is or whoever they tell me I need to fight in order to fight for the belt next is who I'm going to fight always. 1,000% always.
What did you think of his last performance?
I thought it was good. I thought it was, yeah, I was actually just watching it last night, but, yeah, it was a good performance. I think that other dude doesn't really know how to approach the certain type of grappler that Umar is, and obviously didn't spend a lot of time on the feet at all. Didn't do a lot of the things that he typically does on the feet at all, probably because he got dropped real early. And yeah, that other guy honestly just didn't have the right approach in the grappling. And I think it's pretty straightforward. You just have to know how to fight those guys in the correct way on the ground, and you'll win. But if you do it wrong, they look really, really dominant.
Have you or your management, Lloyd, been told you win this fight, you're getting a title shot?
I mean, yeah, Hunter was telling me, he was like, look, I don't know how it's not you after this fight, after Merab and O'Malley fight. So yeah, so when I talked to Hunter, that was relayed to me that he doesn't see a way that it's not me after this one. So yeah, that's what I'm being told.
Do you think it's on the line for both of you, that stipulation? Do you think he gets a title shot if he beats you?
I think so, but who knows what can happen? You know, I know that they were going to do Ilya and Volk, and then Max had a really crazy knockout. Now they're thinking Ilya and Max. So I think anything can really happen. I'm really excited to come back, to be honest, man. Like I like sitting on the sidelines for this long, and then also in this time I was spending a lot of time going to a lot of the UFC shows, like really soaking in what it is to kind of be on the other end and in the stands and see the thing as a spectacle and not just like this like thing that I'm just doing, and then get to watch it from the outside a bunch of times was really interesting to me. I also feel like I got a lot of time to sit with the fact that I'm in the second half of my UFC career. Like I've been in the UFC since I was 25. I'm 32. I maybe got like 5 to 7 more years left in me. And that's really something that is a big time.
Nope. Did we lose him?
We did, but we'll get him back.
Do you notice my hair's a little longer?
Yeah.
Letting it grow.
Is that really what you're doing?
My kids have been begging me. I didn't cut it for like 11 days during the break. So it was even longer than this. This is 7 days. And they're begging me to let it grow.
I have to say, I noticed now that I have such short hair, you know, like none at all.
Yes.
I've noticed like just a little growth. I'm like you. I'm just like, oh, I need to cut this.
Oh, it's like you become obsessed with it. All right, he's back. There he is.
Hey, my bad, man.
No problem.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. That was a lot of interesting stuff that you were just saying there, especially the back end of your career. Do you feel like you fixate on that? Like, is that something that is present in your thoughts? Like, okay, now this is the stretch. This, not to say that you're in the back 9, but like a half is over, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like where I was going with that point is that I'm really, really motivated and inspired right now to like, my entire goal in this sport has definitely been to be a world champion. But even on top of that, I want to be something unbelievable that no one's ever seen in the fighting world. You know, like I want to have unbelievable kickboxing paired with unbelievable wrestling paired with unbelievable jiu-jitsu. And I want to make it like a better circle and more perfect than anyone has ever done it in the world. Dare I say in history. But that's always been like my main goal. And I figure now that I have 5 years left, it definitely feels like, hey man, if you're going to like make this push at like, yeah, winning fights and winning a world championship and being all of that. But like, really, man, like my main word that I've been really using to motivate myself is if you're going to be unbelievable, like I want to be unbelievable. If you're going to be that, you don't get to fuck around for the next 5 years. And so I'm like, it was nice to sit with that, understand, recalibrate my goals in a certain way, and really like sit and understand what this back half of my UFC career is going to look like. And like I said, like I'm really driven to be that unbelievable fighter that no one's seen before. So yeah, I'm really motivated, man. I really want to go out and like do it right in the next 5 years.
How far away do you think you are to achieving that greatness?
I mean, greatness is just one word, man. I want to be like unbelievable.
Okay, so even
like,
better than that. So, how far away are you from that status?
A few lifetimes, but I think that right now, you know, it's really funny because I watch the Nina Drama Girl. She asks fighters all the time, like what they think they are, you know, as far as like 1 through 10, what do they think they are? And I think that my answer, dude, honestly, would be probably somewhere between a 4 and a 6. And I don't think that that's because I'm a bad fighter. It's because I have a really good imagination. And when I imagine the best fighter in the entire world, no one's really close to it. I mean, in the sense of like an imagination, like in a parallel universe where, you know, fighters are better than what they are in this one. I just want to get as close to that as I can. And I know that I'm not going to be, and that's okay, but I'm going to like push for that in this universe. I want to be that. So
I'm wondering, who do you think is the closest? If this is an unattainable status, who is on this planet Earth the closest to that status, in your opinion?
No one's even close.
Wow. So you are truly, you're truly striving for something that's like out of this dimension. Like it's unattainable.
Well, yeah, definitely. And sometimes when I like speak of things, like my bar is very different than what most people's bar is. Like I said, because I have a good imagination, and I like, there's a saying, it's like, talent can hit the target that everyone can see, but genius hits the target that no one can see, or whatever the saying is. Like, I feel like not that I'm a fucking genius by any means, but I think that I can, in my head, see what every perfect step would be against like the highest level of guy. Like if you want to get nerdy, like Goku and stuff, you know, where this guy is just like unbelievable, and every challenge that hits him, he answers with the perfect counter. And yeah, so yeah, I don't, that's what I'm striving for big time.
Mentally, how tough has the layoff been? You still have 3 months left, so it's not like it's tomorrow, the fight, or this weekend. How difficult has it been on the sidelines?
I use my time appropriately. I try to take every season of life with like the most that I can get out of it. I try to get out of it. So like I said, in the time off, I did a lot of reflection. I did a lot of spending time at the UFC shows. I did a lot of time like watching tape on other guys and really studying like who's doing the best stuff, and in my opinion, and all of that stuff. So I didn't really ever take any time off from actually skill building, or I feel like learning or reading or doing anything like that. I feel like I attacked it even harder. And like I said, there's seasons where you physically don't get to do everything that you want, so you better do something in the meantime. And I just, there's always something that you can do, so I just always try to find the thing that I can do.
And you've also, been building up your online presence with the videos, the tutorials, the instructionals. And I know, when Cheeto fought Sean, he wasn't happy with some of the things that you said. Do you find yourself ever holding back? Clearly you weren't in that regard, or maybe you even were and you were still critical, but like, is it tough to be an active fighter and you're critiquing other active fighters?
Yeah, definitely. But most of the time I try to just focus on what the awesome things were that fighting. I really, the entire point of me starting the YouTube page is that I really want, well, one, I want people to see my personality and all of that stuff, but I want people to understand the beauty that's really happening inside of all of this stuff. I think that every fighter brings in their own unique characteristics and their own unique personalities, and it's outside of a lot of what I think the layman can see, just because they're not as experienced. It's a very new sport. It's really entering into, culture big time now. So I just want to be on the front end of helping people understand that these aren't just animals battering each other. And sometimes they are, but I want people to just understand that these guys are really awesome. And some of the things that they're doing are so incredible, and they need to be highlighted. And that's kind of just my motivation in doing that, so that people can gather a more of an appreciation for it.
Can you understand why Cheeto was so upset with the comments?
Yeah, I went a little hard on Cheeto. Yeah. I shouldn't have gone that hard on Cheeto, but I was kind of upset, honestly, that night. If I'm being real candid, I was a little upset because, one, I didn't really dig the fact that he was the one fighting for the title. Granted, I was hurt, but I still, it didn't feel right to me. I could tell, and that's not his fault either. Like, I'll give him a little bit of credit for that, where that's not necessarily his fault, because if someone asks you to fight for a title, you don't say no. But just like watching how the fight went also, and again, I'm trying not to go hard on Cheeto because that's not my style, but I was like, man, like, you're literally fighting a replica me, essentially, who does things a little bit differently, but same build, same style almost. And you went in and you fought almost the exact same. Like, which improvements did you make? Why didn't you at least attempt a takedown? Why didn't you at least do things a little bit differently than when you fought me. Like, where did you learn anything from our fight? And so I just, that upset me, you know, like it upsets me when people, I don't feel like, I'm trying not to go hard. It upsets me when people don't come in better than they were before, because it just means that they're just, I don't know what they're doing.
Understand where you're coming from. I thought Sean looked incredible in the fight, and he continues to improve. That being said, can he beat Merab?
That's going to be a tough one. Honestly, it's going to be a hell of a fight for the both of them, to be honest. I definitely know that Merab's biggest issue in fighting is clearing that gap. He isn't the fastest guy in the world. He doesn't have a build that clears the gap really, really well. He kind of gets people tired, and then that gap becomes a lot easier to close. But O'Malley is one of the best at hitting people in that void and in that space in between me and you. And it's gonna be a really challenging fight for the both of them, because it usually, you say in a fight, it's either going to go one guy's way or the other guy's way. But I think in this one, it's going to be a battle back and forth of both of these guys getting what they want. I think that Sean will definitely be able to crack him when he clears that void. If Merab can eat it or recover or whatever, I think that he can run his game plan, and then that might happen again. And then Merab will run his game plan, and then that might happen again. And I think that they both have very specific ways to win this fight, and I think it's going to be a hell of a fight for the both of them. But Merab also has shown to be a little bit chinny in those spots, and Sean definitely hits hard as shit. So yeah.
Is it better for Cory Sandhagen that Sean O'Malley wins as opposed to Merab?
Oh yeah, we're rooting for Sean O'Malley. We want O'Malley to win, as long as he's not going to go off and do some stupid boxing fight with that guy, or as long as he's not going to try to go up to 145. Like, don't do that, Sean. Like, just stay in the division. Try to clear us all out if you can. But don't start doing all that stuff, man. Like, to me, again, I'll be real candid. I think that there's a tactic with some people that they take where they go high risk, high reward fights. No one wants to take high risk, low reward fights. And you can make the argument that if you go up a weight class and fight Elia, that's a very tough fight, of course. It's equally as tough, if not tougher, than anyone in this division as well, to be honest. But what do you lose? Like, you don't really lose anything except for getting your ass whooped, which we're all fighters and we're very used to getting our asses whooped all of the time. So you make a big paycheck, you get to come back to your weight class, and then you get to, you know, be like, thumbs up, I'm still the champ at this at least. And then same thing in boxing. If you go to boxing and you lose a fight in a sport that you don't even participate in, there's no loss in any of that other than getting your ass whooped, which again, none of us are afraid of. So I disagree with it, because it would favor me more if he stuck around and I got to fight him.
What do you make of this talk of people saying after the Aldo fight that he should fight O'Malley?
No way, man. I love Aldo, man. Aldo's the absolute man, but you don't get to come back from retirement and then beat a guy way down in the rankings and then just fight for the belt. Like, I love Aldo, but definitely not. Like, there's too many good guys in the division for that to be the case.
Not your division, but I feel like you're a Steve Erceg fan. I don't know. Am I crazy? But I feel like you like him.
Yeah, I love Erceg. I've been watching him since the whole time he's been in the UFC. I shot him a message because I wanted to know where he lived, because I wanted to train with him. But
wow.
I think he's a really sharp guy. He's definitely like a nice mix of athlete and thinker, and you can tell in his interviews that here's the interesting thing about guys that can really articulate what it is that they're doing, is that they definitely have a system, and not all fighters, and it's okay, but not all fighters are super capable of articulating and describing what it is that they're actually doing. And that doesn't make them not good fighters, but that doesn't make that makes them not good guys to learn from. And I'm really interested in learning from guys that can explain to me what it is that they're actually doing. And he definitely seems like I could learn a lot from him.
Did you shoot him a message after the fight?
No, it wasn't after Pantoja. I messaged him after, it was a couple fights ago, okay. I think. Yeah, because I watched him fight live and I was like, holy shit, that guy is really good. Like, really, really good. And then he knocked the other guy out again, or Matt Schnell or whatever, knocked him out. And I was like, oh man, yeah, this guy's really good.
So will you try to train with him? I know he's a little far out.
I'm not going all the way over there to train with him, but
maybe he's in America.
Yeah, definitely.
Will this be your first time in Abu Dhabi since the Jan fight?
Yep.
How do you feel about that?
I'm cool with it. You know, like, I don't love the idea of going all the way over there to fight someone that's lower in the rankings and all of that, but I also really love the feeling of rising up to challenges, and I'm definitely not one to shy away from that, especially since I'm taking this fight anyways. So I'm cool with it, man. I really, it doesn't bother me to fight in other people's hometowns or anything like that. People like watching good fighting, whether they know it or not, and at the end of the fight, they're going to be rooting the both of us on because it's going to be an amazing fight anyway. So yeah, it doesn't bother me.
Was there anything that you did the first time that you were there that you learned from, that you know, just to get your body right, to get comfortable? Are there any lessons that you can apply to this one?
Yeah, okay. I'll actually shoot you a quick story. So
I love it.
The first time that I went out to Abu Dhabi was to fight Marlon Moraes, and it was no ceremonial weapons. It was like peak COVID time, so the schedule was much different. So I didn't flip and try to get to Abu Dhabi time. I just stayed on back home time because it made more sense with the time that we were fighting. Okay, that went completely great. Then when I fought Jan, the schedule was a lot different because it was a little bit after we were doing press conferences and all of that stuff. So I I tried to stay on time back home again because it still would have worked out perfectly. It would have been like 1 p.m. back home, and I was like, perfect, that's when we spar anyway. So, but because of the schedule, I missed out on a complete night of sleep, which was horrible. So, and I was freaking out, man. I was like, oh my God, like, what if I can't sleep the night before the fight? And so I'm laying in bed and I'm like, kind of afraid. I'm like, oh no, like I'm going to have to fight this guy on 0 sleep. And then that was about 30 hours before or maybe 24 hours before the fight. I take a melatonin. I set my alarm for 15 hours later. And I was like, please God, let me sleep this entire 15. I close my eyes. I hear my alarm go off and I was like, yes. I was like, yes, I slept the whole 15 hours. And so I got to be really rested going into that fight, but I'm definitely not doing that again because had I not, that would have been a really shitty night. So I'm going to go early and flip my time and do all of that stuff this go around.
Honestly, what I thought you were going to say was that like you slept through the alarm, that you were groggy, blah, blah, blah. But that's stressful stuff. You slept 15 hours, by the way?
Yeah, I slept 15 hours because I missed the whole night of sleep the night before, like literally entire night. Yeah.
Damn. So how far in advance will you go?
I'm going to ask around a little bit more, somewhere between 10 and 14 days. I'm going to keep asking around. Some people are saying 10 days. I don't really love that. So it'll probably be like 12 to 14 days.
I saw you posted footage of you and Gaethje sparring. Was that recent?
Yeah, he wanted some skinny guys to help him get ready for Max. So so yeah, a lot.
Shocking stuff, right?
Took my breath away for a couple of days, dude. I haven't had my breath taken away like that for a couple of days. That was wild. That was maybe one of the most memorable moments ever.
The knockout itself, but then the sequence leading up to the knockout, the fight. I mean, everything together. Is he okay? Have you talked to him?
I haven't talked to him. I talked to Trevor, and Trevor was saying he's doing good. Gaethje's like he's an unshakable guy. Gaethje is a guy that I really, really look up to as a competitor, and then just also like his personality and his value system. I think he's like a really, really good guy. So you can't really shake Gaethje up. You know, like he's definitely probably sad about it, but he's one of those guys that isn't going to get too down about stuff.
Okay, last one. Because I really respect your mind and the way you look at things. Do you think Dustin Poirier has a shot against Islam? And not like a puncher's chance, like a legit shot.
Yeah, I think so. I think definitely. I'm trying to think of Islam's, if he's fought anyone that's like Poirier. Has he?
Recently, not really. I mean, it's Volk. The recent, Volk back-to-back. Who was it prior to that? No, no one really. Like you mean body?
Yeah.
Like his like the frame or the way he fights?
Yeah, like a lefty boxer, like weird shell.
No. Dan Hooker?
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think everyone has a chance, man. I think that if MMA has taught everyone anything, it's that anyone has a chance, especially just with how, like, some of these upsets that have happened in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Like, some of them are unbelievable. Like, literally, like, what the fuck? Like, O'Malley beating Sterling was unbelievable at the time.
Yeah.
You know, like, fights like that, like, you can't count anyone out ever.
Leon Kamaru, etc.
Yeah.
The head kick. How does your fight end?
It's gonna be a pain in the ass of a fight, to be honest with you. It's gonna be a tough one. I'm ready for whatever. Like I said, no one's got to see my grappling. I know that that's gonna be kind of something that people talk about, but that'll be a fun thing for me to be able to show off because you know, I do work with Ryan Hall and it's a really unique style, and I think it's gonna be a pain in the ass for him to have to deal with. The amount of space that he leaves is gonna be a pain in the ass to deal with, but I'll figure it out. And yeah, like I mean, I trained 10 weeks already for him, and then I'm about to hop into another 12-week training camp. So I'll have some really good answers for things. I'm definitely not in a place where I want fights to go the distance. I don't really, I like, that's one big thing that I've been working in this time off is like adding some power into these and then adding some power into a couple of the submissions so that I can like rip people apart. And I'm really getting that down really well. So I always go into a fight feeling really confident, but now I feel really confident and I feel like I can like actually like really cause a lot of hurt to someone. So that's going to be fun for me to show everyone that new stuff.
Despite your disrespectful call out and your thoughts on my basketball skills, love having you on. Excited that you're back. Excited to see this fight and well done on taking the fight. And I hope you get the title shot, obviously, if you prevail on August 3rd. So thank you. And I'll have my agent reach out to your agent and we could set it up. Okay. You're not the only one with an agent, Cory. All right.
Okay. All right. Later.
Thanks, Cory. There he is, Cory Sandhagen, the man returning August 3rd against Umar Nurmagomedov. How lucky are we, right? I mean, how lucky are we that we get what a collection of characters on today's program. How lucky are we that we get to talk to Mike Perry, Anthony Smith, Chael Sonnen, Cory Sandhagen. I mean, these are minds right here. These are incredible minds. How lucky are we, huh, Frank? How lucky are we? Tell me.
Don't you forget it.
I'm just happy you're not in the bathroom.
Wow.
Any snacks? I know on Wednesdays. On Wednesday, did my computer get unplugged? I know on Wednesdays, yeah, it did. People get all crazy here with the snacks and whatnot. I just got a text from P.T. Carroll, my good friend P.T. Carroll.
Oh yeah.
And he just texted me, Davies, what a moment. Now I'm assuming that he's referring to Canada's own, the great right back Alphonso Davies. Has he got Bayern Munich on the board?
On the board and ahead. 1-0 Bayern. 76th minute. But yeah, just absolute ripper into the back of the net.
Are we staring at an all-German final?
Oh, please, please, please.
I mean, there you are with the BVB jersey.
On.
Are they your favorite club? Do you like them more than
they're
Forest?
They're who really got me into it.
Right. So push comes to shove. If it's Dortmund against Forest, you're going.
I'm going Dortmund. Yeah.
Wow.
It's like my first love. You know, when the pandemic came in 2020, Bundesliga was the first thing back. And you know,
they beat the UFC, by the way.
I believe so. I believe the UFC came back in May and Bundesliga was back in April. I have very fond memories of 9 a.m. Saturday morning, drinking out of boots, getting noise complaints at our good friend Jake's apartment complex.
Oh, yeah. Why
cheering
boots,
on
by the
BVB.
way?
The movie Beer Fest. It's like they go to Germany and they drink out of boots. I've been told that they don't really drink out of boots over there. That it's just giant like steins. But alas, we were having fun on Saturday morning. So yeah.
Did you watch yesterday?
Oh yeah, did I watch yesterday? Are you kidding me?
Where do you watch these games?
It's all the non-believers. My favorite place to go is a place in Hoboken called Mulligan's. I mean, we've invited you several times. You've turned down every
No,
offer.
I've never gone there.
Saturday mornings. Frank has been several times as well. I mean, just a classic soccer bar. It's fantastic. But, yesterday I had to do some work for the show, so watched it from the old couch. But big day on June 1st now. Big day.
June 1st is going to be an incredible sporting afternoon. The 5-on-5. And they just announced that Bivol is remaining on the card. Unfortunately, if we were still getting Bivol, better be a
be an all-timer.
Yeah, what a day! Champions League final, and then 302 in Brick City. Finish the story. Hashtag. We were gonna get Masvidal Diaz, but no more.
Interestingly enough,
yes,
I was on GameBread's website earlier and FanMio, and it still claims it's June 1st.
Oh yeah. Well, it hasn't been official. It's not it's not officially announced, but it is being moved. No doubt about it. Well, I'm delighted for Alphonso Davies. Hopefully, he can get some of that magic going for us in the Copa America Game 1 against Argentina in June. I kind of favor Bayern if it's Bayern versus Dortmund, only for the Harry Kanes of the world and the Davies of the world. I hate to say. Is it improbable?
Right. They said the same thing about PSG. Mbappe, we can't stop him.
Oh, I'm not saying that
Can't
they
win
should be
on
the
the
favorite.
road.
I would love to see Harry Kane get a major trophy. Are Dortmund massive underdogs? Like were they? I know they lost Bellingham prior to they lost Holland. Like how improbable?
I mean,
is
they lose everyone. I mean, everyone comes and goes.
They're like the Montreal
Lewandowski.
Expos.
Yeah, they get it. We're the feeding system. I mean, even our own Jadon Sancho left for Man U and then came back to us, and now.
But how improbable is this particular run? Like what were the odds?
Pretty big Cinderella. I mean, I'm sitting on a plus 3,300 ticket. So like I think they were 50-1 at the beginning of the tournament, so plus 5,000.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're definitely the Cinderella. That is for sure.
Well, speaking of picks, great segue there. What do we got for this weekend, gents? What do we have? What do we got? What are we thinking? What are we feeling?
Let's see. I mean, it's been a while. Had to dust off the old messages with Juliana Pena.
Oh, yeah.
Venezuelan Vixen, the fourth of the Parlay Pals. Nothing yet, so we can just dive in.
You think the break made her forget about us?
No shot.
No.
No. Yeah, I don't think so. So I'll throw the names in the randomizer and we can get this thing going. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Boom. Rick will go first. Frank second. I will go third. How are you feeling, Rick?
Wonderful. How about you?
I'm feeling great, man. Third straight dub on the way for the old Parlay Pals.
How? By the way, how are
sweating
things
it,
at the home base over there? Is it too hectic with the kids? What are we thinking?
Looks hectic.
There, yeah, I mean, it definitely looks hectic with this blank background. The kids are outside playing with bubbles with Grandpa right now in the backyard. So it's quite nice. It's quite pleasant,
great.
actually.
I was I took a family trip over the break. I was ripping some bubbles with the nieces and nephews. It's good stuff.
By the way, is this your father or your wife's father?
No, Holly's dad and stepmom are here.
Still waiting for the day Mr. Jackman visits us here on.
That's a highly anticipated.
You saying this now? You saying? See,
he's gonna come now.
Well, I've already said it.
Coming.
I've already said
good.
it.
You're acting like we don't want this.
Yes,
we want
I
him
assume
to come
every
in.
day is a day he show up.
By the way, I forgot to bring. He got that gift. I sent you a picture of it. He got that gift for you a while back. And I was supposed to bring it on Monday. If you say this, he'll bring. He texted me. He's like, what did Ariel think? Did you give it to Ariel? He'll bring it. He'll bring it next time.
So now he thinks I'm an asshole for not saying thank you.
No,
for sure.
I told him I didn't give it.
Okay.
But now that you've invited him, he'll bring it personally, and he will talk your ear off about it. So
he could have a seat in the back with you guys. He could be on
absolutely.
air.
I mean, I'm back here on the back bench solo right now. I mean, I'm riding dirty back here. So I'd be happy to have him.
My dad's going to be here every day now. He's
we can
hook
him up with the mic. Your seat's wide open. Come on, Mr. Jackman. From one Jackman to another. This is just the honorary Jackman seat. He can hop right in.
I would love to see it.
He would love nothing more.
I would love to see it. All right, what do we got?
Okay, I'm going to keep it simple. Give me Carlos Ulberg.
Ladies' night.
Yeah.
Minus 270.
Who's he fighting?
Yeah.
Alonzo Menafield.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Frank.
I also am going to keep it simple. Veronica Hardy.
Oh, yeah, know yourself.
You literally do know yourself, Frank. I also know yourself. I walked up to Frank before the show. Wrote down on a piece of paper, I wrote down Veronica Hardy. I said, Frank, who are you picking in the Parlay Pals? And he's just like, Veronica Hardy. Showed him the paper. I was like,
wow.
Knew it.
Now,
Knew it to be true.
my question is this a pick with the heart or is it a pick with the mind?
Oh, she's a diehard Tool fan. It's definitely with the heart. It's with the heart.
I only pick with the heart.
Okay.
Honestly, that is true. Frank is a big heart picker. I mean, Bobby King Green, Kayla Harrison, Amanda Serrano, Jake Paul.
That's right.
It's always with the heart. I mean, for me, it's also simple. You could call me somewhat of an addict. If this man is getting in the cage, I am betting the under. Terrence T-Rex McKinney, action man, all the time. Under 2.5, minus 550. I mean, 21 fights. 20 have gone under the 1.5. 17 have ended in the first round. Never seen the scorecards. Terrence McKinney has never gone to the scorecards in his 21 professional fight career, which is just ridiculous. He doesn't know the feeling of getting the scorecards read. So under 2.5. Terrence T-Rex McKinney.
I'm surprised no one's touching Derek Lewis.
Are you jumping
Yeah,
in?
it doesn't feel like...
Hey, you want in?
No, but I mean, I always feel like, I don't know. I always feel like someone goes with an under with him, with a knockout with him, kill or be killed.
I mean, he is a beast.
Right.
He is a beast.
So nothing. We're not touching him. Or are you touching him with your picks? Is that a good...
There's something in there, yeah.
All right.
Something in there with that. All right, yeah, let's dive right in. We might as well. We start with an underdog pick. I will be taking Chase Hooper against Slavakos. Love Slavakos, great boxing, very good on the feet, but he does have a disparity when it comes to the grappling against Chase Hooper. I mean, he is a skilled grappler, and I think if he does get a takedown, which I believe he'll be able to, Slavakos sitting at about 34% takedown defense, I think he's going to have a massive advantage. I think there's a gulf there, and I just see a clear path to victory for him. Obviously, you know, he could get sparked out. We've seen him knocked out before, the Steve Garcia fight, but with such a clear path to victory at underdog odds, I really believe he can win this thing. So I will go with Chase Hooper. Next up, been sitting on this one for a minute. This is why I've been excited for this. Robles Despaigne getting back in there. The Cuban Ngannou. I don't know how you can't be intrigued with this guy entering the octagon. All the hype surrounding him, all the accolades. And then he comes in against Josh Parisian and knocks him out in, was it 18 seconds? How long was it? Coming off of his back foot. I think this is a great matchup for him against Waldo Cortez Acosta. They're putting him against just a straight boxer. I mean, that's essentially all he's going to come in here to do. He's not going to go for takedowns. He's coming in to box you up. He's not overly dangerous. Yes, he has some knockouts in the UFC, but a lot of decisions as well. And I'm not wildly high on his resume. Jared Vanderaa, Chase Sherman, 45-year-old Andrei Arlovsky. I think this is a real test for him and a guy that is not going to go away. 9-inch reach advantage for Despaigne and massive, massive power on the dude. I don't think he's going to be able to showboat like he did in Andrei Arlovsky's face while essentially even on the scorecards. Despaigne is not going to let that fly, so I will be going with the big boy. Next up, we're in St. Louis. The STL sniper is going to snipe. So that's what I'm going to go with. Breakdown short, simple. Sean Woodson in his hometown. I think he gets it done. And then to the co-main event. I know Buckley from here, but I will actually be taking the under in this one. I like the way these guys match up. Going to be interesting. Ruzabayev cutting down to 170, 6'5" at 170. Going to be fascinating to see if he makes weight successfully. That height differential, 7 inches, could definitely come into play. We have seen height matter in fights. I mean, go back, Trey Waters on this card as well against Josh Quinlan. The height mattered. Zara Farron versus Josiane Nunez. The height played a huge part in that one. 7 inches is going to be a massive disparity. So I think Buckley's going to come in here looking for a highlight. And I think he's either going to get it or Ruzabayev is going to put one on him. If you look in their last few fights, last 14 for each of them, Buckley, 11 of his last 14 under the 2.5. Ruzabayev, 13 of his last 14. Both of these guys are very capable of getting finishes. And I think that's what happens here. I think someone gets got. To the parlays. Violence parlay. I got this one minus 163. You can actually get it better on DraftKings Sportsbook right now at minus 154. Under in McKenny Rebovics. under in WCA Despaigne, under in Luis Nascimento, and then last but not least, Mateus Rebecki and Carlos Ulberg in a parlay. Diego Ferreira. Last time he fought someone from Poland. Last time he fought someone named Mateus. It did not work out well for him. There's your deep breakdown on that one. And then ladies' night. This is a pro Ulberg podcast. Got him getting it done. And those are the picks.
Love it.
UFC.
So nothing on
St.
Lomachenko,
Louis.
huh?
No, I'll just be sitting back watching that one, enjoying it.
I think that one's 10 p.m. I thought it was going to be in the morning, but I guess I think that one is happening Sunday morning so that it can, let me just see right here. Boxing, 1 second, which I think is great. What's wrong? Is everything okay?
Real, 88th minute goal.
But you might as well just tell us what's happening. I thought you were having like an aneurysm or something over there.
Close to it. Close to it.
Lebitard always says you can't breathe into the mic or sneeze into the mic, cough into the mic. What does he say?
Well, I just did.
I can't find this. It's somewhere. It's harder to find the times for... No. Major? Let's see if this works. No, it doesn't work. Anyway, that's happening this weekend. I'm looking forward to it. Real just tied it up.
Tied it up on a rebound.
All right, let's go.
Oh, I couldn't bring it in.
Why are you rooting for Bayern?
Because I did take 2 futures in. My 2 futures were Dortmund and Bayern. And plus 900, plus 3,300. Get that little auto hit. Just get to sit back and enjoy the final. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that. And I don't love Dortmund versus Real Madrid.
Yeah, that is a tough one. Rick, if you have to bounce, that's all good. I understand. I'm going to answer a few more questions because there were a lot of them, and we'll take this baby home. Samuel, hey, does it ever get super tough when you know a fight is done, but it's been told to you in confidence, and then you get on the show and have to speculate with the gang and not give it away? Or times you've had to play dumb? Glad you are back. Yes. No, it's not tough. It's not tough. It's not tough at all. I would rather not break someone's confidence or break someone's trust than get it out there and get, a few tags or whatever. Definitely not worth it. So it is not tough. Chris, hello, Ariel. I was recently at One Championship Fight Night 22 in Bangkok. When mid-event, they played a clip of the MMA Hour talking about how good Stamp Fairtex is. Why do you think fighters of One Championship haven't come across as successful compared to those of other organizations like the UFC? I don't even know what this clip is, but that's cool, I guess. I'm not sure. Maybe they haven't done as much work promoting here, and there's not as many Americans on the roster. And the main thing is, it's the same thing with PFL and with Bellator. Like, the UFC is such a behemoth that they take up a lot of the oxygen, and the way it's structured, it's all UFC has become in many respects like Kleenex as far as MMA is concerned, and everything else kind of feels like the UFL. It's not, the talent is not, but the UFC is on enough to where it's hard for other people to wedge in, especially when their shows are maybe in the morning or in the middle of the night. Their roster is amazing. PFL's roster is amazing. Bellator still has a very, very good roster. We said it, that they had the best, collection of champions when they got sold than they've ever had. The man who is headlining the May 17th card in Paris, Patchy Mix, is as good as anyone in the UFC at 135, including the champion. You can make a case. Who knows what would happen in the fight, but he is a legit top 5 bantamweight, top 3 bantamweight. So is Johnny Eblen, in my opinion, at 185. But they just take up a lot of the oxygen, like I said, and people don't get, they don't get psyched about these other events because there's just so many UFC events to get psyched about. Andy Koufax. Ariel, it's Andy from Atlantic Terminal fame. Shout out serendipitous post-work train station encounters with legends in their respective field. I read a question from Andy the week of Garcia Haney, and Andy, who had a great question, I forgot what the question was, he walks up to me and he goes, Ariel, it's me. And I'm like, I don't recognize you. And he goes, Andy Koufax from the Substack. And in my mind, I didn't want to be mean, but I'm like, how would I know what you look like? His profile thingy is a orange dot. There's not even a face on it. But it was very funny and very crazy that I had just read his question the day before. Anyway, he says, everyone knows Dustin got that dog in him, but plus 410 seems like a bit much. Am I being blinded by his win over BSD and the story? What do you think about this line? Also, no matter what happens, you got to power through. The game needs you. It's easy to feel the opposite sometimes, but I promise there's a lot more love than hate out there. Stay safe, Andy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Considering who Islam is, plus 410 seems about right. Do you agree, GC, or do you think that's too high?
No, that feels about right. That feels about right.
Out of respect, I think there might be a few people who are, emotionally invested in the story that might put a flyer or two, but you have to respect Islam. Number one pound for pound right now in the world.
Yeah, there'll be people that throw flyers, but I would heavily favor Islam.
By the way, you asked Dustin, is Islam better than Habib? And he's like, yeah, he's got better jiu-jitsu, he's better striking. Like, if he's better than Habib, like, that's the respect that the betting line should show.
Right.
Like, Islam's a beast. Islam's a savage. So yeah, I think it's accurate. I think Dustin is an extremely good and capable fighter. So we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, it makes sense.
What about this one? Tayshawn 8888. Ariel, it is with great joy and sadness that I report that our very own GC has graduated to the ranks of stardom, that I can no longer earn his reply. I have a package to send to you all, and I'm hoping to confirm delivery address. Please assist and be sure to give GC some proper shit. Y'all are amazing, and I love to see the crew is sending. You know yourself. What's going on here, GC? Why are you ignoring Tayshawn?
I have no idea. I don't know. I apologize to Tayshawn.
Where can he reach out to you to get us this package?
I don't know. My email.
What about your DMs? Can he slide in there? Or?
Yeah, I mean, there's
a lot going on there.
I mean, there's quite a few. Tayshawn was his name.
8888. Maybe he can write us, and next week we can confirm.
We think that's Can we get like a?
All he has to do is run up to you in person and say, "Hey, it's me, Tayshawn 888," and you'll know exactly
Tayshawn 88888. Oh, there it is with the UFC logo.
Is that
true?
Here
we go. Ah, yes. All right. Yep.
Wow. Apparently, there's not that many that you just found it that quickly.
No, I looked him up.
Oh, you looked him up?
The Instagram bar and then hit message on him.
His name is also
Tayshawn 88888. Yeah. I found him. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. He first messaged me March 19th, 2023, and then again April 20th. And then again, April 22nd.
All right. We'll get on that, Tayshawn.
He actually already has the address. Wow. Shout out to Tayshawn.
Wait, so what is he asking for?
Yeah, I think he's just looking for a little confirmation. I'll give it to him right now.
There it is. Joshua, Ariel, GC, and Rick. Any chance John Jones moves on from Stipe and takes on Tom Alex? I think Alex fights in Manchester. I think Jones maybe fights in the fall. I mean, maybe. But Alex...
It's so far away. Like... anything could happen realistically. Like, what if Stipe can't make it to the fight? They're not going to just sit on Jones forever. So yeah, I think it's possible.
Alex seems like more of a long shot, right?
Yeah.
What's the bigger fight, Alex or Tom?
Alex at the moment.
Alex, for
Alex
sure.
at the moment. I think.
Just
with a really,
if he's going for the heavyweight title. No doubt, Alex.
Yeah.
If with a really impressive performance in Manchester, I think it'll be neck and neck. I think Tom is like on that trajectory for some real stardom. And the way he's going to look, like, imagine if Alex had been fighting at 301, the mega reaction he would have had there. Tom is going to get that. Tom is going to be in Manchester. And if he can win that fight and look impressive, it's going to be insane. It's going to be a madhouse. That helps. That really helps in terms of building. Like, we talk about, like, there was a question earlier, like, what is ONE FC not doing? Like, it just doesn't feel like that when their fighters are achieving the ultimate highs. So when Tom is in front of that pro Tom Aspinall crowd in Manchester, if he's able to do what he's been able to do lately, it's going to feel big. And the calls for Tom versus John are going to be deafening. And so, yeah, who knows what happens from here? I think ultimately, if Stipe and John are both healthy, they will do that fight. But if Stipe doesn't make it to the fight, I know Tom would answer that call in a heartbeat.
So you know what's interesting? Joshua and the person right under him, Ethan, ask essentially the same question. Joshua asks, who wins best roaster from the Tom Brady roast? Ethan asks, these three, in his opinion, were the top three. Nikki Glasser. Is it Glazer or Glasser?
Glazer. Yeah.
Glazer. Tony Hinchcliffe and the great Andrew Schultz. That's his top three. Who's number one? I don't feel like I can weigh in because I didn't even get. I got to Nikki. I didn't get to Andrew or Tony.
Solid top three. That's the right order for the comedian side.
Nikki,
it was Nikki
got number one.
She's separated from the pack. She's number one.
Wow.
I thought Tony was pretty good too. I thought
it was
Tony
great.
Was pretty good.
It was great. Nikki stole the show. Nikki was number one.
I think I might go Tony as number one, and then Nikki. I think that's inarguably the top two. I think both of them just absolutely killed it. I kind of liked. I liked Drew Bledsoe's was decent.
I was gonna say.
I liked Belichick.
I'd put some of the. I would put some of the NFL guys before I'd have a number three on the comedian side. Whoever wrote for the NFL guys, they were all really good.
I mean, Kevin Hart was also incredible. I know he wasn't he didn't just have the one thing where he walked up, but Kevin Hart was amazing throughout the show as well.
Thomas, what's up, Ariel? Pacers fan here. Congrats on your game 1 win. I'm hoping in game 2 we could play 5-on-5 instead of 8-on-5. Wah! All jokes, but in honor. By the way, you know you guys are complaining about the offensive foul. That same call was called against the Knicks earlier in the game. Now you could say, oh, it doesn't get called in that moment, but you can't freaking body check the guy. All right, sorry, call's a call. It's like in fighting. If the guy is out with a second left, you make the call. You don't say play out the round. And unfortunately, there was 14 seconds left. Anyway, in honor of Pacers versus Knicks, I want to ask where you were for Reggie Miller's 8 points in 9 seconds and what you remember about that moment. Miss you guys over the break. It's good to have you back. I remember that moment like it was yesterday. I was sitting in my den with my 2 brothers. I thought the game was over. It was a Sunday afternoon. Game 1, Knicks, Pacers, 95, MSG. Thought the game was over. I remember the sequence. It was a 3-pointer and then another 3-pointer. And then 3-pointer, stole the ball, bad pass, another 3-pointer. Starks goes back, misses 2 free throws. Then they come back, score again. I felt shell shocked. And I knew right there that the season was over, even though that was game 1. I remember this was 95. We didn't have American cable at the time. We only had Canadian cable. We didn't have a satellite. Game 5 was on TNT. We didn't get TNT, and no channel, believe it or not, aired the game in Canada. So I went to an Expos game instead. No cell phone. This is how I found out that the Knicks won Game 5. I came home, had no idea no idea about the game. There was no way to get an update on the game. We're living cell phoneless, and I get home. I turn on CNNSI, if anyone remembers that channel. I wait for the 11 p.m. sportscast to start. They had their own version of SportsCenter. They lead with Knicks Pacers, and I'm watching the highlights as if I'm watching a game. Like I'm rooting on the highlights, and it ends with Ewing getting a pass, dribble around the foul line, makes a shot with like a second left. They all drape him. They win Game 5, and then eventually they get bounced in 7. Ewing misses the finger roll with seconds left, and I was in the same spot when that happened, and I started crying. I'm in 8th grade. Give me a break. And my brother went and got a Kleenex box, and he whipped it at my head. It was awful. I'll never forget it. It's been a long road. Anyway.
2-1 Real final.
Wow. What happened?
They scored again.
You're kidding.
Stoppage. Nah.
Who scored?
I can't even remember.
Oh, I feel bad. It's over?
It's over. Yeah, I mean, they're about to call it. It's over, though, yeah.
Poor Harry Kane. Do you think that
They always make it. They always win.
Do you think that how many times have they won now? Like 7 times or something?
The Champions League?
Yeah.
No, I think like 15, dude.
Jeez Louise. I see the goal right here. Who was that? Who was that? My guy Jude? Hey, Jude. No, it wasn't. Do you think that the German fans will root for Dortmund, or do you think they'll root?
That's a good question. I feel like they'll root against them. But man, I don't know. I mean, Real did just end their season.
Miguel, hello, Ariel. Stemming from Monday's talk about your glasses, have you ever considered contacts or having surgery? How bad is your eyesight? My eyesight is horrible. Left eye, cannot see anything far. Completely blind. right eye, can't see anything close. There's a word for that. There's a term for this. I don't know what it is. I don't like contacts. I don't like the idea of putting my finger in my eyeball or touching it. And I haven't considered surgery because I'm just kind of a wimp, and I don't know. I just feel like it could go wrong. Hey, Rick, this question is for you from Jeremy. What is your favorite season of the challenge? And did you hate Johnny Bananas as much as I did for taking the money from Sarah?
Oh boy. Yeah, that's hard. I mean, there's a lot of great ones. Battle of the X's, War of the Worlds, I think. I'm forgetting the title. Inferno, Gauntlet, like all the fresh meat, all the early ones, like that's the era. And no, absolutely not. Johnny Bananas made some of the best television ever by taking the money from Sarah. Couldn't have been happier. I thought it was one of the greatest moments in TV history, if not the greatest. So yeah.
War of the Worlds, like all the real world stuff?
No, it was like different countries. Different countries.
Right.
Yeah. It's expanded quite a bit. There's like CBS people on it now, and like I'm kind of a traditionalist, like keep it simple, give me the challengers, but this season's been pretty good. Solid, or rather All Stars has been pretty good. So yeah, All Stars is the new flagship, but the challenge is just, it's so good. It's so good.
Is it still going on?
I love it so much. Oh man, they've got like 10 spin-offs now.
Is
It's
it
incredible.
Is it still
There's
on
a
MTV?
universe.
Is it still on MTV? Or is it on
So
Paramount?
it's on Paramount now.
Yeah.
Because like it was MTV for the longest time. Now it's kind of like branched out to their streaming service because, as you could imagine, that's such a hot commodity for them. So, and also, what was MTV at this point? It was like Ridiculousness and the Challenge. Like it was reruns of Ridiculousness and the Challenge. So they had to kind of bring it over to streaming. But yeah, next level. Just the best show. The best show. The best anything. Form of entertainment.
Sure.
I love it.
Just a couple more. Ant Evans, hello again. Hey mate, really enjoyed you appearing on Luke Thomas's show last week. Well, apart from that super spaz Brian Campbell interrupting you, bigging up my YouTube business, I know you and Luke had a period of not speaking, and it was great to see you guys broadcast together. I've always enjoyed the latent sexual tension between you two. Anyways, I was wondering if you and the boys could speak on how cathartic it is to let bygones go and let go of old resentments and arguments. Life really is too short. You said it, Antoine. I mean, as I've said, we only get one shot at this life, and things are going to happen. Feelings will be hurt, but I really do believe in not trying to hold on to grudges, and letting them fester. I feel like they're a disease. I've said this before, so I think there's a great sense of accomplishment to let bygones be bygones and bury hatchets, and you just kind of feel, especially when you spearhead the makeup, if you will. It's a great feeling. It's a wonderful feeling. You feel like you're above it all. So yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed that. I can confirm no sexual tension. But I've always enjoyed working with Luke. We had some great times on the MMA beat, and I felt like everything that happened in the aftermath was a bit of a misunderstanding, and I'm glad it's behind us. What about Dan asking, how about Keon Coleman? Did you guys see this guy, the Bills' #1 draft pick, who showed up talking about his jacket and the cookies and everything like that? To that I say, Stephon who? Yeah, I hope he's good. They also signed Chase Claypool, which is exciting. So look, I believe in Brandon Beane. I believe in the Bills. I believe in my Knicks. He also asks me, how about them Knicks? Could be worse. I guess I'm worried that we're just going to run out of steam here. It does feel very 1999-esque, where maybe, we get to the Eastern Conference Finals. I would be very, very happy with the Eastern Conference Finals run. And then it's a really tough test against Boston, but so was Indiana in 99. And then you meet a juggernaut like Minnesota, who's just gigantic with Gobert and Towns, or you meet Denver if they can turn it around with the freaking MVP Jokic, or you meet OKC, who are just an absolute buzzsaw. You wonder, but one at a time, game 2 tonight. I'd love to beat Indiana. I really would. Howdy, lads. As you read this from OC. Hey, OC, our moderator. I will likely be sitting on a beach in Puerto Rico. Am I wrong in thinking you went to Puerto Rico yourself somewhat recently, or was that one of my fever dreams? No, I was there for the Amanda Serrano fight that never was. Do you have any food, restaurant, anything recommendations for another traveler to this island? Did you do anything particularly fun or memorable there? Not really. I mean, I walked around. I enjoyed it. The beach was beautiful. ate at a couple of good restaurants, and one of them were fans of the show. They actually gave me a dish that they said that GC should review, but I don't remember what it was. I'm sorry. It's a great place. Very nice people. Love the vibes. Shout out to Puerto Rico. San Juan. P.S. Bring back the glasses. This is for you. I brought them back. Trevor, hello, Ariel and crew. First of all, let's address some haters. I'm talking about everyone coming at Helwani & Co. talking about WWE. I'll admit it, I'm a diehard MMA fan, and that's why I listen. But even I know that the wrestling gets eyes and ears. Just look at the numbers on YouTube and some socials. For the record, not why we do it, but fine. The views on some of those interviews tops that of most beloved MMA fighters. Clearly, there's an audience that wants to see some of this content, and Ariel does a phenomenal job. Same goes for boxing. I like the integration of some of the other combat sports. I might not watch all the wrestling content, but it clearly has an audience. So bravo, Ariel and the rest of the crew. Thanks, Trevor. Two-part question from a big Aussie MMA fan. My mom was born in Tasmania. Let's go, Rob Wilkinson. Who is everyone's favorite Australian, New Zealand fighter? And which Australian/New Zealand fighter? Is that fair to group them together? I guess Anzac, but I kind of like to separate them. Anyway, we'll get a belt back to the land down under since there are currently no UFC champs from the land. P.S. Go Timberwolves and go Knicks. Want some good money in round 1, and so far so good in round 2. Thanks, Trevor in Minnesota. I mean, I still think Izzy can win. I think Rob can win. I think Volk can win. Ursig had a good showing. Perhaps Carlos Ulberg this weekend. Who am I missing? Casey O'Neill represents. Am I missing anyone? Okay. I guess not. Chris, Ariel, welcome back. I noticed you went a full week without taking to Twitter or breaking your silence. Just wondering how you handled the absence from social media. And do you see yourself doing it more? Glad to have you and the crew back in our lives. Chris, yes. After the Garcia-Haney fight, I was like, you know what? Let me just take a break here. Let me be more present. It's a little vacation with the family. And actually, like after a day, you just stop. You realize that it's such a habit and like an obsession. Like when you're bored, you just go on. And when you make a conscious decision not to go on, you realize that A, you're not missing that much. And I wasn't totally off. I was on Instagram and all that, but I feel like it's more fun over there. I don't know. It's more visual and there's less bullshit. And so, yeah, I didn't mind it. And then I broke the silence, so to speak, when the Knicks beat the Sixers in Game 6. It felt good. I'd never been off for that long. And I wasn't even off, by the way, and like still looking. Sometimes people would send me things and I would click on it, and it wasn't like I was trying my hardest to like just ignore it for whatever reason. But I really just felt I felt a little bit freer. I felt a little bit less, I don't know, less saddled by it all. So, yeah, it was nice. It was fun. There's a lot of bullshit on there. And there's nothing worse than someone in my position sitting here and complaining about social media. You know, grow thick skin, be a man up, whatever. But, you know, we're all human beings. And sometimes you wake up and you're like, you're a piece of shit. You know nothing. Get the fuck out, whatever. And you're like, that doesn't feel very good. So if you can try to avoid it, maybe it's a good thing. Okay, one last one. Let me see.
It's the space between the questions. That's really good.
I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm trying to read. Oh, here's a good one. Kevin, Ariel, we ride with you and for you no matter what, without question, but respectfully, put the glasses back on. Isn't that weird that people are just so used to the glasses?
Fired up.
Weird. Like
I have to admit, like, I've been through that era when you never wore glasses.
Yeah, it was
now
like
the glasses, it felt weird to not see you with glasses, even though I've known you probably longer without the glasses. It's just become your thing.
Okay. James, hola Ariel. It's become my Wednesday tradition to have Taco Bell and watch On the Nose. Do you guys have any food or drinks you usually consume while watching any specific shows or podcasts?
I need to know the order. I want to know the Taco Bell order.
Yo, it's a great.
I'm a cheesy gordita crunch guy.
Oh, shout out.
That's the move.
The goat.
Yeah, dude. The CGC is
so
I
good.
love the idea of this guy going out and ordering his Taco Bell, just being like on the nose.
You get the small bag. You go back. There's
of all the things you could do
wrappers
to just have a nice meal, of all the things you can watch, of all the things you could put on.
Taco Bell is not a nice meal, but it tastes incredible.
Oh, I'd love to have some right
I'm
now.
a chalupa guy. Do we have any other chalupa guys here on the show?
No
I mean,
shot.
online I got vitriol. I got real hate for being like, chalupa's sneaky best. I mean, a steak supreme chalupa I'm going in on.
I don't even.
Is someone in the background giving you their Taco Bell opinion there, Rick? Was that what you were looking at?
No, they're playing with the oven.
Grandpa Jackman giving me some love on the chalupas?
Gordita over chalupa for sure. Gordita
You're
over
crazy,
chalupa.
Dude. I mean, chalupa is essentially the breading is like a fried gordita.
When's the last time you guys had?
Oh God, it's been years.
Been a while.
It's been a year.
I don't even know the last time I had it.
All right, so growing up, I was my parents made me do Boy Scouts, and I would go to Boy Scout camp, and it was like the worst. I absolutely hated it. A week out in the woods, these dingy tents, terrible food, just like subpar shot. It was just me and my brothers. We every year we looked forward, like the opposite of we dreaded it, and what I would do every year when I got back for like 4 or 5 straight years, I would go straight to Taco Bell, couple cheesy gordita crunches, couple chalupas. You'd get the caramel apple empanada. I would spend like $30 on Taco Bell, and it was just the greatest meal of my life. I mean, I just haven't had it in forever, but man, I have fond memories of Taco Bell.
Damn. Have you ever had the one with the chips in it? Isn't there one with like the
Nacho Bel Grande? Nacho Bel Grande.
Nacho Bel Grande, take me back.
Nacho Bel Grande. Crunchwrap Supreme is a banger.
Crunchwrap Supreme, maybe a little Mexican pizza if you're feeling, if you're feeling kind of crazy. Hit the nickel machine when you drop the nickel and try to land it on the platform. Yeah, the Frito burrito.
Tacos.
You guys remember they had the volcano tacos for a while? I mean, I used to go in.
Wasn't a fan. Didn't like the sauce. Didn't dig it. I love spicy, but didn't love the sauce.
I loved it.
As soon as this is over, I'm clipping this off and sending it to sales. Like On the Nose, sponsored by Taco Bell. Get your Crave box. This guy's in front of it. We're starting a revolution.
A real promo here. I don't know if they still have them. It's been years since I've been. The Cinnabon Bite Delights.
Oh,
it was basically just donut holes filled with Cinnabon icing. They would come out hot out the fryer. One of the best things you can put in your mouth. I'm not kidding. It's just simply fantastic.
It's making me so hungry, especially at 5 o'clock.
Sauce? What kind of sauce are you guys? Hot, fire, mild? Yeah, I'm fire for sure. Fire all day. They introduced like the Diablo. Just give me the fire.
Variations of the fire.
Yeah, just give me the fire all day. And you'd always ask for like 100 packets, and you'd use like 3. And then they'd just be sitting in your car.
Those go in the fridge.
Such a deep cut for you.
They go in the fridge.
Oh, Taco Bell was like my thing back in the day, man. I mean, it's been years since I've had one. I might have to go get some.
Sounds like it. All right,
Yeah,
well, there you
they
have it.
feel like
I hope you
garbage.
are enjoying your Taco Bell out there. Last one. Gavin. Okay, it's time to have a real conversation. The Jim Rome Show. The Pat McAfee Show. Dan LeBatard Show, The Rich Eisen Show, The Bill Simmons Podcast. Why isn't it called The Bill Simmons Show, by the way? Or was it called that in the ESPN days?
No, it's called the BS Report in the
Right.
ESPN days.
It's time to let the cat out of the bag, Gavin says. When do we officially get the Ariel Helwani Show? That's a good question. It's a very good question, Gavin. And to that I say, stay tuned. Who, me? Yes.
Damn,
Perfect.
Misread that one.
No, you killed it. Thank you to everyone for the questions. Thank you to everyone for the Substack love. I appreciate you all very much. Thank you very much to BetterHelp. Thank you very much to DraftKings. It is time to go. Commiserations to the Bayern Munich fans.
Bro, they scored in like the 104th minute. and it got called back on offsides.
What?
Yeah, like live.
After you told me it was over?
After I told you it was over,
Oh
like
my
live in play got called off. They added 9 minutes of extra time. They went all the way to the 104th, scored, but ref blew the whistle for offside. They played back the replay.
Not offside?
He was on.
No.
Yeah.
But they didn't go to VAR?
No, they didn't go to VAR because they called it live on the field.
What?
Yeah. So the play was called dead.
Who was it?
Not Harry Kane. I don't know. Once again, I blacked out. I know it was not Alphonso.
All this was happening?
Yeah.
While we're talking about Taco Bell?
While I was giving my breakdown of chalupas, Byron was breaking my heart yet again.
Sorry, guys. That's a bummer. Well, so serious commiserations. I mean, commiserations regardless, but that is a bummer. Yeah, looking forward to tonight. Looking forward to the weekend. First time that I'm home in a while. I was supposed to go to the Forest match. Coin toss.
I know. Still can't believe you're not doing that.
It's not exactly a hop, skip, and a jump.
Once in a lifetime opportunity. That's all I'm saying.
I know.
Did you see Big Bronson on the bench on Monday?
Bronson is literally in the timeout huddle. Like it's
incredible.
When I went with him, we were behind the basket, which was incredible. He's in the huddle. Incredible. I hope I see him there tonight as the Knicks go up 2-0. Please, God, give us the win, give us the series win, give us the championship once and for all. Back on Monday. Thank you to them. Thank you to you. Thank you to these people here. Back on Monday. Let's do peace. 12 o'clock. Don't forget, Eastern. See you then.